Hello, Naru Hyderabad! स्वागत है आप सभी का BGIS 2026 सेमीफाइनल्स के डे 2 पे। और ये जो एनर्जी है ये ऑलरेडी इलेक्ट्रीफाइंग है। देखिए आज डे 2 है तो मैं सोच रहा हूं कि क्यों ना एक शेर के साथ शुरुआत की जाए। क्या आप लोग तैयार हैं? क्या बात है। शेर से पहले इरशाद कहना बहुत आवश्यक होता है, तो क्या बात है। तो शेर कुछ इस प्रकार है कि विरासत तय नहीं करेगी फैसले रियासत के, विरासत तय नहीं करेगी फैसले रियासत के, यहां हुकूमत उसी की होगी जो लड़ना जानता है। और आज देखना इंपॉर्टेंट होगा कि इन 24 में से कौन सी वो टीम्स होगी जो सच में लड़ सकती है, सच में इस प्रेशर को इम्बाइब कर सकती है और वो आगे बढ़ सकती है, क्योंकि ये सिर्फ एक पड़ाव है। ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की मंजिल अभी भी बाकी रहने वाली है। पर देखिए हम देर ज्यादा करेंगे नहीं। एक बार जितने भी लोग मेरे लेफ्ट में बैठे, थोड़ा एनर्जी चेक मैं करना चाहता हूं आप लोग से। टू ऑल द पीपल ऑन माय लेफ्ट, मेक सम नॉइज। ओके, राइट वालों आपके ऊपर अब प्रेशर थोड़ा ज्यादा है, ठीक है? ऑन माय काउंट, इन 3, 2, 1, मेक सम नॉइज। ये बेहतर है। अब एक साथ एनर्जी के साथ ये जितने भी प्लेयर्स यहां बैठे ना, उनको भी थोड़ा पंप करते हैं। इन 3, 2, 1, मेक सम नॉइज हैदराबाद। चलिए तो फिर शुरुआत करते हैं सेमीफाइनल्स डे नंबर 2 की। चलते सीधे हमारे स्टोरी टेलर्स की तरफ। ओवर टू यू गाइस।
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. Here we are sitting at the Sandhya Convention Center in Hyderabad, and this is BGIS 2026 semi-finals day number 2. Of course, my name is Salty. I'm going to be your host, and joining alongside are going to be super smart gentlemen looking solid. On my left, it is going to be Ice Bajoni, and then, of course, it is going to be Necro Man with himself. It is exciting what a day number 1 presented with so many top teams out there. Somebody from the wildcards struggling, somebody from the quarterfinals absolutely dominating as well. Nobody expected Godlike to do so. There are so many storylines to talk about, and of course, I want to ask you this: what are we expecting here at day number 2, Johnny?
Oh, I mean, I'm expecting a lot of comebacks today, if I'm being honest about it, because yesterday we saw a tumble, as you said, from a lot of big names that were kind of stuck in the wildcard stages, namely K9 Esports. We expected big things on game 1. They had 6 matches as well, but the performance did not really justify the firepower that K9 has. Same goes for teams like Wild Fangs. But they have matches at hand, so it will be easier to cope up with. But I would like to know the new superhero on the panel, Necro Man. What do you have to say? What are your thoughts?
It's kind of weird that he just called me that, but he is someone that keeps on calling me the same thing.
Necro
and you know the
Man.
funniest part was, he said he's all by himself with us. What do you mean by that, buddy?
He's alone. He doesn't feel included.
Yeah,
with us.
no,
That's what he said.
No, you are alone, by the way, but that doesn't really matter. Overall, Stan, I mean, in terms of having friends around and potentially potentially some crushes around as well inside of the arena, but doesn't really matter. We're talking about the overall standings in front of us, and Meta Ninja, what a game yesterday. 1 chicken dinner, 6 matches played, 53 points. Learned from past at a brilliant start, and then of course Genesis Esports following up. Necro, I want to come to you this. Godlike has played just 3 matches. They are sitting at 34 points, the highest average out of them all. What are your thoughts about them
That's
so far?
just insane, right? In the span of 3 games, Godlike is the only team currently sitting inside of the top 5, which is insane if you think about it. And today, Godlike is going to be playing all the 6 games, which means they can just top it up even more if they want, and pretty much just take that first spot away from Metaninja. Now, if you move on towards the latter half of the board, still so many names that are on the concerning spots. I had a conversation with Slug from K9. He said, you know, it's just the usual day 1 thing with K9. Just watch us today. We're going to dominate.
I think Slug might have said that to you, but from my conversations with K9, they had plans of trying to be inside of the top 5. That didn't happen. Still in the top 10. Let's see how things turn out, but bigger concerns on the last page of the leaderboard.
Absolutely. I mean, we did see Phoenix Esports over there as well, K9 Esports, but the last page is where majority of those big names lie. You've got teams like Nebula Esports and Reckoning Esports, Team Tamilas, Vasista, Wild Fangs, Weld Esports, Vanguard, Troy Tamilin. Necro, all of them are big names. All of them, majority of them, in fact, have come in from the wildcards. You look at Wild Fangs, one of the most aggressive teams. You've got the Vanguard as well, who was brilliant inside of the wildcards. What did you think went wrong for them inside of day number 1?
Look, you just can't really say a lot, right? They've only played 3 games so far. So I do believe that right now, today's going to be the day where you can make some strong statements. And if they still do not pull off a comeback, then maybe we can get the lay of the land and know what exactly is going wrong. We've also got the tournament MVP so far inside of BGS 2026. Hunters Alex from the side of Genesis Esports, he's got the best rating. Then he comes K9 Esports' Ninja Boy with 0.96.
Absolutely. I mean, Ninja Boy, WizGod, Fierce, Smoker yesterday had a phenomenal outing. Phoenix Esports, though, couldn't really replicate performances from the wildcard, Johnny. Smoker is still applying his very best. Viper inside of the battlegrounds is still very effective. But then, when your Assaulters are working at the peak of their powers, what is causing Phoenix Esports to struggle?
I think that's the thing. The Assaulters right now aren't really hitting their peaks. It's in particular Viper. We keep praising that player, but the expectations that have been set because of the performances in the past are massive, and we are not seeing the same level of performance, at least as far as yesterday is considered. So I'm expecting big things, but I'm happy seeing Smoker sort of being able to lift up the weight, considering he was the player who was being subbed in and out the most.
Absolutely. I mean, we do have the best IGL in front of our screens as well, Necro, and yesterday, Mania with a blinder of a performance on the map of Rondo just showcased what is he exactly made up of. Rises up to #2 in terms of the best IGL. Want to know your thoughts about Mania, Shadow and Knuckle up there forming #2, 3 and 4.
The crazy part is that Mania is also doing really good inside of the MVP standings, which is insane if you think about it, because being the best IGL and at the same time staying inside of the entire MVP board as well, it's not a lot of IGLs can replicate that same thing, but Mania is one of those, which means he's the only IGL right now who's also contributing with the firepower. Other than Detrox from the side of Myth, even he's been doing a decent job.
Absolutely, but ladies and gentlemen, today's schedule is in front of our screens right now, and Group A and C are going to be duking it out for the first 3 games, and then of course followed by Group A and B, which means Group A is going to play 6 matches today. It was extremely important for Group B yesterday to actually set up that lead. Few teams have actually done that, namely 4 teams have done that. Majority of them have faltered. Today is the chance for Group A and the teams out there. How important do you feel is it to set up a lead when you're playing 6 games on a row, because you've got momentum on your side?
Very important, and I think we're going to feel the impact of not being able to do exactly what you said tonight, because the teams that played yesterday, no one was consistent. The advantage that we see on the leaderboard doesn't really justify the fact that some of the best teams in the country had 6 matches where everyone went frag heavy, because we saw Orangutan as well inside of the top 5 with a single digit of placement point. So again, it was all about the firepower, but inconsistencies were on display, which is why Godlike is so close to the top 3 right now. And I think considering a team like Godlike has 6 matches, if they are able to set the groove again, just like they did yesterday at the start of the matches, I think we might just see them take the first position away very quickly within the first 3 games.
You know, just to double click on what you just said, I think Noob gave us a hint of what Godlike is going to do tonight, because they are going frag heavy. Necro, we do have the caster predictions in front of us, and you are going ahead with the Nebula Esports. Want to know your thoughts about that, because this is a very surprising pick. Not the best of starts for Nebula, still in the last page of the overall standings.
Yesterday we clearly saw one intent from the side of Nebula Esports, and that was they were just going all guns blazing, and which is a great thing from them. We saw Nebula Esports pretty much do the same strategy inside of the showdown as well, and we know how well it worked out. Once Nebula Esports flips that switch and just goes heavy aggression, you already know they're going to be racking up a lot of points. And today they're playing 6 games. You already know they are supposed to do better.
Absolutely, and I think Spiro thinks the same way as well. Ingenium going ahead with Evox is going to be very surprising. Evox was brilliant inside of the quarterfinals. They took away the #1 and #2 spot. I don't exactly remember, but I think yesterday Evox were at full force potentially. Johnny, what are your thoughts about Evox and Karlan so far? I feel like they've been very consistent in the semifinals.
I think Karlan needs to be made the poster child of BGMI. The man is good looking and plays like a god as well, so deserves to be on the cover of everything. But as far as performance yesterday goes, Evox is one of those rare sides that we witnessed that has been able to carry forward the momentum from the quarterfinals directly heading into the semis, even though there was a massive break between the 2 stages, and it's quite impressive. I like the playstyle from Evox. Never too aggressive, never panicking. They like to stay patient. If they see a threat, they're going to stop, analyze what they have to do, and then move in. So they're not afraid to take those halts mid-rotation during the intense moments of the game as well, and I think that is what makes Evox special. Because other than that, majority of the bigger names that we have seen rely heavily on chaos, rely heavily on their firepower, rely on the fact that if push comes to shove, they can just mow the opponent down. Evox isn't like that. They need to know that they have the upper hand in the fight before they charge in, and I think that's the one thing that's worked out nicely for them.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, for Evox, once again, it's just all about the consistency, right? If you talk about inside of the wild cards, if you talk about not exactly the wild cards, in the quarterfinals, right? Evox was the one that was topping the charts. And the fact that they were doing that, all of us were surprised. We did not expect Evox to do that well. But let's not forget, they're also known as Los Hermanos in the past. And when they made their debut, we all were anyway surprised when they played for the first time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, that is enough about Evox. They are going to be playing the first game for sure, as Group A and C are going to be duking it out on the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Teams, of course, playing are going to be Wildfang, Smith Official, Troy Tamilian, Reckoning Esports, Nebula, Mad Kings, Godlike, Evox. Group A has been stacked so far, but to one point of concern, Wildfangs yesterday could not get the start that they wanted, Johnny.
Pretty much, and Wildfangs, I think, lurking on the third page of the leaderboard. It's not looking nice right now, but hopefully the players get their mindsets on the same page and today are able to perform. But I would like both of you guys to do one thing with me. We have to pray for Reckoning Esports, because that is Maisie's prediction for the day. And Reckoning is also another name that's on the last page of the leaderboard right now.
Absolutely. Nobody expected this, to be honest. Sahil has
Pray
come
for these
into
boys,
the
Salty.
picture, playing for as well. Levi, heavily dependent. The rest of the team, Roman and Godex, will have to find a way. Necro, the playing for is still not solidified. You've got Godex sometimes, you've got Lavish sometimes. You still feel that the playing for in the LAN finals is important?
I mean, look, playing for is, of course, important, right? It's better to have that stability, know exactly what sort of a game plan you're going to be approaching with. But if you look at a team like Phoenix Esports, who are just constantly shuffling inside of the playing for, it also creates a bit of that confusion on what exactly you want to execute. Because considering your executions, considering your strategy, that's going to be your playing for as well. But if you're constantly switching up the playing for, automatically there is going to be a lot of that confusion created inside of your roster. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why Phoenix Esports is struggling too. And yes, the other fact is also going to be their heavy reliance on Viper. I really hope that this time Smoker, Somraj himself as an iChill steps up. Just everyone in general from Phoenix Esports contributes the same.
I mean, I'm sorry to steer away from the topic. We just saw Joker on camera, and that just made me realize, look back on the stage. You spoke about IGLs. Knuckle is back again with the team. And even though Team Soul did manage to do quite fine without Knuckle yesterday, we know this team had a brilliant build-up of momentum throughout the stages before we reached the semi-finals. I wonder what today is going to look like for the side of Soul.
Hey man, I'm going to miss the ban on Fairy Land. Thunder yesterday was bringing in thunderstorms, but it's still completely fine because Team Soul, even with their IGL, is a force to be reckoned with. But ladies and gentlemen, semi-finals day number 2, the day of comebacks is about to begin, and the first map starts right away. It is going to be the map of Erangel, the home turf of all these athletes. Let's see which one breaks boundaries tonight.
The plane's going to be in the skies for the first time on the day too. And Group A is going to be playing all the games today, which means 6 games in the arsenal. And if they won, they can deliver some massive blows. As the plane is also going to be in the sky, starting all the way from the other side, which is going to be Severny, and heading all the way towards the Snoka military base. Looking at the plane fly path, it definitely does seem quite balanced. Everyone's going to be happy about this one.
Yeah, pretty much, man. It's a centric flight path that allows you to go wherever you please. Not a lot of challenges to face. The only thing of concern is going to be those early drop clashes for the vehicle spawns. But we know the flight path down the middle, it could cause conflicts towards the northern side. We see the side of Wealth, Vanguard take an early exit, along with Reckoning Esports. And we spoke about Reckoning yesterday as well. We know they used to be part of that cluster forming around Rozok, but Necro, this is already a pretty interesting game. Reckoning deciding to drop around Severny.
That's definitely quite interesting, right? Reckoning Esports around Severny, but not inside of Severny yet. Then you've also got Vanguard heading towards Zarki and a little bit of those individual compounds around it, which is quite interesting. Maybe Vanguard just wants to get their hands on a vehicle, and yes, they've already done that. You will also see Nonix actually heading around Gatka, then around Hospital. You've got Mad Kings and even Vasista Esports towards that proximity. Nebula heading around Shelter. That's where they like to drop. And I really hope we're going to be able to see some early game chaos, some early game action. Troy Tamilian Esports heading towards the Snoka military base, and then you've also got Evox heading towards Norupnoi, and a bit of a cluster around Farm.
Yeah, it's Revenant, X-Pac, Myth, and along with them is going to be the side of Wildfangs. 2 teams heading towards Milta, but Farm is where we might just see early action between RNTX and the side of Myth. Circle forming towards Everest. Possibility for Vasista Esports to get involved in an early conflict against Mad Kings and Vanguard, depending on where Vanguard would like to go. Either they're going to start from Zarki or maybe just move in for the control of the western buildings of northern Giorgio. Still have to wait for that decision, but somehow Necro, Myth, Revenant X-Spark and Wild Fangs, I know it's a little too early to say it, but I have a feeling they might just be able to avoid conflict early into this game.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to do. They've got no intentions of duking it out this early inside of the game because they know the damage is going to be on the equal sides. So it's better to just back away, play for safety, get your hands on better loot, get your hands on vehicles, and then maybe think what you want to do. As of now, since the circle has taken a shift towards the top left, all these teams outside of the circle, the main priority is going to be as loot as quick as possible and then think of rotation. Mad Kings all the way towards Georgia Pool. For them, it's going to be smooth sailing. Inside of the circle, they've also got a decent spot. They can loot up as long as they want.
And Mad King's also another interesting name in the mix of the teams that have made it to the semi-finals. The journey so far has been a decent one. 3 matches played, 24 points on the board. But every single time you see one of these star-studded rosters, be it on cam, the player cam, the crowd just goes wild. Cheers for the players of Godlike, having a brilliant exit on day one with just 3 matches today. A big opportunity in front of them with 6 games in a row. This could, and we spoke about this could help set Godlike as the leaders of the leaderboard. First position or nothing else. That's what I want.
Without a doubt. And I think it's going to be really easy for Godlike as well to actually snatch that first position away. I mean, understand this. With only 3 games played, they're still inside of the top 5, which is kind of insane. But then you've also got a team like Seoul and Nonix pretty much just chasing you right underneath.
Yeah.
Evox as well is right there. So yes, the overall standing still pretty closely contested. But one thing is for sure, yesterday Group B's performance wasn't as good as we expected. Yes, a few teams were decent, but still the amount of points they got in the span of 6 games, that's not going to be enough to hold down Group A.
Pretty much. I mean, from the top of the leaderboard, you would ideally expect about 11 to 13 points per game average, but yesterday teams were barely managing 10 points per game, specifically the teams from Group B. And because of that, I think, again, our point of reference is going to be Godlike because they were the best performing team in 3 games. So from them till the first position, the difference can pretty much be covered up in a match if you drop a big 20-25 bomb or maybe in 2 games. And Godlike, they definitely have the build of momentum to be able to pull it off, but we keep going back and forth between the names that have performed and the names that are struggling. Wild Fangs being a part of the group in the latter half of that list. And of course, yesterday, I think you could feel the presence, the performance missing from the star players. Be it Spray God, be it Goten or Kana, and hopefully today they are going to be showing up in these matches with their maximum firepower in check. But Sensei has moved out very early, leaving his team behind in Milta. What is that about?
I know, right? Maybe just wanting to scout out the grounds, that's what he wants to do. Get some information, understand what the surrounding soil looks like, and then maybe ask for the team to rotate. But there's also a chance that Myth can cut him off. And then let's not forget, Evolt's got the hungry prowlers of Nebula Esports around you.
Yeah.
And Nebula is probably just searching for as many fights as they can soon.
As you said during the pre-show with your prediction on Nebula Esports, I think I agree with that. Nebula definitely has a potential to climb inside of the top 5 within the 6 games that they have lined up.
Yeah.
And yesterday it wasn't a completely bad performance. I think 3 matches. What just happened? It's Godlike picking a fight against the players of NON somewhere on the map. We have Revenant X-Spark on our screens right now. And Revenant X-Spark as well, shifting from farm towards the west of the Pancake Drop area. They're quite close, my apologies, just northeast of the Pancake Drop, quite isolated position. But Godlike, a brilliant way to kick things off. The first finish of the game secured by Godlike.
Yeah, that's nice. Manya with the first pick. Reckoning Esports all the way towards shooting range. For them, once again, the proximity seems better, seems clear. There's only Walt Esports, but they're pretty far back, so I highly doubt Walt is going to be a threat. While Fang's on their move towards the circle, Sensei is the only person all the way in the front who sort of managed to get a bit of that hold around the centric part. But if Sensei's position gets compromised, things are going to be problematic. Wild Fangs, let's not forget, this is also one of those teams that packs too much of a punch. So you've got to be careful. At the moment Nonix lost that man, you could already see Godlike thirsty for a bit more of those points, because yes, that one tasted pretty well.
Yeah, pretty much, but Manya circling around the compounds in control of Nonix could be risky. Could have been a moment of revenge over there, but Godlike all set up to back each other up. A single line formation, as you see on the radar. Manya finally breaking away, looking to see if he can scout the open grounds of Gatka early before anyone else moves in. Well, that might be, it might lead into a soft little conflict against the players of Team Tamilas over in the distance. Manya has some information about the threat, but doesn't want to risk going for the peak now. Reaper closing in. This could be the moment for Godlike to strike.
Oh my god, here we go. That's Team Tamilas. All the shots whiffed though. Manya this time not able to convert that frag. Instead, the man at the front just gets away harms free. Not even a single scratch, Johnny. Which is a little bit sad, but it's fine. Once again, that fight was not going to be a table-turning fight anyways.
Yeah.
Looking at Seoul all the way towards Ruins. They're placed in a decent spot too. This overall spot they have, once again, it's going to give them the assurity of a better circle, but maybe the end game's not going to be here.
Well, let's see how this turns out. Ruins, it allows them to scout and take fight against the teams from the north of that river, and of course the southern side is also quite exposed. Big threats can be felt from Everest, but Mad Kings, even though they have control of Everest, they are quite far away from each other, so engaging into a fight would not be ideal for them. But look at that map. Troy Min and Esports moving in from that military bridge, but Necro, Ewoks, they're playing extremely slow. They're very far from the circle, and they knew they had to go for a late rotation. They are going to tank this stage 2 blue zone damage, but now they have to force a move towards the play zone itself.
So many teams in that centric part. Nebula, a bit of that late rotation also coming through from their side, but I feel like that's going to be a risky rotation. Heading towards the other side, you're still playing with the odds against you. There's a high chance that the circle's going to be shifting down south. Shots taken against Wallfangs from Godlike. These shots, once again, pretty much the warning shots to make sure that Wallfangs is not going to be stopping around them. Jonathan taking those shots in the far away against Mad Kings. Mad Kings, as of now, having the high ground control with them, which also means they're going to be racking up a lot of that intel to play with.
Let's see, information given away. Teams in the surrounding vicinity are going to be eyeing the compounds in control of the players of Godlike, but Wildfangs, Necro, I have a feeling Wildfangs could be stuck. Sensei, look at him, a little too close for comfort against the players of Seoul. Goblin, a few shots taken. Sensei dropped to about 50 HP. But Goten, he's there for backup. It's not going to be enough for Wildfangs to come out on top in this fight. But look at the radar. It seems like they are starting to surround the Ruins position. There could be a potential chokehold on the players of Seoul.
Indeed. As of now, though, it's just the game taking its shape. We're seeing teams just positioning themselves in an okay spot, making sure that the next stage, it's going to be friendly to them. Wildfangs, they know what exactly they're dealing with. Sensei a little bit back. There's a man in the front from the side of Wildfangs. They're playing with fire. And even if one single Nox hits the deck, I'm pretty sure Seoul's going to push. They're not going to be holding this one back, and there we go. This is what I was concerned about. That's Godlike from the back lines, actually hitting the players of Wildfangs, and another confirmation follows up for Godlike. Yes. Wildfangs messed up big.
Wildfangs went for a 2-2 split. Kana and Spray God in one position dealing with Godlike, and then Goten and Sensei made the pounce for Ruins, but that split results in them losing players, but it's not just going to be them. Myth taking a fight against the players of Wealth, and this is happening outside of the play zone, by the way. The hills northwest of Northern Georgia is where this fight is taking place. Trades made from either side. Both the teams struggling, but Justy is going to be forced to fall back. The buggy just flies over his head, and Daddy, what an impressive knock coming through. Myth controlling this fight to perfection, and Wealth are going to be left bleeding.
Oh my god, Myth. The fact that they're actually converting these elimination points, that's nice. 4 points in total with them. And yeah, Myth definitely has been impressive. With those 4 points, they achieved the 30 points marker in the overall standings. Nebula somehow, oh no, they're getting hit by a truck. And this truck is named Reckoning Esports. Already a lot of damage is being dished out against the Phoenix. The man is barely getting away. Spray was there, but the connection missing. And Nebula, they just need to give up on those players who were knocked out. The remaining two players on the run just want to find themselves around the safety blocks. And this is what I was mentioning before too. They're playing with the odds against them the moment they went another side.
Yep, and now they're going to get hunted down by the players of Reckoning Esports, but Levi has been called back. The assassin has been asked to back away from the targets. And Reckoning Esports, I think this is a brilliant call. This gives them time to regroup, reanalyze where they want to cross from, especially now they know that Nebula will be the ones gatekeeping them, and it's not going to be them alone, but things are looking bad for Nebula now, running into the players of Vanguard. And it's not going to be an easy fight. 2 versus 4. Nebula, they need to keep on moving, but they're going to be stopped in their tracks now. Vanguard, 2 versus 4, have the upper hand, have the info. And Nebula, the only thing that can save them is a third party.
Yeah, the problem is Nebula is now in a real bad spot, in a tricky spot. How does Nebula get out of that spot if things do go south? There's no possible way for exit. Yes, they can get back inside of the vehicles and just pray for the best. But once again, there's going to be too many shots taken against you from Georgia Pool itself that you will collapse no matter what. So for Nebula, they are pretty much in a deadlock. And to break free of that deadlock sounds impossible. While thanks to inside of those containers, they've got the vehicles secured. Godlike now in the close proximity of Evox. A potential fight that might just happen, and there we go. Manya taking those shots once again. It's going to be a confirmed knock. What's with this IGL? This man is definitely thirsty. The Bloodhounds of Godlike, this time not sparing anyone. Not having any sort of mercy. Another finish point confirmed.
What a move coming through from the players of Godlike, just circling like vultures in the open fields of Gatka. But now Ewoks, after losing one man to one giant, they run into another. The players of Soul waiting for them on the other side, but Ewoks are able to evade the pressure. Although Soul, they still do not want to let go of this game. They're stuck towards the eastern edge, pushed outside, but Reckoning Esports, they have been spotted out. Shots were taken from Knuckle. No contact made, no HP chipped away. I feel bad for Evox Necro. They are losing players one after the other, and the other two players are just pinned. Wildfangs, they're going to have a field day with that.
Yeah, the problem is that it's just such a bad spot to be in. You don't have proper fortification, and that's when Evox is just getting completely chipped away. And now Godlike is looking to take that fight in the front as well. This fight is going to be filled up with too much of a risk, and Admina falls down. That's going to be Soul hitting them like a truck. They fire back. They reply back to Godlike. 2 players already down. Godlike messed up. You should not have tickled the mammoths, because this time these giants, they're here to eat you alive. They might just devour Godlike.
Did you just say tickle the mammoths?
Yeah.
Why would you go around tickling the mammoths?
That's the whole point. Godlike should not have taken that fight. That's the whole point.
Hey, well, the mammoths are being hunted by the hunters. Nonetheless, the Wolves from Reckoning Esports do not want to back away. And by the way, brilliant save from Soul. They still walk away with a decent amount of points because this was a sandwich. Godlike from the front, Reckoning from the back. Soul still having a player, in fact 2 in this game, is, well, it's better than what would have happened. They could have lost it all.
Indeed. And once again, looking back towards Georgia Pool. Nebula, luckily enough, the circle is still on top of them. They found themselves around the lucky block, I'm not going to lie. They're really lucky. And for Godlike, it's just S-Power inside of this entire warehouse. Godlike messed up the moment they shifted outside of their comfort zone, went back in the blue to go for that fight against Soul. It was not a good idea. They were caught off guard in bad positions, and because of that, now it's just S-Power standing inside of the circle. And look at Reckoning Esports. Oh no, the vehicle just spins out in the open. Reckoning, this man can be caught off guard. Sahil and Levi inside of this one single coupe. Come on, the tire's blown. You can't do anything about it. Just let it go. You need to move out.
Let's see how things turn out for Reckoning Esports. There's still a lot of room to work with towards the northern side of the river. But this is going to be a very intense endgame. And stage 5, it's going to be brutal. So many teams already present inside of the Georgia Pool containers, fighting it out. We have Mad Kings eliminated from the game. Ewoks could be the next in line as Vanguard are dropping bodies to the floor. But Reckoning Esports, desperate times call for desperate measure. A swan dive with that coupe inside of the river. Victoriousum should be able to secure at least a few frags if they are able to spot the players of Reckoning Esports. But right now, I think Necro, if you look at the radar, I feel Revenant, X-Spark have a brilliant position to work with. Northern Georgia Apartments, all theirs.
Oh no. Soul getting eliminated. And yeah, for Revenant X Park, as you mentioned, they do have a good positioning, but there's a high chance that the circle is going to be shifting down south, Johnny. And when that happens, Revenant X Park is going to be messed up. How do you recover from that setback? How do you make a rotation come through?
You don't. You just pick off the loose stragglers that are going to be outside the play zone and struggling. Stragglers like Victor Summers.
But that also means that you're compensating on the placement points that could have been yours.
Yeah,
But
pretty much.
hold on to that thought, though. Look at this, Reckoning Esports. They're wrecking havoc inside the lobby. Oh my God, just catching a lot of these teams in a pinch, and they're the reason Soul pretty much got eliminated. Reckoning Sahil. Oh, the man gets caught out in the open, Victor Sumas, but they also get caught in the crossfire themselves. Vasista Esports, with only Hector standing, so many teams, they've taken those blows upon them. Vasista with a solo man, Godlike with a solo man as well. Victor Sumas, Venomous down low, but they're still trying their best to fight back against Reckoning. This force of Reckoning Esports, it's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and that's why VS just backs away.
Victor Summers, I have a feeling, are in the worst possible position inside of this game. Out into the open, all exposed, not a lot of cover to work with apart from the ridges, and surrounded by all of these teams. But Ewoks taking a fight against Wildfangs, almost managing to clutch out the win, are wiped out at the hands of the Wildfangs themselves. Not an outing that Ewoks was hoping for, but now there's going to be absolute and unadulterated chaos around the containers. Vasista Esports also forced to vacate the premises.
Indeed. And Vasista Esports, anyways, for them, it was just Hector standing, so they were like helpless chickens. Nebula Esports, a two-man squad still somehow left alive in the game, which is insane. Just these two players playing it as passive as they can, maybe trying to get away a few elimination points if they can't secure. But so far, they've only got 0. Revenant X Park from the apartments, Reckoning Esports from the far away. They were taking those shots against Victor Sumas, but Victor Sumas just better. They reply back strong enough, and now even VS is taking a bit of that return damage upon themselves. And let's not forget, there's also Revenant X Park on the opposite side. They're going to be taking those shots against Reckoning, and Reckoning is too exposed. They should have been careful about the apartments. Reckoning going for that reset, going for that revival on towards the knockdown man. And even Roman is crawling and creeping his way towards his teammates.
If Stage 6 and Stage 7 have an eastern shift, have a western shift, my apologies, Myth can stand a chance to have a secure winner chicken dinner in this game. We'll have to find out if things are out well for them. In the meanwhile, Revenant X Park, even they take a swan dive in this river, and that kind of takes away the opportunity to secure those finish points against the players of Victor Sumas and Reckoning Esports. This is going to be tricky for Revenant X Park to make things work from here on out, because Victor Sumas, they're back on their feet.
Dude, Reckoning can actually secure so many elimination points. Just imagine, they've already got 7. But look at this! A push coming through from Vanguard, not even thinking about it twice. Straight up just sending it against Godlike. And it was just that one man that has power who was helpless, and he could not fight back. Just too many players overwhelm Matt's power, and he gets eliminated from the game. Reckoning Esports, now they attack against Victor Sumas in full force, and Reckoning knows this is an opportunity to secure a lot of elimination points if things do go right.
I think Victor Sumas are going to be the ones coming out on top in this fight. Reckoning, they have been left bleeding, and again, every single time they peak the ridge, even one of the individuals from the side of Vanguard was building up pressure for them. Victor Sumas, the spray from Venom, not really finding the mark. One after the other, just emptying magazines into that smoke, hoping to find a knock. No utility. Oways, he's burning alive in that Voltov and was spotted out for a split second by Reckoning Esports. But Victor Sumas, they are yet struggling to find the opening knock. Now finally one on the board as Levi is taken out of the picture, and it's down to Godex and Roman. Roman falls. Godex, the last player left standing, 1 versus 2 clutch for him.
Oh
and
no!
Again, there was no hope. The terrain gave them no advantage in this fight. Victor Sumas, 8 eliminations. This is a good game for VS.
Indeed it is, but it could have been a better game for Reckoning Esports. They already had a solid base setup. They had a lot of elimination points converted already, which was 7. The utility utilization could have been a lot better from Reckoning Esports, but in the end, they messed up. Getting eliminated like that by the hands of Victor Sumas, that's definitely going to be a stinger. And now looking at the boys of Wildfangs inside of Georgia Pool City, or Georgia Pool Containers. Nebula is just waiting for someone to make that first mistake and move out in the open, while Wildfangs, with the two-man squad, they can definitely fall prey to Nebula. And Nebula is not even making a single move, by the way, so there's a chance Wildfangs can just walk in their crosshairs clueless.
I think that might just happen, and it's going to happen to a lot of teams, because when you are stuck in those containers position, you can't really do much. You just have to keep your heads down. Big opportunities are there, though, to pick up frags for teams like Myth, teams like Troy the Million and Nonix. If you control the triple warehouses, or if you control the warehouses on the outer vicinity of Georgia Pool Containers, that's the best. Because the containers at this point are just going to be a labyrinth with not just one, but multiple Minotaurs running through it.
Revenant Egg Spark.
Oh no,
this is going to be an interesting fight. Victor Sumas versus Revenant Egg Spark. Man advantage still in the hands of Victor Sumas. So there's a chance that VS can actually steal it away at the nade. He was so close. Just barely an inch away. Another nade tossed out. Trace gets chipped down even lower. Mafia knows there is someone on the ridge, and he's not going to be backing away anytime soon. He's going to keep on applying that pressure with the utilities. This nade, it's going to find the knock he was searching for. Trace gets knocked out. That's the opener. Victor Sumas, now they can press upon the matters even more if they want. Another nade tossed out. It's not going to be on a good spot.
But I think eventually they are going to catch the players of Revenant X Spark off guard, or maybe they're just out of utils now. No nades available. The last Molotov tossed out. Trace has been brought back by the players of Revenant X Spark. But Victor Sumas, this chase took away time from them, and they don't have a lot remaining. They are inside of this play zone, but what has me concerned is the climb up the hill. If you're making this much commotion while you're below the ridge, once you peek out, there will be multiple crosshairs pinned on your faces. Now you look at how many angles they're exposed from. The players of Vanguard will have a line of fire. Myth Official, who control the hill on Georgia Pool, also will have a line of fire for this position. So Victoria Sumas, they need to be cautious.
Yeah, but I still believe that VS's position, it's not too bad. They can definitely wiggle their way around.
I give them 5 minutes.
Let's see. Troy Esports. The fact that they've got all the 4 players standing, but with no elimination points secured, it makes me concerned. All it takes is one flip of that switch, and you can be instantly wiped out from the game. That's why you should be prioritizing those fights. Maybe Troy Esports should have peeked out, went for those individual blows here and there. Things could have been a lot better, but the circle just popping right on top of Troy Esports. It feels like the hand of God is with them this time.
Pretty much, man, and Troy Esports, they need to make this count. Yesterday was not the best performance from them, just 5 points in 3 matches, and today they need to bring in those finish points to make the climb on the overall leaderboard. But again, even in this match, they have, as you mentioned, just kept their heads down. They are the ones playing those containers, the big cluster. The big threat for them is going to be Myth right behind them, and Vanguard up front. Revenant X Spark, though, it feels like now Revenant X Spark is stuck. I think they are going to have to settle for an 8th position finish in this game. Difficult to move out from this cliff.
Yeah. Myth Official. Oh my God, it's so funny. Myth knows there is someone in the water lines. Daddy's just waiting for that one little glimmer. And the moment that happens, he's probably going to execute that player. Nebula, once again, just keeping themselves put in that same spot. Nebula hasn't even moved a single muscle since the last 2 stages. Kind of funny. While Wildfangs, they're just constantly duking it out, taking those fights on the left and the right side. And as of now, taking this little bit of a challenge against Vanguard. It might just be a massive pill to swallow. But Vanguard's still trying to be as cautious as they can, moving through the containers. They still think that there's a chance that there might just be foe lying around.
Yeah, but Vanguard are letting go of their position, maybe just letting go of control that could have kept both Nebula and Wildfangs at bay. But as we were talking about Nebula, I think Wildfangs is just about to learn what went down with K9 Esports during the showdown. Nebula, they were waiting an 8 exchange, but this time it's going to be Goten finding the opener. His IGL is there for support, and now Sensei has to be the saving grace as Goten falls, and Sensei finally makes contact. 3 eliminations on Sensei. Wildfangs are down to their last man. And Vanguard finally all flushed out from the warehouses. They lose a man. Insidious is out of the way. Vanguard is left with 2, but Wildfangs are still fighting for their lives.
Indeed. And the way Wildfangs is also positioned, man. The fact that they've also lost out on one of the players that they had alive, now it just gets things even tougher for Sensei to convert. And Vanguard is searching for that one last loose straggler of Wildfangs. Sensei, he just wants to keep his position anonymous, but he already knows his cover's blown. He needs to move out, hand out a few more death blows to be on the safer side of the spectrum, but is that even going to be possible? Victor Sumas also getting pressured by Krafton and Esports. Vanguard just constantly applying that pressure on that one man of Wildfangs. Things are just so back and forth. Getting his hands on a fresh weapon as well. Myth official from the sidelines constantly duking it out, taking those chip damage. Myth is actually keeping a lot of these teams on bay, keeping them in check, constantly dealing that damage from the sidelines. And Myth is now starting to be a real pain.
For sure, but is there anyone out there that will provide some sort of relief to Victoria Sumas to Troy Tamilian from the players of Myth? Thought it could be the players of Revenant X-Park, but no. Eventually bleeding out to the blue. Revenant X-Park bow down on the 7th, and Sensei gets shut down by Dionysus from Vanguard. Although it's not going to change a lot, Vanguard are still going to be flushed out. The blue zone is closing in, and they are still stuck on the containers. Look at Oasis on the flank. He's waiting for them to step out. He has them in their crosshairs. And Vanguard do manage to stay alive for the next few seconds, but I think it's just the clock, and it is going to count down eventually.
They've got no other option than to just straight up send it, and Victor Sumas, they've got the line of fire, and just like that, within the matter of seconds, VS, they eliminate the entirety of Vanguard. One of the elimination points stolen away by Nonix as well, so that's a great thing. Everyone's happy. Victor Sumas is always in Venom. The final 2, Glimmer of Hope standing. VS now with a lot of pressure on top of them. Troy Tamilian Esports, they have been extremely lucky with the circles, and they probably do want to capitalize onto it and take this chicken dinner home. But a team like Nonix is automatically going to be there, constantly creating those problems. Troy Tamilian Esports, they also need to be careful of Nonix's presence, and there's a chance that Nonix might just move around those containers the moment the circle keeps on shrinking even lower.
Let's see, opportunity is there for Nonix to make a big play as well, but they also know that Troy Tamilian has been waiting alongside with them. And Myth could be one of those names that can also cause trouble that they haven't accounted for. But Arthur on the move, and he's taken a nice little off angle to work with. Even finds an opener as Harshal from the side of Myth is going to hit the floor. And now Myth are going to be left in a very precarious position. Daddy's position compromised. The spray from Venom makes contact, and it is going to be a complete spray down and elimination for Myth Esports. We're down to the top 3. And Nonix, what is this? Oxen! You cheeky man, lies in wait out into the open. FPP switch as well, and Nonix have no answer for that.
Oh my god, but look at Aiden. Oh, he's only got that drop as a cover. Nonix, the blue, it's on the move. Nonix also needs to be on the move. Backs against the wall, they need to be a little bit quick on the feet, and the first man falls down. Arthur hits the deck. Anonymous, the only person left alive in the back lines, and Let's, oh no, he switches that weapon, but it's fine. His teammates got his back. Now Victor Sumas is going to be the only team, the only thorn in the way for Troy Tamilian's chicken dinner. This is the comeback Troy Tamilian has been searching for, and this might just be claimed by them. Venom is already taking too much damage. He does not even have enough HP to sustain more damage, and Troy Tamilian Esports, they press on the matters, and they will seal the deal with the chicken dinner.
What a game, what a match coming in from Troy Tamilian Esports. Did not have that run of form, had a really bad start in semi-finals day number 1, but come day number 2, day of comebacks brings us results, and Troy Tamilian Esports making a big jump.
Yeah.
Yes, of course, there were a lot of finishes out there. It was not really a high-fragging game, Johnny, but still, I feel like Troy Tamilian Esports did very well for them.
I think where they were on the leaderboard desperately required them to do something.
Yeah,
and 16 points is actually a very good outing on Erangel. It's a decent match. So this could be the start of something big from the side of Troy Tamilian. But I think bigger performances, Victor Sumas. My goodness, what a match. because he felt Victorious so much was going to be done for when they charged the players of Reckoning Esports. I felt they were going to be done for when they charged for the players of Revenant X Park and Myth. Pushing that ridge once they were in the river was supposed to be impossible. They got to write thank you notes to Non-X, to Myth, to Vanguard as well, Nebula, anyone who was playing the containers for being such a big distraction to each other that Vanguard made it to the high grounds.
Yeah, I mean, at a point, we also did think that Wildfangs is also going to be done for way before.
Yes.
But even Wildfangs was able to survive for such a long time. Well, just keep Wildfangs aside. Look at Nebula Esports. They took heavy beating upon themselves right off the bat, but still those two players were surviving in the final few.
Although I feel bad for someone, I feel bad for an entire squad, and the name of that team is Non-X. Because Oxen,
What was this? I don't even understand how Oxen was able to pull off such a cheeky play. You know, that moves requires a lot of guts.
He was right there. In FPP as well, he was just lying out into the open.
Yeah, he had that smoke covering his back a little bit. But still, the fact that the man was not able to spot him is just unacceptable. And that's what I'm saying, right? That moves requires a lot of guts to pull off. And he still took the odds.
But there we go. We saw the celebration on the lads of Troy Thamilian Esports. They're finally feeling themselves. They're finally feeling like, you know what? We can be a competition to the rest of the lobby. Look at the stats though. 6 eliminations, not really a lot of points. 16 points from this particular match. But like we said, it changes the momentum. It changes the future for Troy Thamilian Esports. Johnny, I remember during the cast as well, you said Victorious Summers have 5 minutes at max inside of the 5th stage itself.
I told
From
you.
there on, I think 11 to 12 eliminations, I think it's a great performance,
It
a
is a
great
great
turnaround.
performance.
Even
Yeah.
for Wildfang, somebody who was kind of reeling on the bottom of the leaderboard, we saw Sensei step up big time, and I think that is a great sense of good news for them.
I also feel like that Myth just lost control way too early. That should not have been the case. Since Myth had the high ground to play with, they could have done a lot better from that position, but they just messed up.
So the circle moved away to containers, and after that, exiting that hill of Georgia Pool becomes very tricky, especially in a competitive game when you had Non-X on the isolated warehouse, you had Troy Thamilian Esports in the containers cluster, and of course, after the fact that Victorious Somos also made it to the container cluster, Myth was in no way able to survive after that. But as we were talking about Victorious Somos, they had 9 eliminations when they were in the river. After that, they got like, I think, 3 more. So, yeah, they were able to survive. They got those placement points, which is good, compensates for the lack of finishes that they weren't able to convert once they made it to the high ground. But overall, Victorious Somos was doing well. I think this just pushes them in the top 4.
Absolutely. Victorious Summers, they were pretty good on the overall standings even before this. So now they just make their position even better. But one team I really want to talk about, and they were struggling on the leaderboard, they were on the last page, was Reckoning Esports.
You
And
stole my words.
Exactly, right? I mean, they had 7 to 8 finishes while
7.
they were in the mid-game phase. Of course, they did get taken out. The circle was a little tricky for them, but I feel like this gives them a much-needed motivation to actually push forward, isn't it, Necro?
Definitely it's going to be booster, right, when it comes to the confidence as well. When you rack up those 7 finish points, that's definitely going to be a mental booster, a confidence booster, and it's going to give them a little bit of that boost even in the overall standings.
Absolutely. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, it was just the first game itself, and Erangel did not disappoint at all. Troy Thamilian Esports had a funny little comeback, and then of course Victorious Summers had a fun little game. But now it is time for all of you guys to have some fun. We're going to move on to our special host. Let's see what he's got for us.
बहुत ही बेहतरीन जो शुरुआत है वो ऑलरेडी सेमीफाइनल्स डे 2 की हो चुकी है और हमने देखा भी ट्रॉय तमिलियन ई-स्पोर्ट्स को बेहतरीन खेलते हुए ये चिकन डिनर वो ट्रॉय तमिलियन लेकर के गए और शुरुआत में करना चाहूंगा ट्रॉय तमिलियन ई-स्पोर्ट्स के आइजल एडन के साथ एडन like right from the beginning your team was pretty consistent but day 1 of semi-finals was not up to the mark. You guys were on the 24th position in 3 matches. You guys just scored 4 points. So what went wrong on day number 1?
Day number 1, we tried to play center like that. So because it's a pure T1 lobby, so we have to go center and take the places because it will be occupied. So our natural game is edge-to-edge gameplay. So we tried new things like going to center, early looting, but it didn't work.
Aiden, it's a great start of day number 2. So can we expect some great comeback today because you guys have already got 6 matches for the day?
Yeah, we are trying our usual strategy like edge-to-edge, and if zone comes in to us, we will go in. So we are playing like usually. So we will take like 60 points for sure.
Aiden, a lot of big names in the lobby, and you are already in the top IGLs right now and in that list. So is that an added pressure for you, or are you taking it lightly?
I'm not playing for the best ideal. I'm just playing for the trophy. So hopefully we will get to the trophy and be the best ideal.
परफेक्ट ऑक्सिन बढ़िया मुकाबला ही आपका गया 4 फिनिशेस आप लेकर के गए डे 1 जब अच्छा नहीं गया था तो क्या मीटिंग्स पे बात हुई आज के दिन की प्रिपरेशन वो कैसी थी
मीटिंग्स में उतना बड़ा कुछ हुआ नहीं बस सब डिस्कस किए थे क्या मिस्टेक्स हो रहा है और उसको फिक्स किया हमने और आज अच्छे से खेले फर्स्ट मैच
चलिए मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि बढ़िया आप खेल के जाए बट हेस्परोस आपसे तो पुराना नाता है कई बार हमने आपको यहाँ पर देखा है हाउ इज द वाइब इन हैदराबाद how's the crowd treating you tonight
It's very exciting in Hyderabad. The audience cheer us. It makes me a booster to perform well. This is the stage I've been waiting for since a year. I didn't played it in 2025. Now I got a time to prove myself on this stage.
I hope that you do what you have planned and aimed for. But this was all for the interview and all the very best, guys. ये है ट्रॉय तमिल Esports और इन्होंने बोला कि आज के दिन पे प्रिपरेशन बढ़िया तरीके से की गई है अब देखते हैं कि बचे हुए 5 मुकाबलों में ये टीम कितना बेहतर और खेल करके जा सकती है बट अभी के लिए जो हमारे स्टोरी टेलर्स है वो पूरी तरीके से तैयार है मैच नंबर 2 इज अप तो चलते हैं सीधे हमारे स्टोरी टेलर्स की तरफ
This is exactly what it means to all the athletes out there. BGIS 2026. Some are coming here to assert dominance while others are trying to make a name for themselves and get back up on the Tier 1 circuit, get back up in front of all of you guys as well. But of course, gentlemen, I think it was a fantastic interview. Aiden just said that he doesn't really want the best individual award. No individual awards right now for me. The main concern is going to be the trophy. And my question to all of you guys is Troy Tamil and Esports looking good enough to potentially be title contenders right now?
I think depends, because they set a target for themselves today. I didn't say it, they said it. They want to target 60 points for the day. Well, 34 left. If they can pull it off, I think for sure.
Yeah, that's the point, right? It's really hard to say anything just now. It's just that one solid game that's came through from Troy Tamil and Esports. It's really hard to speculate anything as of now. In the upcoming games, though, definitely the vision can get a little bit clearer. We can understand what sort of an intent it's there from their side, what sort of game style it is, and what sort of a way they've found to execute those as well inside the game. And once we understand a bit more of that play style from Troy Tamil and Esports, that's when we can make solid statement. Because if you look at that previous game, the circle just formed right on top of them.
Yeah.
And since it was the containers, you already know if you're going to be in the smack center, you will have a solid game.
I mean, okay, I'm going to correct you on one thing. The circle was on top of them, but they rotated for that because they dropped towards the military island, and then it was a long rotation towards Georgiapol. So you have to give them credit for that amazing play they made.
I mean, early game rotation is going to reward you. That's what I've been saying for a lot of these teams, man. The moment you go for those early game rotations, you are going to be rewarded. Just be around the centric part or the off-centric part. You will anyways get away with a lot of elimination points, and even if you're not getting those placements, the eliminations will compensate for it.
All right, at the conclusion of this conversation is if Troy Tamil and Esports, they've got themselves the start. If they keep on the momentum, potentially cross 60-point mark, rise up on the overall standings and keep playing the way Necro said, keep on chasing the center and try and get more franks, maybe Troy Tamil and Esports is going to be a title contender.
Yeah.
They were doing that in the online phase, but hopefully in the LAN phase as well, they're going to adapt it real soon, I guess.
Yeah, but there are 2 problems in their game plan today. That's the 2 rondos that they have to play. So that's a wild map. Anything can happen. You survive those drop clashes, good for you, but that is also giving the opportunity for the rest of the competition to catch up to them.
Troy Tamil and Esports was actually good in Rondo. That is the point. They were good in Rondo on the online matches, inside of the quarterfinals, inside of the eliminations, inside of the grind as well. We've seen them score really well. Oxin was on fire. Really would want to see what can Oxin produce here as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to talk about the MVP of the match. And well, it is going to be Daddy from Myth Official. 5 finishes. I like the name, Negro.
I know, right? Daddy getting 5 finishes from Myth, and makes a lot of sense as well. Myth did have that high ground to play with from the top. They were just laser beating anyone that was moving around the close proximity in the final few moments. Circle shifted right on top of the containers, and that's when we knew that the team in the center is going to have a lot of advantage. The top players also pop up. Mafia from VS, Oxen right there from Troy Tamil, Venom as well with 3, and then you've got Godix from Reckoning Esports getting 3.
Honestly speaking, Johnny, Myth Official right now currently have an uncanny similarity to Big Brother Esports from BGIS 2023.
Yeah.
They're maintaining utmost consistency. They're getting these average points every single game, even in this one as well. Myth Official, they sneak past the other teams and get themselves 10 points on board. Victoria Summers did really well for themselves, 17 points. And then, of course, Troy Tamil and Esports with 16 points and the chicken dinner. Nonex, Vanguard, have been doing phenomenal. They are in the mid-pack, producing themselves a platform. One big game, they're going to shoot up on the overall standings. But piece of concern, Seoul could not replicate their performance from yesterday. Revenant X-Pac could not really replicate that success as well. And eBay godlike with just 4 points in this one. Do you think now the overall standing stands at a much trickier spot right now?
Yeah, I think Seoul and Godlike, both these teams are going through what Genesis, OG were going through yesterday, the pressure of having 6 games and wanting to do well in all of them. But also, to be fair, getting a little unlucky, especially the players of Seoul. They were stuck in ruins. First it was Wildfangs, then pushed them, then it was the teams on the northern side that were also building up that pressure. So they got stuck in ruins and were suffocated there. Same thing happened to Godlike. They committed very early into just taking control of Gatka, to trying to take control of Gatka. And that is where we saw a little bit of interaction between them and Team Tamilas, and I think that delay costed them the match.
Well, you're talking about the delay. I'm looking at the number of matches that are left. Victoria Summers with 4 matches played, 42 points. Of course, there are a couple of those teams in the first page itself with 4 games. That means they have an advantage of those 2 matches. Can certainly set up the lead. But as we shift on to the second page in Necro, here you find teams like Mad Kings Esports, Reckoning finally moving up the charts with that upward arrow. 25 points from the 4 matches. I want to know your thoughts about Reckoning Esports and Mad Kings right now. Do you think they are on route towards the top 8?
Of course they are going to be on the road towards the top 8, right? But hey, now we've also got the last page on the screen. And if you look at the last page, Krafton Esports, they're still there. Those 16 points, yes, that was not a lot, but it is still enough to give them that stability inside of the overall standings. And since we know that was also the 4th game from Krafton Esports, I mean, in the future, they can pretty much carry on that same momentum. But here's the point. You mentioned about the map of Rondo, but that's the beauty of Rondo. You get those free recalls at the start of the game. And imagine, even in those free recalls, you managed to acquire 4 elimination points. That's still going to count to a lot later on if you just play the centric part of the circle.
Absolutely. And then again, guys, Rondo has been a point of concern, but then you maintain consistency and stability on the next map itself, which is going to be the map of Miramar. And yesterday we saw so many teams actually struggle on that particular map. The circle towards those 2 islands outside of Impala. In fact, gentlemen, I mean, circles inside of semi-finals BGIS has been absolutely absurd. We've been looking at container circles. Majority of them has been going towards the waterways. Yesterday, it was a complete bonanza for all of our players. I mean, to actually go to those 2 islands. What are your thoughts? How do you deal with challenges like that, especially on a land stage when the stakes are so high?
I think we were hearing some funny stories about that particular game. People just being very desperate, taking those gliders, trying to make it across. And I guess at that point, you just enjoy the moment and see how many flags you can get, because that was a very isolated incident, what happened on Miramar yesterday.
It certainly was. It certainly was a very isolated event, ladies and gentlemen. Something which is very rare, possibly for the first time in my career as well. But you guys, you are going to experience something which is really nice, a giveaway, and our host is ready for that. See you two over there.
हैदराबाद अब बारी आ चुकी है गिवअवे की। यार थोड़ा एक्साइटमेंट दिखाओ भाई। लेट्स गो। और जो गिव अवे है ना वो सच में बहुत ज्यादा प्यारा है। रियली वांट कि आप लोग वो लेकर के जाएं। तो क्या हम इस गिव अवे की रस्म की शुरुआत करें? लेट्स गो। तो आप लोग को ऑलरेडी जो ड्रिल है वो पता होगी। एक जो स्पिन है वो हमारे स्क्रीन पर आएगी। आपके हाथ में एक बैंड है, उसके ऊपर एक नंबर एसोसिएटेड है। अगर जो स्पिन के बाद नंबर आता है और जो आपके हाथ के बैंड पे नंबर है वो सेम रहता है तो आप जीतेंगे गिव अवे। एम आई क्लियर गाइज? लेट्स गो। तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं हम स्पिन की। टू 1 2 और जी हां वो खड़े हो चुके हैं ऑलरेडी जो लकी विनर है। मैं आप लोग को बताना चाहूंगा कि हमने गिव अवे देने के लिए जो गेस्ट है उनको बहुत दूर से बुलाया है। काफी समंदर पार करके वो यहां तक पहुंचे। आईसी बेबी और जी हाँ जो लकी विजेता है उनको एक बढ़िया सा जो गिव अवे हैम्पर है वो मिल रहा है। एक बार ताली हो जाए यार भाई, क्या। लेट्स गो। चलिए अब मुझे लगता है कि आप लोग बहुत एक्साइटेड है अगले मैच के लिए भी, राइट? फर्स्ट मैच में तो हमने देखा कि 24th पोजीशन की टीम चिकन डिनर लेकर के गए, पर क्या कुछ और कमबैक्स बाकी है या फिर कल के दिन की कंसिस्टेंट टीम्स वो आज बढ़िया खेलेंगी? ये सारे सवालों के साथ चलते सीधे हमारे खूबसूरत से स्टोरी टेलर्स की तरफ।
Well, thank you so much for that, Anki. Icy, why weren't you fast enough in getting to the desk?
I ran as fast as I could. It's a little bit too crowded here.
That was
There's
a
just too
very
many
slow
people.
rotation.
That is
know,
a
right?
very bad excuse. Let me give you the real reason. His knees are hurting. Icy, are you fine? Let me give you a ice pack.
Well, after seeing Soul and Godlike getting messed up from the zone like that, yeah, it kind of hurts a little bit.
It was an exciting game for sure. I'm sure you would have enjoyed it. The cluster in Georgia Pool
Yeah.
containers. And a very difficult decision to be made mid-game, whether you switch towards the northern side, the southern side. What are your thoughts on the previous wrangle?
I think Victoria Summers and Myth were the two very, very lucky ones. But
Yeah.
in terms of technicality, Myth has an easier way of holding God deck position. But Victoria Summers pulled one of the most difficult wins so far.
Yeah.
And yes, they did not get the winner chicken dinner, but they fought through I would say they fought through almost everyone from the north side and then somehow made their way in towards the zone and then still made it to top two. So I thought that was really impressive coming from them.
You know, honestly, I just want to add on one thing, is that Victoria Summers being so aggressive and proactive inside of final circles, we have not really seen that in the past. They do get those high finishes, but then they do have a very even spread of finishes across the circles. This is the first time I've seen them so proactive, even Venom, and always banking on the fact that they've got the firepower to get those finishes on board. I love the confidence on these lads right now.
Exactly, but we just saw Reckoning Esports, and I think after the fiasco of that previous game, the confidence has faded away. But this man, he is feeling the moment. Aim got back-to-back MVP in matches yesterday, and today as well. Nonix, I feel it was a decent start for Nonix.
Considering that Circle was a little bit unorthodox as
Yeah.
well, you know, usually the Circle tends to pull away from Georgeport in particular, but for them to be smack middle between the city and also the containers, that was a very awkward spot. So no one kind of expected it, and you can see a majority of teams actually getting taken out as well.
Yeah, it was a surprise for everyone. Pleasant for some, unpleasant for the others. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not all. That was game number 1 of the day. We have Miramar locked and loaded along with the players, and you know what that means. It's time to head towards game number 2.
And the big bird goes back up the skies yet again, ladies and gentlemen. And this time we are flying over the dusty, dirty and sandy lands of Miramar. It is going to be groups A and C playing it out. Beautiful, beautiful flight path ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, as it starts off from truck stop and moves towards Monte Nuevo. The captains driving around this beautiful flight are going to be Salty, myself, and joining alongside with me is going to be Icy Baby 1, and all of our passengers. They are going to be flying out. Icy, this flight path allows so many teams to go to their designated drop spots. No real pieces of concern right at the get-go.
Well, for me, don't think the drop spots is going to be a big issue here. Now, coming into the semifinals itself, we saw a lot of very interesting circles. Yesterday itself was day 1. We saw a lot of urban warfare. We saw the 2 islands being pulled in as well, which was a little bit of a unexpected start here into the semifinals. So it definitely caught off a lot of teams. And even just now, you can see the teams, they were struggling to adapt this wild circle. So strategy needs to be set in order. Priorities needs to be set straight. Adaptations 100% needs to be made as well. And today's adaptation here, one of the biggest highlights has to be between Seoul as well. Nako is finally joined the fray, and game 1 just now wasn't exactly a great game coming from them. And I'm a little bit worried here. Could it be because Nako is not really warmed up or something just went wrong? But on the screen itself, it seems like Vanguard has taken some casualty as Mad Kings will draw first strike.
That was sad. That was a dagger right in the heart of Vanguard. That must have hurt for sure. Mad Kings, they do get off the mark. And to be honest, if we talk about Mad Kings Esports, I think they have had decent performances inside of the semi-finals so far. Decent number of eliminations. Potentially that big game is going to be around the corner. But at least for now, on this map of Erangel, they're looking extremely solid. Dropping in at truck stop, they are moving around that graveyard region, which is also, by the way, inside of the circle. But it's not Mad Kings who I'm going to be talking about, because I feel like there's one team I see that is yet to showcase us their full strength. I'm talking about Welt Esports. I was so hyped about this team. I was so hyped about the initial performances. Proton and his 3.5 FD ratio from the rest of the tournament. We can't really see that being carried forward here at the land stage, is it?
Yeah, it seems like the land is starting to get towards them as well. So this is going to be a big problem eventually. Hopefully they are able to adjust the jitters before things get out of hand. And today is pretty much their last shot of potentially trying to make towards top 8. So if they don't perform well, they have to make preparations for the survival stage. Need I remind you as well that every single team on screen is not going to be eliminated, but they are fighting for the first 8 seats into the grand finals, which will be happening in Chennai itself. But now, seeing how the circle is kind of balanced here, finally, we do see a very, very, I would say, safe, balanced circle in the map of Miramar. Teams do have a lot of time to kind of figure things out as well. I think one of the biggest struggles has to be coming from, well, Phoenix yesterday, but this game, there's no Phoenix in particular.
Yeah.
El Pozo is pretty much in the hands of Nebula.
You're talking about El Pozo. I'm looking at Picado, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Revan Dex Park, they certainly are there. But they are also waiting for their arch nemesis inside of Picado, and that is going to be Vasista Esports. Meanwhile, Vasista, on the other side, they've just kind of given up on that region of Picado. They're not really going over there. The drop spot has been shifted kind of a little bit, and they're right at the edge of Picado, potentially waiting for an exit of RNTX, and they can take those shots in. It's not going to be easy for sure, but we'll find out if these two arch nemesis do duke it out in maybe the further stages. But of course, the cheers do come in. It is going to be the lads in yellow, the favorite, India's heartbeat for sure. Godlike and Jonathan, they are going to be controlling that northern terrain of the map itself. I see La Cabrera. It seems like a great spot to start off the game from.
Yeah, this is nothing super crazy coming from Hero Extreme Godlike here. They do have one of the safest drop spots as of yet. Entering to its first circle, second circle, it's nothing super crazy. They will have a lot of time to actually stock up on utilities as well. So in this particular situation, we are pretty much uncertain on whether or not when they are going to be pushing through as well, because the circle hasn't exactly shown a very clear indicator. But in this case, I feel like Vasista Esports and Revenant Xbox's rivalry may actually begin right here, right now, because Revenant Xbox, they haven't exactly left Picado. And Vasista Esports is actually gatekeeping the north side of Picado right now, towards those mountains, which is currently almost near smack center of the zone as of yet.
Absolutely. They will also have access towards Power Grid as well. Initially, in fact, they went on to Power Grid, did their loot, and now are occupying the high ground terrains on the north side of Picado itself. One thing which it does allow you is to dictate the pace of the lobby. You get that vantage point for yourself. We know it. It is basic. On the map of Miramar, you need those high ground advantages. If there are vehicles rotating from underneath, if there are teams spotted at the distance, you can take shots, you can shoot them away. That is how you dictate the pace of the lobby, the pace of that particular match. And I think Vasista Esports, they're in desperate need to do that as well. I see there's been a lot of talk around Hector. There's been a lot of talk around Some as well. In the online phases, we've seen Vasista Esports get their deserved results, high finishes, good things to actually talk about Vasista Esports. But come the land, 12 points on the board, 4 matches played. That is a genuine piece of concern. I'm not really sure if Vasista are in top form here in Hyderabad.
I kind of agree. Vasista Esports in particular, I think one of the most standout players here. I have to kind of disagree with you. It's not going to be Hector. It has to be Salme as well, because every single time and every single team that he's played, he has been put in a sub position for the longest time. And every single time where he was given a chance to make an appearance, he always pops off with high fragging games. And during the round stages as well, he was the one that has been fragging out for Vasista Esports. But coming to semifinals, things are not looking too shabby here, considering the fact that Vasista Esports only had 12 points in 4 games, which is kind of concerning. But speaking of which, seems like Vasista Esports is going to be coming knocking here. Vasista Esports not exactly in position to fight against Mad King. Same can be said for them.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, this is Vasista Esports getting outnumbered, but Hector shuts down Clutch God. That is a beautiful shot coming in from the AKM. 7.62 through the skull of Clutch God. But have a see, look at this. Mad King's Esports, now they are calling back their men out there. Replenishments coming through, as well as Cyrax joins the fight. Pro kind of falls back as well. There's a little bit of distance between Vasista Esports and Mad Kings are rightfully disengaged from this particular fight. They need those utilities to connect, because otherwise, without an opening, Mad Kings, they're definitely walking the death trap.
Well, seems like all this fight has drawn a little bit of attention here. Revenant X-Pac going to be joining the fray to try and third-party this. Mad Kings, they've realized there's no reason to overcommit to this fight as well. There is a lot of teams looking through. They still have center in their favor. All they are going to be doing right now is going to be taking a little bit of a pit stop for now. No a little bit of temporary truce, no reason to overcommit. But Cheyenne is still playing on the outskirts as well. He does have a little bit of information that Revenant X-Mark may look to try and third-party this. So this is going to be a long stalemate. And I don't think both teams, who currently needs a little bit of a foundation points to actually push up towards the ladder here to try and fight top 8, is looking to try and go out rather early with the circle still in play for them.
You're very right about those foundation points, by the way. I think majority of that will be needed for Visista Esports. They're in dire need of it. Matt Kings on the other side, they've crossed on the 20-point mark. The replay. Victorious Summers have been looking out for blood. They've just been hungry. They've woken on the right side of the bed today. In the morning, they've not had breakfast at all, and they are hungry for blood here in Sandhya Convention Center. It's insane how aggressive all of a sudden always can get, especially when conditions are similar to him. But of course, we'll talk about this. Team Tamil is another team who didn't really get the start they want to. We have to always remember that the Grand Finals is going to be a home affair for them. They're going to be going back to Chennai. The atmosphere, the audience, everything will be in their favor. All that they have to do is to cross on one final last hurdle here in Hyderabad. We'll see if that happens tonight. But ladies and gentlemen, the circle does take a shift, and I see this time we are moving towards the open spaces in between Monte Nuevo and Power Grid. Even Latvia comes into play as well.
Well, there's going to be a tricky spot to play here as well. Picado not in play means that everybody is going to be fighting for some sort of compounds to actually play with as well. It may actually shift on towards the roadsides as well. Those compounds along the roadsides are going to be great, but it will maybe potentially make it into a 50-50 coin flip here between the north and towards the south side. Non-X currently on the map here does have a very, very good position. Hiroshima Godlike also finally makes their way inside the zone, but the biggest threat here is, are they in any position to gatekeep the teams that is going to be coming in from the northeast corner? You get Welt, we have Troy Temin in Esports, we have Vanguard, we have Victorious Summers, who's been on a hunting spree. This is going to be a lot of heat here on towards Hiroshima Godlike. And fortunately for them, they do have a nice compound on the north side of Power Grid, but I don't think any teams are going to be looking to try and challenge this here. So Hiroshima Godlike, they should be safe for now, unless they do not know that Hiroshima Godlike is right here. So they may need to consider making some noise here from Hiroshima Godlike, but seems like they don't really want to overcommit. They hear a lot of vehicles, and they are going to try and reposition down south for Power Grid potentially.
Oh, but have a look at this though. IGL from Troy Tamil Esports, Aiden has been knocked down elsewhere. It is going to be Vanguard's Crypto who's looking for his kryptonite. He's looking for the finish point. Troy Tamil Esports in the middle of nowhere. They were the ones who were trying to make that entry from outside the circle. Even Wildcard are going to be under fire as Roman from the backlines takes those shots. Does he connect? That's going to be a big question. But Ghana has been finished off by Sahil. This is good stuff by Reckoning Esports, timing their rotation to perfection, just being a tad bit below or rather behind Wildfangs in their rotation department and constantly taking shots at every little pit stop that Wildfangs are going to be taking. Reckoning Esports, they are playing it by the book. This is typically edge of the circle gameplay, but will Roman be successful? They need a lot of points to actually get back on the overall standings, but getting back to that conversation about Godlike, I see yesterday was fantastic. We saw Admino being top form. We saw Mania being on top form as well. I feel like Godlike Esports here in the semi-finals is going to be a major threat inside of this particular map of Miramar.
Well, seems like Vasista Esports, the temporary ceasefire with Man Kings here, forced them to actually rotate away. And guess what? They couldn't really find space outside the zone. Decides to come back to his home ground. That smaller interaction here does allow Man Kings to actually back off and reposition, despite losing Clutch God and also another player in the process here. But seems like Picado finally also going to be a home here for Evox as well as Reckoning Esports, the only viable space for them, despite getting gatekeep from the mountains and the south side. But let's hope the zone actually shifts to the east here, because that is going to be mad trouble for teams coming from the east side. But no, it does not go towards Picado. It does head on towards Power Grid. Hiroshima Godlike very happy of their choice to the north side. Satan can be safe for non-X, but everybody else, they're pretty much stuck out in the open right now.
The hills, the high grounds, they become so much more important in this circle itself. Ladies and gentlemen, who gets control of them is going to be the main question. As you observe, non-X Esports right at the center. Shots being fired. Revenant X-Spark at the edge of Picado have been waiting for Evox for a while now, but the shots from Punk don't really connect as much as they needed to. Evox escape death. They escape a massive scare, to be honest. But it's completely fine. Their vehicle has been smoked up. They need to find a pit stop as well. On the other side of this ridge, though, is going to be the lads from Welt Esports. And I'm pretty sure they hear those engines murmur, because otherwise Evox wouldn't have taken a shot. If Sham does find a connection, Evox, I don't really think I see there's going to be any chances of a recovery from this point on as the nade sails in. And what a nade!
Perfect nades here coming from Shoam as well. Evox just wasn't expecting it. What a Kobe coming from him. And just like that, 2 down, Evox. Can they save the 2 compadres? Nope. Welt is going to push through and gobble them up. That has to be the perfect Kobe here from Shoam. But at the same time, all these nades and commotions has been heard by Hero Extreme Godlike. The question here is, do they want to push out? It seems like nothing is happening here, but he does draw a little bit of attention here as Reckoning Esports looks to try and circle around like sharks to try and potentially take this fight. Roman and Sahil now having a little bit of upper hand in terms of high ground here. Shyam is in the front lines. Roman still scouting things out. There is 2 teams, but seems like Reckoning Esports, they know they're not prepared. They are going to take shots here to try and get lucky, but Welt, they won't disengage from this fight. But Reckoning also not looking to be caught out in the open, knowing that they may be picked off from the back lines, which in this case, Sister Esports does have the high grounds in the back lines as of yet. That may actually mess them up.
They're just second guessing in this fight. Reckoning Esports, I've never really seen them being so low on confidence, but have a look at this though, Troy. Reckoning Esports, confidence doesn't really seem to be a thing for them. They just chase down their opposition, and this time it is going to be Vanguard as Aiden finally disembarks. The nade needs to be cooked to perfection as one sails in from their side. This one comes through as well. Looks good, but it hasn't really been cooked to perfection as Dionysus is going to be the first man to get taken down. Hesperos from the back lines, Troithamil and Esports in the front lines. They have made a mockery of Vanguard Esports in this one as they get finished off in the 16th spot without any points, I see.
Oh my goodness. Vanguard, they just had no answer to this response as well. They were trying to find space. They were getting pushed around like piñatas inside the zone. And finally, when they collided against Troy Termin in the Esports, who was coincidentally trying to make it to the zone, there was just nothing much Vanguard could have done. But meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike right now in Power Grid finally gets pushed through. Reckoning Esports decides to jump in and take those compounds. Now Hero Extreme Godlike under fire, looking to disengage. Not sure if they want to fight. Seems like they are going to be making a run for it as well, as Hero Extreme Godlike doesn't want to overcommit. They are repositioning 4 positions. It seems like they might run into his crosshairs of Nonex as of yet.
But look at this, as Power in the middle of nowhere has been caught off guard. Godlike Esports can be in a deep world of trouble. Nonex from the front lines, from the back lines as well. It is going to be Reckoning Esports taking shots, and as Power gets away to safety, and the crowd roars in appreciation. Godlike once again, they escape a scare. But where are they going to be headed now? I see will be a big question. They've struggled to find good positions. They've struggled to find good real estate. Do you think they are building up towards a chicken dinner in this one?
What a save from Manya though. Insane stuff coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. But again, they wanted to dodge the fight against Reckoning Esports. It seems like they are pinned. They might be forced to go back to where they came from just to hunker down. It seems like they've set Jonathan on those warehouse north buildings of Power Grid, while the rest of Hero Extreme Godlike is going to try and stop the bleeding coming in from the north side. Victorious Summons is not exactly in zone. They know that someone's up, and they are going to be splitting 2-2 here to try and take space from the northeast corner, while everybody else is going to be pushing in from the south side. Wildfang's a little bit in shambles here. They've lost a player. Goten pretty much the last man standing, who's isolated from everybody else, and he's going to try and find space somehow.
Hold up. What just happened to Wildfangs in this one? Not really sure. Taking damage in from the blow. They are quite outside of the circle as well. Not really in the greatest of positions. Revenant X-Spark on the other side. It is going to be Pain looking to fight against the lads of Myth-Official. Trace finds a knock against Harshil. That is good stuff. Pain! He comes in from the back lines, gets one, but instantly gets traded off. Jitrox is going to be in position. Myth-Official one to confirm the track, but from the back lines, it is not going to be easy as Ninja Jot is still going to be up there. Trace God is still going to be up on his feet as well as yet another nade gets cooked up. Knocked are going to be Jitrox and Lucifer, and Daddy is going to be still standing tall. It's a 1v1 and he gets finished off. Revenant X-Spark, they roar inside of the 5th circle.
Beautiful clutch here coming from Ninja, and Trace got to completely box them in, but they've taken some heat as of yet here, because as of yet Trace providing the backup here is under fire as he gets pushed here from Evox, who's trying to make inside his zone, but at the same time Vasista Esports from the back lines also going to be able to scout out Evox. This might be the saving grace for Revenant X-Spark. What a nade from Trace got to actually shut off Kalam, as this is going to be a 1-versus-1 situation unless Ninja Jot comes in for the save. It seems like on the minimap, Ninja Jot is going to be coming through. Trace God is going to get his assistance, but no, seems like Evox has been taken out by Welt on the sidelines as well.
I'm loving this coming in from Welt Esports. They are denying the fights to the opposition, keeping them second-guessing majority of the times. But when they do see the opportunity of a strike, they make sure they get that point and sneak past it as well. This time, the Wild Esports, the crosshairs are going to be on RNTX. The shots have been connected. Trace and Ninja Jot both have been found out. Where does RNTX go? Where does Revenant Xbox find an entry point from? Because they are being constantly pushed to the edge of the zone itself. This is good play coming in from Wild Esports. On the other side, Vasista Esports, have a look at them as well. They are further away from the circle as compared to Troy Tamilian Esports. Troy Tamilian, the ball is going to be in their court right now. They are the ones who are in a worse spot. They are the ones who will be forced to push up against Vasista. And if Vasista can hold on to their position and take those shots, Troy Tamilian Esports are going to be in danger.
Well, that's pretty much the teams on towards the east side here. But let's talk about the power positions as of yet. Non-X having full control in the smack middle of the circle. And on the contrary as well, they've got a 2-2 split down south. So they've got the entire south side completely locked down. Meanwhile, the fight continues here from the southeast corner. Revenant Xbox pretty much pinned and he gets scouted out. And Cheyenne is able to get the knock through. Revenant X out down bad, and Ninja Jot is going to be the last player left for Revenant Xbox to try and make it into the zone.
Yeah, they certainly are going to be down bad. Revenant Xbox did not really expect this. Trace, of course, could not anticipate this deep position from Cheyenne, who is hugging the blue zone right now. This is beautiful stuff coming in from Vasista Esports. They've set themselves up in a split, which kind of allows them to not just control the circle, but also engulf all of these teams from outside, from the backlines as well. Something which none of them are going to anticipate, and that is exactly the reason why Trace got fell. Revenant Xbox are going to be absolutely pissed about the fact, but Vasista Esports, they're not safe either. Taking shots in from the backlines, it is going to be Welt Esports constantly at their toes because they want to take away the space away from them. Welt looking good so far, 4 finishes on the block, but can Troy Tamilian Esports make it inside of the circle is going to be the big question. They are moving from smoke to smoke, but they're yet to find that good spot. On the other side, you've got Godlike versus Victorious Summers for the fight up north. This is, of course, for the Kingdom at the north of the circle. You talked about power positions. Is Godlike snatching away from Victorious Summers, though?
Well, it's going to be tough here. They have to defend against Victorious Summers. They're trying to take some sort of space as of yet. And it's going to be a tricky spot to be in here. Victorious Summers also unsure of where the safety net is as well. Scary John and Venom is keeping Hiroshi Godlike at bay, but finally Manya takes a couple of shots in, and Victorious Summers is going to skedaddle away. Meanwhile, Southside Soul finally collides against Weld, who is, in this case, Weld taking a lot of brute fire. Trace God and Ninja Jot, they actually got the reset, and they're pushing up 2v4. They got 2, and now they're looking for the last 2.
This is Revenant Xbox and the Wolfpack being behind them. Trace God, though, once again is going to take the fall, but Ninja from the backlines is still trying to hold on to it as he finds a knock against Gokul, but Proton in the end puts an end to it. And this particle shows why he's got the positive energy going in. But of course, it's not going to be easy. You have Vasista Esports right up top who are looking to put a stop in your celebrations, I see.
Oh boy, well, the Esports, nice little comeback by Proton. Boy Wonder's got to do a lot of things as we get Soul still looking to try and chime in and see what happened. But it seems like a Soul is going to waste all these utilities for absolutely nothing. It's only Proton right underneath, and it seems like he is going to get spotted out. Legit goes into the push. He knows he is stuck in the corner. Proton holds up the shotgun, but Soul, it seems like they don't want to overcommit as they back out from this fight. The zone is about to close in. They want to reposition. Goes for a stray nade, but seems like Soulmate is going to be able to get him down, but the nade from Legit is enough to take out Welt.
Absolutely, you can't push up. Soulmate is going to be up there, Team Soul. They understand that the blue zone is going to constantly put them in a position, but they are going to be choking out of space as well. Taking damage in from the blue isn't really going to be the best idea. Welt Esports also right underneath Vasista. You know it, Team Soul, they are struggling to find that entry point inside of the circle, as this circle has absolutely shut down everyone. As Team Soul, they find yet another loose strangler. Wild Fangs have been eliminated, ladies and gentlemen, on the 9th spot. 2 finishes in for them. And of course, we only have got 8 remaining. The fight up north, it's still carrying on. Nebula's Kratos is going to find the knock against Victorious Summers. They're constantly pushing up Victorious Summers in a state of panic. And this is exactly the time when Godlike Esports make the slam in. As it is Jonathan, he finds a connection. Always has been brought down on HP. Nebula Esports seems to be nowhere. Victorious Summers seems to be in a deep world of trouble. As Jonathan finds Always with the nade. shotgun strike. It's a 1v2. Last man left alive from Victorious Summers. And Venom, I'm not really sure if he's going to stand in tall for long, I see.
Nades are coming in. Jonathan trying to find him out. That's 2 down so far. Venom is going to make a run for it. Victorious Summers fighting for survival as they get pinned as well. Nebula Esports joins the fight as well as Hero Stream Godlike. They've got Victorious Summers pinned, but it seems like Victorious Summers, they will be able to skedaddle with one player alive. But this major clash here is going to be Nebula and Hero Stream Godlike. And all this attention is actually drawn in Reckoning as well as they try and go in for the third party. Jonathan has been knocked and confirmed as well. Oh, what an unfortunate timing. And this time, Hero Stream Godlike, they have to push inside the zone. And Reckoning Esports, they've left GodX to try and pin them on the sides while they reposition, and they will be able to find another knock.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports looking really solid up north. They've taken in that visibility. This time, the Nebula Esports on the other side constantly tapping away at Godlike Esports. This is Mino. He struggles for space, finally gets up, gets shut down as well. Nebula Esports, they call upon the power of the galaxies. This time, finally looking solid inside of the map of Miramar as 10 finishes have been racked up. Adi with a 5er. So far, they are looking flamboyant. They're looking flares. And now Nebula Esports, all that they need to do is to try and close out this game. On the south side though, I see still points of concern for Team Soul as they try and find a way inside the circle. Knuckle has been knocked out.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky spot to be in here. Joker is going to try and hug the circles for as long as they can. But Sister Esports has been one of the torn in every single team coming from the south side for the longest of time. And with the players slowly dwindling down, it all comes down to a survival. It seems like for Sister Esports, they just drove past Mad King. Shadow OG trying to play for some placement points. Does not get scouted out. So that's more points for him. But Soul has been pushed through and has been eliminated from this game.
Hector finally gets his revenge, does he? Sommer finally gets his revenge. This is, of course, ex-Team Soul players taking down the current Team Soul versus Esports. Also looking very solid.
Wow.
Not anymore. Shadow, the last man standing
What?
tall, has found the knockout against 2 players, but has been instantly shut down for Sister Esports. For them, it certainly was a scare, but when you've got numbers advantage, you know that you can actually tank on this damage. We've got 5 teams left inside the circle. A majority of them are playing in from the outside. Look at Nebula, look at Reckoning, look at Vasista. Esports all coming in from outside the circle, being controlled by Nonix and Victorious Summers. Seems like the game is set. They've got compounds under control. Teams from the outside, they've got momentum going in for them, I see.
Yeah, at the same time here, coming towards the end game, Nebula Esports out of nowhere, they've got 10 finishes. Seems like they were able to just control every single piece of the map itself from the west side, and it was gone unnoticed. Everybody was just completely shut out here by both Nebula Esports and Vasista Esports, which is very, very impressive stuff coming from them. However, now Nonx, this is where things get a little bit tricky as well. Nonx arguably had the god spot here initially with 2-2 split, but they lost their 2 players to a solo Wildfangs. And that was a very, very unfortunate news because now they do not have the manpower to actually fend off Vasista Esports or even Reckoning Esports, who in this case may collide into Nebula Esports here in a little bit of trouble. Sahil getting dropped pretty low. Nebula Esports wants to go for the knock, and Nomi gets the knock through.
This is a last-ditch entry for Nebula Esports. They've suffered in the process, and they are still suffering. Reckoning Esports not really letting them live in peace. This time, Roman looking to close in the distance. He's got the nade cooked up as well. Shots coming in from Vasista Esports from the sidelines as Reckoning Esports getting sandwiched, but Nebula constantly being pushed back. Roman trying to be on the close line. The shots don't really come in. What on earth is Reckoning Esports doing? Because look at Levi. They're split up. They're tackling 2 teams at once. They're tackling the sister Esports. They're tackling Nebula as well. And Reckoning seems to be they've reckoned a storm right now. 2v2 against Nebula. Kratos and Nomi still standing tall. Adi has been finished off. Roman finally the shotgun dual strike finds a knockout. This is Reckoning Esports and the storm.
Oh my goodness, what a performance coming from Reckoning Esports. Nebula Esports has been shut down finally as they toy with their food, push and pull. But eventually now it comes down towards the final 4 teams. Vasista Esports, another big fish in this game with 11 finishes, 4 man alive in prime percentile to actually get the winner chicken dinner. Nonx been laying low for quite some time. They are getting a decent amount of placement points, but they're still have no reason to actually push out as of yet. So it's going to be a tricky spot to be in as well. Victorious Summers, Venom, last man standing. was able to survive into the end game here, disengaging from that pincer between them, between Godlike and also Nebula Esports. This is going to be hopefully a small little victory here for Victor Summers for placement points. Top 4 is pretty good. Can they get the top 2? It's going to be a question as well. Because as of yet, Salme, Reckoning Esports, they know Non-X is still in the middle. They are the prime focus as of yet.
They certainly are. I mean, Venom did really well up there. Victor Summers in totality did really well. Defend off that aggression coming in from Godlike, maintaining position up north and constantly following the circle. But finally, it's just a Venom left alive, a one-man unit. Doesn't really seem to have the highest of chances for the chicken dinner. But if it does lay low, can actually win the game for position points. Have a look at this though. Right up front, you've got those two players. Non-X Esports have an idea of where exactly Venom is going to come from, and that is the reason why AimGod has aiming tabs. Finally, shots do come through. Venom and gets shut down. Non-X Esports once again. They survive, but this time it seems like all this commotion and the gunshots did acquire the attention of Reckoning Esports as they do slowly close in the distance. And these small little huts, they are gonna be in a state of pandemonium, I see, because Reckoning Esports, they're not stopping. There's no brakes on their push.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, there's still a stalemate between them and Vasista Esports here. But now with the circle actually shifting out of those compounds, Reckoning Esports is not going to collide until Non-X gets taken out first. So they are going to wait for the zone to flush out Non-X Esports, which eventually will be in the crosshairs between both Reckoning Esports and Vasista Esports. So the question here is, where will Non-X actually push through? Is it Reckoning or is it Vasista Esports? Because wherever they push, the other team that is not getting pushed is going to try and capitalize and third-party this for the winner-winner chicken dinner. It's going to be a tricky spot here, but Vasista Esports seems to be having a little bit of a majority of the space as of yet. So they've got Non-X's exits completely cut off. So they are going to try and force Non-X and Reckoning Esports to collide as of yet.
Absolutely, but what a turnaround did Vasista Esports bring in for their game. I mean, we saw Hector being really proactive. We saw Salme being so proactive as well. Finally, they are in the top 3. This is going to be the final circle, closing in, shrinking down. And in terms of numbers, the only team that stands in their way and the chicken dinner has to be Reckoning Esports with a 3-man team. It's not going to be easy to duke it out. Inside of the huts, this is, of course, an extremely tight space as nades do come in. You don't really have that time to react, but AimGod still very beautifully, very elegantly maneuvers around these spaces as the nades and the Molotovs keeps on occupying space. Reckoning Esports in search of that first opening, and they still haven't really found it. Constant Molotovs, usage of the utilities as the final shots do take place. Nades from the back lines, Vasista Esports, in spite of the numbers advantage, they aren't really pushing up, but this nade did so much damage. Hector finds Codex, Levi gets shut down as well. Hector at the best performance on his life. Vasista Esports make that comeback, and the pounce coming in from Vasista Esports finally. Non-X Esports, they are getting engulfed. There's nothing much they can do. The chicken dinner in the hands of the wind in the sails. It is Vasista walking home on the map of Miramar.
Well, an impressive match. And Vasista Esports, they were phenomenal in closing out the game. Non-X, I wish they could have clutched out a few extra eliminations over there, maybe found a trade, because I believe one of the points was picked up by Vasista in the clash against the side of Reckoning Esports. But overall, I think a phenomenal game. Non-X showing signs of consistency. Reckoning as well, bouncing back at angle 8 eliminations in this one. A top 3 finish, decent amount of finishes picked up as well. But I think Vasista Esports now, could this be the start of them mounting a comeback?
I think they can potentially. I mean, there was a big game on the map of Miramar, and we've seen so far in the past, once Hector gets going, once Salme gets going, they are tier 1 players for a reason. Yes, of course, there are going to be dips in form, but when they do get it, I feel like Vasista Esports momentum drives them crazy. And today has been the day of comebacks, to be honest, I see. Ever since we've seen Vasista Esports playing well in the first game as well, Troy Tamilian Esports walked away with the chicken dinner. I am loving day number 2 so far.
Yeah, there has been a lot of adjustments coming towards the play as well here. But before we get into the details on how things happen as well. Let's talk about the final blows on how it happens between these three teams who have a little bit of showdown as well. Because Vasista Esports and Reckoning Esports, it seems like they were just waiting for non-X, but for some reason, Reckoning Esports decides that they do not have enough playing field to actually push up from north side, and decides to push those compounds instead here, which pretty much gave Vasista Esports all opportunity to try to just gatekeep them from actually surviving and snatching a chicken dinner here. So I would say this was a small little bit of space from Reckoning Esports, but again, they had to make a call.
I mean, they had to make a call, they made a call, but I think Vasista Esports, for them, the communication this time was proper. Every single one of these players making it towards the end game, the team having a phenomenal run. And as we spoke about, 14 finishes on the board, along with the chicken dinner, a big performance on the board from Vasista Esports. But while we are talking about the comebacks, it seems like the teams that were doing well on day one are starting to fall back in this race. Team Seoul, for example.
Yeah.
First two games haven't really gone their way too well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think now with Nako coming into the play here as well, the entire team has adjusted to how Thunder was playing yesterday. Now it's just rebouncing back to how Nako is going to be playing as well. And it has kind of messed things up as well because the circle yesterday was a little bit unorthodox as well. Seoul's game plan was pretty much very one-dimensional. Focus on what's happening here. Let's communicate. Let's tackle whatever situation is going to happen. Whereas Nako's style, you can see that they are playing for strategic locations in terms of rotations, which has not been working out for them as well. So I think that contrast of playstyle has kind of overlapped here in these past 2 days for Seoul in particular.
I mean, what we thought was going to be the X factor that gets this team to the top has become a plan that just backfired. But what about everyone else? Salty, any honorable mentions, any team you would like to point out from this game?
To be honest, nobody from day number one. I feel like I'm just going to cherish the moment and watch these teams from day two really make that bounce back. Want to see the overall standings come at a standstill as well. I don't really want to see that big vacuum in between points. So once that happens, we are going to see what day three brings in store as well, because that will be the opportunity for the big ones to pounce. But still, some teams who could not really get a good start on day number one, yet to begin on day number two, has to be Team Tamilas. They are struggling. They are constantly getting punished in sandwich situations and haven't really found space for themselves. I just hope that they can actually make it to their home turf for the grand finals.
There's one more name I would like to add to this list, Welt as well. Welt got some eliminations in that match, the map of Miramar just now, but it's not enough. They were dead last at the end of game one in the overall leaderboard, and that is basically a race from last to the top 8. It's not going to be easy for Welt. And that game, they got stuck in an awkward spot, pressured by the players of Seoul. There's one more man sitting on the top of the head. I see what could have been an alternative for Welt in this match.
I think Welt right now, they have to focus for whatever they can here. In this situation, based on being stuck on the bottom here, losing that fight and getting third party by Seoul is one thing. But knowing that there is a guy on top and choosing to over-aggress and getting punished as well was very, very awkward for them. So personally, I think Welt, right now, the best thing they can do is just try and get as many points as possible for today. If you can't, you're pretty much done for. Make preparations for Survivor stage.
Pretty much. It's now or never. It's a do-or-die situation for them. But that's enough about the match. Let's start talking about the stats. We have the MVP of the game on our screens. It is Some. 5 finishes, 682 damage dished out, a 30-minute, 32-second survival time coming in from Some. And he's not the only man from Vasista Esports that makes it to the list of top players of that game. He's going to be joined by Shayan and Beast. But also making the list is going to be the IGL for Nebula Esports, Adi, and of course the star for Revenant X-Spark, Trace.
You know, that was a saving grace performance coming in from Trace, to be honest. Otherwise, Revenant X-Spark were absolutely dished out. They were destroyed on that particular map. You can't really say the same for Nebula Esports. I think they had a fantastic outing, 14 points from that one, 11 finishes, and Adi personally as well, just playing so brilliantly. We talked about Welt Esports as well, but this is probably the first game where they took away some points, so I am just going to be a little optimistic with them. 6 points, not really too bad, but look at the finish and the damage report. Welt, I feel like they've done good for themselves, 1,063 and 6.
Now, let's talk about a little bit more into this damage report as well. When we talk about big leaders in this game here, Vasista Esports, Nebula Esports, Reckoning Esports, and Victoria Summers was one of the 4 teams that was extremely annoying in shoving every single team. You can see why a majority of teams actually get taken out because of the fact these 4 teams were just playing a lot of mind games with everybody else. And now, with that being said here, with this performance coming in, now Non-X Esports, yes, they may not have a big game, but it was still able to get a decent amount of placement points. Now shoots themselves into his top 2.
Pretty much, and I think now they have an opportunity to hit that 10-point per match average. No one has been able to succeed in achieving that map point average, but let's see, Non-X, they have one more map remaining, the map of Rondo. Hopefully they can bring it on the board. But moving forward, the second page of the overall leaderboard, Revenant X-Spark, a little bit of a comeback initiated, but the big performance from Vasista Esports, the 24 points from that previous game helped them catch up to the top 8.
This is good stuff coming in from Vasista, to be honest, because there was a lot of pressure on their shoulders lately ever since the bad start. But to actually fend it off, to actually shoo it away and get a good performance on board, that just relaxes you for the rest of the games going. And I'm so happy that they got it just before the rondos kicked in. So now they can experience themselves, now they can experiment and go aggressive. But Troy Tamilian Esports, Phoenix Esports, Team Tamilas, Sinua Esports as well, these are going to be the teams. Even Wildfangs, as a matter of fact, they are getting those finishes on board, but it just seems like all the players, the kind of performances they used to stitch together, the partnerships, if you beat Goten and Kana, or maybe Goten and Spray God, someone like a Sensei coming through as well, it just seems like that coordination is not 100% right now.
That is true, and it's resulted in a reset for the side of Wildfangs. But as we had a look at the map rankings for Miramar in particular, it wasn't just them that was handed a reset. Vanguard has been handed a reset. And Myth, I think, has to be the biggest name, because Myth, I think Erangel was fine, but Myth was turning out to be one of those undergod teams that was keeping up with the big names, going toe-to-toe, being consistent, and now this fumble. Is this going to be the slip of momentum, or can they still keep things in check, I see?
I think when it comes to macro rotations and also playing that mastermind controller strategy here, Myth has so far been the only team that has been somewhat consistently being able to do so, but could not convert towards the end game and then just clutching the chicken dinner. That's the only issue here. Obviously, a little bit more confidence is going to be much needed as well. A little bit more experience. Hopefully, it's going to help them a little bit, go a long way.
Well, I mean, still matches remain, so there is still hope for Myth. But ladies and gentlemen, guess what? It's time for an exciting giveaway, and we're going to head to the stage.
देखिए कमाल का कंपटीशन हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहा है। वसिस्ता ईस्पोर्ट जो रेस में थोड़े से पीछे हो गए थे, अब तो उनकी भी वापसी आ चुकी है। नेबुला ईस्पोर्ट्स जो एक भी अच्छा मैच नहीं ढूंढ पा रहे थे, इन्होंने भी फिनिशर निकालने की शुरुआत कर दी है। बट अब चलिए, ये तो आगे भी चलता रहने वाला है। बट हैदराबाद वापस से आप लोग तैयार है गिवअवे के लिए? नहीं, मजा नहीं आया यार। मतलब मैं आया हूँ, पहली बार स्टेज पे आया आप लोगों के लिए, थोड़ा एनर्जी तो मैं डिमांड करूंगा ना यार। इन 3, 2, 1 हैदराबाद, क्या आप तैयार है गिवअवे के लिए? चलिए, अब इतनी तैयारी आप लोग कर लिए तो स्पिन की भी बारी आने वाली है। आप लोगों का ध्यान अब स्क्रीन की तरफ जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि स्पिन वो यहाँ पे स्टार्ट होने वाला है। और देखते हैं कौन रहेंगे वो लकी जिनको कमाल का यहाँ पे गिफ्ट मिलने वाला है। तो पहला नंबर है 1, 7 and 4, 174। अगर वो मेरी आवाज को सुन पा रहे हैं तो अपने हाथ को ऊपर कर लीजिए। लेफ्ट साइड से कोई नहीं, राइट साइड से मिल गए हमारे विनर। आगे आ जाइए, अगर आप 174 है तो आप आगे की ओर आ जाए। और देखिए, जितने भी लोग हैदराबाद में, आप घर में बैठ के मैचेस एंजॉय तो कर रहे हैं, ये तो अच्छी बात है, आप एंजॉय करिए। लेकिन अगर आप यहाँ पे वेन्यू में रहेंगे तो आपको रिवॉर्ड मिलने वाला है। और चलिए, हमारे जो विनर है वो काफी तेजी से स्टेज की तरफ आ रहे हैं। और मिस्टर निक्रो, हमारे इंग्लिश कमेंटेटर, उन्हें मौका मिला है कि वो गिफ्ट जो है उन्हें पास कर सके। चलिए, वो यहाँ पे मौजूद नहीं है तो मैं ये बोल देता हूँ कि अगर उनके दोस्त यार कोई भी यहाँ पे मौजूद हो तो मर्च स्टोर ऑलरेडी बाहर है, आप जाके वहाँ पे चेकआउट कर सकते हैं। और ये टी शर्ट भी आप देख रहे होंगे ना, मैंने आज सुबह ही वहाँ से लिया है। 799, बहुत ही कम प्राइस है। और रोंडो लिखा हुआ, अगला मुकाबला भी रोंडो होने वाला है, तो तैयारी बना लीजिए, क्योंकि अभी तक इरांगल में आपने वो स्टार्ट देखा, मिरामार में वो कमबैक देखा, लेकिन अब रोंडो की बारी आने वाली है जहाँ पे असली डोमिनेशन होने वाला है। तो बिना किसी देरी के फिलहाल एक ब्रेक की तरफ जाते हैं। ब्रेक के उस पार रोंडो।
one skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, a few steps away from moving forward towards that game of Rondo, which is going to be coming up. But yeah, speaking of that previous game, Vasista Esports finally rising up to the occasion, and that passive play style working out pretty well now.
Absolutely. I mean, see, look at this. Vasista Esports, they were struggling, and I have said usually day two is a day of comebacks. First game, Troy Thimlin Esports bounce back on the overall standings. Second game, Vasista Esports, big bounce back on the overall standings. I'm loving the way the overall standings is taking shape, and hopefully the teams who are still struggling, someone like a Welt Esports also can come up maybe.
Man, Welt Esports is still a far shot, but speaking of Nebula, finally we're seeing that aggression, elimination points as well converted, finding some sort of success. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I think game number one helped them get the confidence back in terms of surviving till the late game stages. And with this match, the firepower is also being brought on board. And I'm so happy that it is the IGL that has decided, like, all right, my teammates are feeling a little bit demotivated. I need to be the one to raise the morale for the roster. And hey, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see where Nebula finally ends up. Because they're playing on the back foot right now. I still feel they're playing on the back foot. There's still a long way to go.
Yeah, without a doubt. Look, at the end of the day, for Nebula, their strong suit has always been about that firepower. And once every single one of those players does activate themselves, then things are going to be on a different league. As of now, it feels like some of the assaulters from Nebula are still lacking.
In particular, I mean, we have to take the name, Nomi. Nomi was a player who was doing well for the side of Nebula Esports all throughout the league stages. Now the performance on LAN isn't there.
I mean, I feel like Nebula Esports, majority of that heavy lifting is being done by Phoenix and Kratos as well. There's a Phoenix Esports in the semi-finals, boys. It is sometimes confusing. Nebula's Phoenix and Phoenix Esports. But then in the last game, finally, the saving grace, IGL Adi is back on track, and that is something which is so much needed. When a team's IGL is in the front foot getting 5 eliminations, you don't really have anything to fear. Look at God like Esports. Yesterday, Mania with 6 eliminations. They were just brilliant.
But that's also going to be a stepping stone for the rest of the assaulters, and also going to be a wake-up call that if your IGL is the one fragging out, then what exactly is wrong with you? Maybe it's your time to step up, and hopefully from the side of Nebula Esports, we will see them pretty much around the same spectrum. Now, moving on towards the conversation of the upcoming map, it's going to be the map Rondo. Usually it's supposed to be a massive ray of hope for the teams on the latter half of the board. You brought up a name, Welt Esports. Maybe they can convert a big game, but looking at the form, I highly doubt.
I mean, there's a lot of contenders for Rondo right now looking to make a comeback. You said Welt, there's Wildfangs in the list as well. We keep talking about Team Tamilas. And all of these teams have given us a lot of aggression during the league stages. They have failed to show up in the same form in the finals. Maybe this map could be the turning point.
This is a map where the heavy hitters usually do outshine all the others who like to play it passive. And you know what? Within a few seconds, we're going to head on towards the upcoming map Rondo. So without wasting any more time, let's just go on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we meet once again at the cockpit of the flight. We are flying ahead of Rondo this time, the last game for Groups A and C in this particular day. I mean, particularly not the last for Group A, but it is, of course, going to be the last game for Group C. So if you want to make that big jump, that big pounce on the overall standings, Group C, you are hearing your captain right now. This is going to be your opportunity. The flight path, of course, starts off from Norchuan and ends at Rinjiang, which is going to be a very vertical flight path. Takes these athletes away from their favorite spot of Test Track in New York's factory, potentially even Jadena City. But, of course, I think I have to give my mic to my co-pilot, Isopet Johnny, this time, as all of our birds, they start falling down, going to their respective locations. Johnny, What are your thoughts? Are we seeing yet another comeback in this one of Rondo?
I mean, I'm hoping for one. One thing I'm hoping for as well is no squad gets taken out within the first 10 minutes of Rondo. No 4 players, 4-man unit goes out completely. Usually on Rondo, I like to always start the match with an empty mindset, just observing who's getting how many finishes and that sort of things. And this time as well, I think it's going to be Soul King things off. Let's hear it! Oh no! What was that he had? A shotgun goes down to the dagger, and Goblin shows up to get some revenge against the players of Nebula Esports. But Soul, they have lost 2, could lose the 3rd to the arrows, but Goblin, he stands and he picks the fight. Somehow Soul do manage to secure a few extra points, but still, they do end up getting wiped out. Well, not completely at the hands of Troithamil and Esports.
Well, on the other side, we do have yet another fight going on. It is going to be Reckoning Esports and well duking it out as Nate almost takes down Proton. Pardon me for that, that's actually Sham, but does he know that Reckoning Esports are almost about to knock on his doors right now? It's a 1v2 situation. He's been outnumbered. He's been surrounded as well. If he does take down these players from Reckoning Esports, even Troithamil Esports in the backgrounds are lying in wait for a third party. The worst possible position for a player of this stature. Sham was brilliant in the last game. Well, Esports in this one, they have taken massive falls. 2 players being taken down. Sham, the last one left alive. I don't really think it's going to be time before we see Well Esports find yet another exit.
Well, let's see though. Troithamil and Esports, they show up knocking, and they aren't really aware of Reckoning Esports in the nearby vicinity as well. Godex whips a spray, takes the player down, and the knock is going to be secured. Reckoning Esports, they wreak havoc. And Troithamil and Esports aren't really able to handle the pressure. 3 players lost, but it is Rondo, so all of these 3 men are going to be back on the battle round very soon. There you go. Recalls have been made. Reckoning Esports looking for another point on the board, and I don't think it's going to be too difficult for them to be able to find it as well. They know exactly where Shayan is. He's getting finished off no matter what, but look at the radar. They need to be Reckoning. I mean, need to be handled the pressure from Godlike, because that is going to be the next fight for them.
It certainly will be a big fight for Reckoning Esports, though. They need a big start here in Rondo. They've eliminations already, and they are looking for more. Yet, taking down Sham should be one of their first priorities. Reckoning Esports yet to clean up this compound. Can they take away the fight against Hero Extreme Godlike? Jonathan goes down. This is going to be Revenant Xbox Ninja finding the opening. RNTX looking to capitalize on this as Jonathan has been finished off as well. And S-Power is constantly pushing upstairs. Ninja all by himself, putting so much pressure on the shoulders of Godlike. This is good stuff coming in from this team, but all I'm left wondering is where are the rest of his comrades? Where is it Mino? Where is Mania? Where's the rest of the players from RNTX as well, Johnny?
Well, they got distracted by Reckoning Esports as expected, and I think they wanted to make a play, sandwich Reckoning Esports in the same building. They wanted to get the off angle, but did not expect Revenant Xbox to be there. A swan dive from S-Power. Ninja still trying to track the threat. UMP against S12K. Has the AUG at the ready as well. Maybe the rate of fire can help him secure the knock and survive this conflict that S-Power finds himself in. Switches to the shotgun now. 3 nades, and we all know S-Power, he's known for the util usage. Waits for the Molotov to go out. Now Count going down the stairs as the floor is lava. A point-blank duel against Ninja, and S-Power, again, being the opening man for the side of Godlike, does manage to find some form of trade against Revenant Xbox, but the fight is not yet done. Here they are, the players from Reckoning Esports.
That was a pretty high-profile 1v1, to be honest. S-Power going ahead with Ninja Jord, and S-Power just finding success in that one. Ninja, to be honest, didn't really do anything wrong. It was just S-Power and his brilliance of timing and timing his pushes that got him that particular finish as Godlike. They do get off the mark. Reckoning Esports, they are yet to make that pounce upstairs as nades keep them at bay. Ninja Jordan will be recalled for sure, but Godlike Esports, how are they going to find a way to regroup with the rest of the lads? They need to take care of Reckoning, they need to take care of Roman and the rest of his boys as they do come up. This power, the span from the shotgun. It's going to be their connection yet to be found. Moves in about, goes ring around the rosy, but still No damages. He's escaped from Reckoning Esports and their grasp, and his power gets away to safety, Johnny.
I mean, look at the amount of respect being given by the players of Reckoning Esports. They know it's 2 versus 1, and yet, when you know it's a shotgun meta and you have to go up against S-Power, Reckoning, they would rather choose to back away, heal, and then re-engage than to just go face him and risk getting taken out. But S-Power is not going to be alone for long. Salty, Admino, he's made it to the building right behind this one. And he's just waiting for the players of Reckoning to be caught in an off position. Maybe a spray down can help S-Power find the opening.
But look at this though, Johnny. What a flip of the script. Godlike Esports now find themselves at the lower round. They are there on the ground floor, and Reckoning Esports have been got upstairs. The chase against S-Power, and S-Power's jumped down just in the nick of time. Finally regrouping with Admino. Reckoning Esports have no idea that they have been trapped upstairs.
But the problem is that Reckoning Esports still have Sahil in the backlines, and if he is able to find anyone from the side of Godlike, that completely swings the fight in the favor of Reckoning Esports. But let's see what the turnout is going to be. 2 of the best mechanical players in the roster of Godlike. Let me correct myself, 2 of the best mechanical players in the country. And it seems like these lads are going to deliver. S-Power finds an opening. Another one on the board. Reckoning Esports now stuck in a 1v2, but Admino in the backlines has been knocked out, and that's going to be a finish claimed by the side of Godlike. And S-Power, are we going to witness one of those 1v4s that he's so famous for? Last 2 players left from the side of Reckoning in this fight, although I believe they still have recalls available. And one of the players has, in fact, left this entire conflict to get the entirety of Reckoning Esports back on board. They are going to get revives on Roman and Sahil soon.
Yeah, but Levi is still up there.
Oh, and Salty, Godlike. Well, they have gone for a reset, but I believe they're going to be a little far away from this position.
This certainly will be. Just S-Power in this fight. And of course, nobody really cares if S-Power gets taken down. He still has that recall available. But the problem is you want to walk away with that extra finish point. You want to walk away with this fight in your favor. Elsewhere, have a look at this though. Arthur from Nonex Esports just really pushing the trigger. But this time getting shut down by Vasista. Beast was brilliant in that occasion. And have a look at the start that Vasista Esports have got for themselves. 6 eliminations, 4 in the hands of Beast.
Yeah, a little bit of a recap for the first 30 minutes of Rondo. I thought it was going to be Reckoning Esports looking for revenge, but no, Godlike are the ones who want to make sure that Reckoning Esports Levi gets finished off. And this time it's Jonathan leading the charge, finally gets the knock, and the finish is going to be claimed by Godlike. 3 points on the board. They are off to a decent start, and Reckoning, same can't be said for them. Even after the reset, Reckoning find them in an awkward spot. Roman, surrounded by the players of Ewoks, I don't think it's going to be easy to escape this.
Absolutely.
No weapon as well.
I mean, 2 players left alive for Reckoning. They are completely split out. The 2 players have been finished off as well. Only 2 recalls available. Finally, Roman gets spotted, and Evox is never gonna let him survive. This is systematic destruction coming in the hands, or rather being handed to Reckoning Esports.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure how Roman is going to recover from this onslaught. But to be honest, the crowd loves it. They love Godlike finding those finishes. They love Jonathan finding those finishes. And this time, Godlike Esports have got a good spot at the north side of the circle. Team Tamilas on the other side, they have been constantly duking it out, and they are still in that first phase. They've used 3 of their recalls, Johnny, but just 2 players are left alive. Not looking too good. Up against them has to be the lads of Revenant X-Spark, who are taking this fight. Reaper and Mr. IGL up top. Revenant X-Spark, are they going to push up? Are they going to play it from down below? There are going to be big questions being asked from outside the compound. Of course, these nades from Mr. IGL. He aims to blow it off, and Revenant X-Spark along with it, though. Yeah, but he doesn't have a lot of util remaining. And needs to be cautious as well, because look on the radar. I don't think Team Tamilas are in a good spot. One of the men from the side of Vasista Esports is just looking in their direction. Here are the shots. Mr. IGL stays alive for a few more seconds. Beast
The spray made contact, but Revan and X-Pac, that's the breathing room they needed to go for a reset. Now 3 players back up and running. And of course, Team Tamilas, Mr. IGL sandwiched in the middle of nowhere. Can't really run, can't really make a play. There's the knock. Secured by Vasista Esports, but finish. Is it going to be claimed by Revenant? It's a scramble for that isolated point, but Vasista Esports do end up securing it and writing their name on the total tally.
It's so funny that just one man getting knocked out, there are going to be 2 teams, 4 players diving in to get that finish point. That is how cutthroat, ladies and gentlemen, the semi-finals have been so far. Team Tamilas, they still retain that last player. It is going to be Reaper, but he is devoid of recalls, devoid of recall towers, and now he is absolutely in the center of a trap that has been laid down by Revenant X-Pac. On towards the other side, of course, Myth Official, this has been Lucifer, and he was the one who was responsible for handing Non-X that little bit of an early exit. And then, of course, Vasista Esports came along. Lucifer had a fantastic outing, just constant shots, constant tap-ins. Man was in top form, but ultimately, the numbers game just got against him.
Yeah, pretty much. But early recap of the early action between Vasista Esports and Non-X. And again, Non-X today have been just absolutely flawless. Impressive performances, one after the other. Even that previous game of Miramar was quite a big one for them. But Team Tamilas, it's been like 3 minutes. This ladder has been stuck and pinned down by the players of Revan and X-Pac. And considering the position inside the play zone as well, there is no incentive for either of those squads to move out. Evox on the other front in the city of Zhaotin. Godlike looking to enter, but Evox, they are looking to gatekeep the players of Godlike. It's not going to be easy for Evox as well.
Reaper did find himself a knock against Revan X-Pac, and that one Trace was the one who was knocked out, but instant shutdown coming in from Ninja. So it's Team Tamilas who have completely taken an exit. Rondo not going along what they expected from this one, but it's completely fine. But look at the nade! Coming in from Spy, from Evox, just lying down the land and falling. Jonathan is going to be brilliant, but look at that turnaround. S-Power finds a knock connection, so pure.
Brilliant
the crowd
cover.
erupts as well. That is brilliant cover. Yes, Johnny.
Yeah, I think they planned it out. Or maybe it was just their expectation that maybe one of us is going to get knocked down since Evox is aware of where we are. And you saw Manya being the man who took the first risk of making that open rotation without a lot of smokes in play. Did get shot at by Evox. Unfortunately for Evox, they weren't able to find a knock, and the entirety of Godlike was in tow. Now look at them. They've made it to the city. They have concrete cover available, but while Godlike is busy fighting Evox in one front, they are going to have to deal with their arch rival soon. Soul, they know where the players of Godlike are, and of course, right beyond them is also Reckoning Esports. But I think, again, Reckoning is beyond render distance, so a fight against Godlike is highly likely.
It certainly is. But right now, Johnny, what I'm concerned about is this mega affair between Godlike and Soul right now. It's not just a clash between these fan-favorite teams, it's also a big clash on the overall standings, because Godlike, they are sitting at 44. Team Soul, they're sitting at 42. These are arch nemesis everywhere. Off the game, inside of the game, inside of the semi-finals, on the overall standings. They love to duke it out between each other. But can Godlike Esports and the positioning give them an edge? Team Soul, they are of course split up in a 2-2 formation. I'm not really sure if they are in position to stop Godlike and their aggression. This urban battle is going to last for long, Johnny. It is 100% sure. You've got Reckoning coming in from the outside, Troy Thamil in Esports, and teams like Vasista Esports as well. Not really in this cluster of compounds. But finally, Legit has that little bit of a glimmer of hope. Shots haven't really been taken, did not really give the position away. But elsewhere, this is madness going on. And Non-X, yet another devious move to take down Welt Esports. And it seems like AimGod, this lanky little shoulder, have so much responsibility. The top fragger of Non-X Esports still keeps him alive in this game as well.
Well, let's see. It was a conflict that could have given Welt momentum to bounce back, but Non-X says no. On the other front, Vanguard find themselves outside of the play zone. Still looking for breathing space to work with, but as Vanguard continues to move towards the northern part of the circle. An inevitable run-in against the players of Visista Esports. And in fact, in serious analysis, they have spotted out Victoris Sherman, my apologies. Mafia, oh, barely avoids getting knocked out over there. But Vanguard, they have dished out damage, so they know the player is going to be low.
They're quite split up for sure. Dreams this time, of course, trying to nail down Reckoning Esports at the distance, but it seems like they're quite separated for sure. Always this time gets taken down. Scary Jod out in trouble. This is bad news. It's legit from the far frame. Find the connection. Scary Jod has been shut down. This is bad news for Victoria Summers, to be honest. I thought that there was a ray of hope that that man is going to get revived. But even before the smokes could come through, the shots from Liche, they strike. Finishes confirmed. Team Soul looking solid. 7 eliminations on board. Visista Esports also looking very solid. They found themselves 7 eliminations as well. Revenant X-Park on the other side, they are struggling. This time they are being chased, they are being hunted down by Non-X Esports. As Aim God looked to knock on their doors, came really close, found the information, and now I believe they are backing off. This doesn't really look favorable for Non-X, does it?
Yeah, it really doesn't, and I think again, open position, it's going to be a difficult rotation. I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way, but it's going to be much easier for Non-X to move towards Troy the Million up north rather than try and make a pounce on the players of Revenant X-Park. Although there's still a very high probability that they could get sandwiched between the two sides and get taken out. Revenant X-Park, they do not want to miss out on an opportunity. Spray after spray committed, but no contact made, although they are getting shot at from the flank. Evox are the ones striking a blow. They've caused damage to Troy the Million, and since Revenant X-Park was making so much commotion, a few shots were taken on the side of RNTX by Evox as well.
It's not really gonna cause a lot of problems for Revenant X-Park though. Evox is still deep at the center, almost at the center of the circle. There's a considerable amount of difference, and they are in that urban warfare zone. Evox, for them, finding these lines of sight can be quite easy, but then to convert those finishes, to convert those points is going to be much more tougher, as they have to stay put and try and play with the numbers advantage for the final circle. Of course, the circle does shift, ladies and gentlemen. We are going towards Xiaotin and that city itself. It's not going to be easy. Team Soul at the smack center of the city. You've got Nebula. Shots getting fired from Team Soul as Joker looks to find that knock against Victoris Summers, but was unable to do so. This fight, Johnny, is going to drag out for long, and if you are caught out in the open, you're not going to survive for sure.
Well, let's see. It's I believe from here on out, it's going to be a very slow game of Rondo. Anyone outside of the play zone, anyone outside of Xiaotin, it is close to impossible to survive. So these teams are already going to be scrambling for finish points to salvage something from this game. Look at Non-X. They run into a trap one after the other. The players start to fall. S-Power finds one more point for himself and his team, but the points are going to be shared between Godlike and Ewoks. And of course, Troy the Million, they do manage to pick off one more player from the side of Godlike. Admino gets shut down, so now it's just S-Power and Jonathan still alive.
Certainly is alive, but needs to find out more points if Godlike wants to re-stabilize themselves on the overall standings. After yesterday, momentum has taken a halt this time. The King and the Prince, or rather, let's just say, fan. What do you call somebody who's been named by fans? Like, is it something? Is there a word for it?
I don't know. Usually, it's the community-given title, I guess.
Community proclaimed King and Prince of Godlike are the ones who are still standing tall.
I think it's the People's King, then, is what you call him.
The People's King?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's the people of the community that gave him that name.
100%. Well, then, it remains to be seen. Can Godlike, though, protect their kingdom inside of the city? It is going to be tough. Revenant X-Park making that last-ditch entry inside of the circle for sure, as Pain and Trace are going to be, pardon me for that, Pain and Punk are the ones who made their way inside. But point of concern, Ninja Jod has been left behind. He's still outside the circle. Doesn't really make any sense, Johnny.
Yeah, it really doesn't. But I think maybe just because the entirety of the western front is empty and Revenant X-Park might expect someone to try and re-breach the compounds that they've taken over, maybe retake control away from Revenant X-Park. And Ninja can work in a scenario like that as an insurance for the team, but Reckoning Esports, the pressure on them continues to build. They're stuck on the northern edge. Team Soul taking shots on them, have them pinned down. But Reckoning Esports still refusing to give up, going after Troy Tamilian Esports, picking off one man and resulting in an early wipeout for Troy Tamilian.
Look at Team Soul right now. So patient. Yes, for sure they are taking shots, but that is not out in the hunt for frags. That is not in the hunt for knocks and finishes. They are trying to protect their compound, their spaces, their zone at the center of the city for sure. That 2-2 split does provide them trade potential as well as enormous map control. But what still remains to be seen is, can teams from the outside of that city itself, somebody like a Visesta Esports, somebody like a Wildfangs, make their impact in the circle as the circle does shift. And this time, Johnny, a hard shift towards the east, or rather, pardon me for that, the west of the play zone. Evox and Revenant X-Spark are going to be so happy, and so will be Visesta Esports. But all of a sudden, all that control for Team Soul just getting squandered away.
Yeah, I mean, they have been squandered away, but they still have numbers to work with, and it is Team Soul that we're talking about. 8 eliminations already on the board. It's going to be an easy revive for Soul to secure onto Legit. Joker was right there next to him. But when you are pushed towards an edge like this and you are Team Soul, you know there are a lot of teams right behind you. I think there's a switch of mindset now. You know you have to go for finishes, and that is going to be, or it could be, the intention of the team. In the meanwhile, Godlike as well are stuck salty, but they still refuse to give up. Jonathan finding one more point for the team. 5 is going to be the total tally. And Reckoning Esports finally eliminated from this match.
Mistakes. Big mistakes coming through for Reckoning Esports. So when there's an urban battle, you're not supposed to be using your vehicles to move in out in the open. You are going to get punished. So it's going to be Wildfangs as well as they make that last-ditch entry. Kana escapes, but Goten falls. That is not good news for the rest of the team for sure, as Wildfangs are now just left with 2 players up and alive. Soul this time as well, looking to be the last ones to actually enter the circle, trying to cause problems for the others who move in. Vanguard was almost about to be taken down. Legit finally comes down. He knows he's got Victor Summers in his sightlines as well. As Molotov does get thrown. But Victor Summers, they need to find a solution against Team Soul. They are being gate-kept.
Well, and it's not going to be an easy position to play from as well. Because as you mentioned, the gatekeepers themselves, as the circle shifts away, are going to be the ones on the other front in the next few moments. Victoria Somas. Not enough numbers. Waste and Mafia. I think this time it's either they're saved by the utils that they have, or they will have to bow out to the players of Soul. Nade after nade away. So now he gets knocked out, but breathing room still there for Victoria Somas as Legit from the side of Soul gets taken out by Vanguard. A beautiful third party coming through. But Joker, he has the opponent in his crosshairs, and I don't think he wants to give up. There it is, the end of the journey for Victoria Somas.
In my opinion, there was no breathing room whatsoever. This time, Team Soul, they are just engulfing the lobby at this time. We've never really seen teams go in urban warfare, finally go on a finish frenzy. Team Soul just changing the script of the map itself. Goblin is back in form. He is finding those headshots left, right, and center. And that is what the fans are getting excited about as well. But we talk about Team Soul. Godlike can't be left far behind. And they are looking to find the connection against Nornex. As there's power looking to go head-to-head against this lad, just battling away. Does this man ever fall? Does this man ever fail? Yes, Power once again gets taken down, this time by a third party. Evox waited for that opportunity for a while, but they finally get their revenge.
Yeah, but as we were talking about the players of Soul, I think that full frontal assault plan of theirs, it is working out quite nicely. 4 players still alive, 11 finishes on the board, and all they have to do is just not go down to Mad Kings on the flank, and Nebula as well, by the way. I realize even they are going to have an off angle to work with, but Nebula is put under pressure by Vanguard, and that's going to be a grateful distraction for everyone around the side of Soul. But Ewoks, also another name that's looking to bounce back. Ewoks did not have a great start to their journey today, but maybe this round is where the turnaround is going to happen. But Vanguard, a man from the side of Soul picked apart. 2 finishes for Vanguard, 3 players still left in this map, but that nade. Spy has been phenomenal with his utility in this match. He has taken down the players of Godlike. He is going after the side of Mad Kings and Vanguard again. But Soul, escape options limited, and as soon as the players step out from behind the cover, they are getting picked off.
Yeah, look at Crypto though. Did find that knock and finish against Goblin through the smoke choker. This time is still on his knees as well as Crypto is looking to finish him off. Team Soul not really in the greatest positions. It's just Knuckle who's been left alive. 11 finishes on the board. Team Soul can do a lot more, but this time Mad Kings Esports aren't really allowing them that liberty. Knuckle has to go upstairs. Pro and the rest of the boys from Mad Kings, they are trying to finish off Soul so that they can participate in this fight against Nebula. But Nebula at the back lines have been constantly keeping tabs at Mad Kings and what they are doing as utility gets thrown once again. Adi finds a connection. Clutch God this time takes a fall. Team Soul, can they utilize this? Can they use this little break to try and break the back of Mad Kings? This can be epic, but Soul and Knuckle, they need to find a way to work together.
Well, let's see if they are able to figure it out. The shots on him from the flank, and yet he gets up right after the smoke pops off. The pressure on Mad Kings immense. Cyrex looking to be the savior of his team, but Knuckle, he was getting greedy. Tried to line up that nade, falls to Wildfangs. We're down to the top 8. Soul, they're taken outside of that placement point bracket, and yet they still have 11 eliminations. So overall, it's a very, very good performance coming from the side of Soul.
Oh, for sure, it's a good performance coming in from the Nebula Esports on the other side. Nomi in the prime spot. Finally, we are seeing Nomi and Phoenix play in tandem. Nebula Esports have done a phenomenal job in keeping their numbers up and alive. Never really had a part of the urban fights, never really had a share of those compounds as well, but they still try and protect their numbers as they find a way to get those 2 frags on board. On the other side, of course, Evox this time looking to shut down Vanguard. But the problem is, both these 2 teams, they are quite outside the circle. Moving inwards, it's going to bring down hell. It's going to bring down havoc for Vanguard. And I just want to find out if they can find the deadlock, if they can find a way to break open this standstill.
Yeah, the standstill comes to an end. Vanguard forced out of their cover, and the assault from the players of Evox. Too brutal for anyone to deal with, but from the flank, the third party brings Spray down to his knees, and he will also getting knocked out. But I don't think Ewoks are going to be too worried about getting taken out in this match where they made it to the top 7. They have 13 eliminations to show for their work, but Kratos from the side of Nebula. Now that is a hilarious mistake. A self-nade coming through, and this could be the saving grace for Wildfangs, or maybe not, because Sensei is still there.
You know, from the backlines, Reverend Tech Spock. They're looking to play in from the third party, and this is something which I like about Punk. The adaptability on the fly, doesn't really need to be the first man or the main man who fights. Finally, you see the push come to shove from Nebula Esports as the need comes in from Goten. First man goes down. It is going to be Phoenix from the sidelines. Ditrox finds Adi as well. This is pandemonium and bad news for Nebula Esports as they get systematically dismantled by multiple teams at once. They wanted to push up against Wildfangs, but they have been stopped dead on their tracks, Johnny.
Now this is the true essence of a battle royale. Multiple teams, multiple players walking in, but only one will be able to secure the chicken dinner in this game. And Wildfangs, even though they had the numbers, they're finally starting to bleed. Kana needs to find the knocks one after the other, but he's only good for one. And now Sensei has to deal with the pressure, but the nades from Mad Kings do evict Nebula. They were sent back to the lobby, and this one is going to be the end of Wildfangs. Cyrex, it seems like the man who took Team AX to the international stages now wants to do the same for Mad Kings. He wants to take them to new heights.
It's a solo player still holding on, and this is beautiful coming in from Mad Kings as well as Cyrax. He's dancing around the circle, he's dancing around those corners, and with the constant usage of those utilities, he's been keeping tabs at multiple teams at once. But look at Punk. He's got Pain for support. Revenant X Spark looking solid. They've got 6 eliminations already. And they want to get yet another chicken dinner in the top 5 already. There are going to be so many lone stranglers. Vasista Esports also coming in from the backlines as Punk shuts down Cyrax. Mad Kings have been finished off. Vasista Esports! That is beautiful! Spain gets knocked down and finished off. Revenant X Spark left with just their IGL up top.
And now there is a moment for Vasista where even they are going to think about the back-to-back win that stares them right in the face. It is stage 9. The blue zone is about to force them out from behind the cover. They have the smoke laid out. In fact, one for the opening as well. They know Punk is on the roof. They know Myth is waiting on the other side, and Vasista is not left with any utils. The IGL from the side of Myth. Detrox, he wants to move forward. He's hiding in the smoke. He finds the opening. Shian in the backlines, unable to find the trade. Punk finally falls, and a 1v2 for Vasista Esports. And the back-to-back win gets denied as the myth turns into reality. Myth Esports, a decent win finally coming through.
Man, what a game that was. But Vasista Esports, props to them as well. Back-to-back solid games. And this sort of a performance is now going to propel Vasista Esports in a formidable spot in the overall standings. But speaking of Myth, they were always lurking in the shadows. They're around the top 8. And now this chicken dinner is just going to put them in a better spot.
I am just absolutely loving it. My undergods, my mates, they have finally performed. They are here. This is not their first chicken, by the way, as well. They have performed out of their minds. Nobody was expecting this undergod lineup coming into the semi-finals. This is potentially the first LAN for majority of those lads out there in that team, but they're still playing wonderfully, just kicking away the pressure, just focusing on their basic game. Myth didn't do anything extraordinary. They played, they stick to their basics, stick together, and that is how they get there another chicken. And also, by the way, kudos to Vasista Esports. That was a great game from them as well.
Exactly. 10 finish points on the block and probably a bit more as well to top it off. And the fact that they also secured a lot of placement points, there's a chance they might just have more points than Myth when the point standings do pop up.
I think they're going to be tied for 16 points each.
Yeah. There's definitely a chance. Since they finished things off in the second spot, they had 10 finishes. You're correct. They might just have 16 points in total.
Well, 16 points for sure is going to be great, but I'm pretty sure Wildfangs aren't really going to be happy about the fact that they not reached 16 points yet. Again, I believe all they could find was a single-digit number, and there's been problems with Wildfangs. They try and protect their numbers. It's just Fragod once again who was just firing on all cylinders. 5 finishes for that one LAN. The rest of the 3 players, they couldn't really do much.
Once again, the IGL from the side of Mid steps up to the occasion, saving the day of close and personal, taking down a man like Salme. This man was a dynamite. And the moment you shut down the main playmaker from Vasista Esports, the opportunity for you to grab that chicken dinner just goes high up. And that's what happened with Myth. Detrox stepped with Salme, and then the man from the back pretty much just put the icing on top of the cake. Vasista Esports is not going to be too sad about losing that game, but once we do have the winner chicken dinner stats on the screen, Daddy this time lacking a little bit, but it's fine. The rest of the boys, they've got it in the bag. But now speaking of the matters of concern, for Godlike, the average is dropping down slowly and steadily. Today's day has been miserable.
Absolutely. And even the same can be said for Revenant X Spark as well. Yesterday, the games were brilliant. This one, they couldn't really get a lot of finishes on the way. 6 eliminations, second spot. Yes, it's an average performance on the books, by the books. But still, I feel like Revenant X Spark could have actually done much better in their games that they had so far, especially on the map of Rondo.
Yeah, I think in this particular map, they definitely could have. And I think they tried their level best, because Revenant X Spark, according to me, they had the best possible outing in the worst possible scenario. Because if you remember, while they were trying to enter the city, there was so much pressure from teams like Evox, from teams like Victorious Somas that were present towards that western edge, that it was difficult just to be able to get themselves into a safer position.
Yeah, exactly.
Revenant X Spark making it into the top 3, I would say it was pretty much a miracle.
Exactly. I mean, it was still a pretty good game from Revenant X Spark. 5 placement points, 7 elimination points, so I would still say that's a really good game. Speaking of Nebula, though, the fact that they were playing a passive game, but then later on when they decided to move out, when the circle shifted away, for Nebula Esports, the tables were just flipped against them. Kratos knocking himself out with that nade, that was the moment when things just went haywire.
That was funny, though.
I mean, sometimes things do happen, especially in the heat of the moment, especially in the LAN stage. Yesterday, I saw a very well-known IGL, I'm not going to name him. He openly mentioned, I'm not going to name him for security purposes. But nonetheless, he mentioned that in LAN stages like these, you don't really get the sound cues as well. That is one of the reasons why players sometimes knock out their own teammates. They sometimes knock out themselves as well because the comms aren't really perfect.
To be fair, that's a fair statement because you see how loud the crowd gets.
Definitely. The crowd was going bonkers when Godlike was fragging out.
Yeah.
Even when Seoul was dropping their bodies, the Seoul haters as well, they were just shouting pretty loud in the arena, which was insane. And yeah, without a doubt, of course, we've got a lot of new things cooking up as well. Even on the stage, as you guys know, there's also giveaways going on constantly. So for now, let's move on to a station. Let's see what's cooking.
थैंक यू सो मच एंकीबॉर्ड एंड थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स। और जी हाँ, मेरे पास बहुत बड़ा जो अनाउंसमेंट है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। क्या आप लोग तैयार हैं? क्योंकि ये आप लोग के फायदे की बात है। जैसे हम लोगों ने हमेशा आपको कहा है, 2026 में आप लोगों के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत सारी हैं और आप सच में अपना जो नाम है वो बहुत ज्यादा ऊपर तक लेकर जा सकते हैं। जी हाँ, मैं बात कर रहा हूं ओपन फॉर ऑल टूर्नामेंट की, जो कि पावर्ड बाय क्राफ्टन इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स है। ये 2026 का पहला ओपन फॉर ऑल टूर्नामेंट अफ्तरस ई स्पोर्ट्स राइजिंग सीरीज 2026, और ये ओपन फॉर ऑल टूर्नामेंट आप लोगों के लिए है, जहां पर आप सभी रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं। और ये इंडिया सीरीज 2026 प्रीमियम बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज की आईपी रहने वाली है, और जिसकी रजिस्ट्रेशन 14th से शुरू होने वाला है और 21st को ये जो रजिस्ट्रेशन हैं वो खत्म हो जाएगा। एक बार फिर से मैं आपको बता दूं, अपथ्रस्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स इंडिया राइजिंग सीरीज 2026 ओपन फॉर ऑल टूर्नामेंट, जहां पर आप सभी को मौका मिलेगा। आप सब रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं और साथ में जो मैचेस हैं वो आप लोग खेल सकते हैं। अब सारी चीजें आप पे डिपेंड करती हैं कि आप इसको किस तरीके से लेना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि यहां पर इक्वालिटी देखी जाएगी। ओपन फॉर ऑल टूर्नामेंट है, कोई भी इनवाइट नहीं, कुछ नहीं, सबको रजिस्टर करना है, सबको खेलना है और सबको आगे बढ़ना है। एक बार फिर से रजिस्ट्रेशन डेट बता देता हूं, 14th से शुरू होगा रजिस्ट्रेशन डेट और वो खत्म होगा 21st को। तो रजिस्टर करना ना भूलें अपनी स्क्वाड के साथ। आई होप जितने भी लोग यहां पर बैठे हैं सब रजिस्ट्रेशन करने के लिए बिल्कुल उत्साहित होंगे, तो जरूर रजिस्टर करिएगा। पर अब हमारे पास एक दूसरी चीज भी है, ऑडियंस के लिए जो गिव अवे है वो भी आने वाले हैं। तो आर यू गाइज रेडी फॉर द गिव अवे? थोड़े थोड़े बातचीत इधर उधर चल रही है, पर यहां के जो लोग हैं वो ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हैं गिव अवे के लिए। तो बहुत जल्द हम गिव अवे की तरफ बढ़ने वाले हैं और देखेंगे किसका जो नंबर है वो आने वाला है इस बार लकी ड्रॉ में। खुशी इधर थोड़ी सी ज्यादा है, इधर थोड़े कम लोग हैं जो खुश होने वाले हैं, पर नंबर देख लेते हैं। 176 176। भाई वहां पर एक है जो बहुत ज्यादा खुशी से ऊपर उठे थे, शायद 17 देखने के बाद वो बहुत ज्यादा खुश हो गए थे, पर थोड़ा लास्ट जो नंबर था वो थोड़ा इधर उधर हो गया। पर 176 हमारे पास मिल चुके हैं और आईसी बेबी बहुत दूर से एक बार फिर से चलकर आए हैं और आईसी बेबी के चेहरे पर एक अलग खुशी है गिव अवे को देने में। कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस भाई, जिनको भी ये गिव अवे मिला है, बहुत सारी जो गुडीज हैं वो आपके पास मौजूद हैं और बीजीएमआई आप इससे जरूर बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा खेल सकते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच आईसी बेबी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। जी हाँ बिल्कुल, आप ये सारी चीजें करके जा सकते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच वंस अगेन आईसी। और इसी के साथ हमारा जो एक और गिव अवे था वो यहां पर समाप्त हुआ। अब जो हमारा ब्रेक है वो आएगा और उसके बाद जो अगला मुकाबला है मैच 4 रोंडो का, उसको हम शुरू करने वाले हैं। और जो हमारी ऑडियंस है वो बिल्कुल तैयार है, क्योंकि ग्रुप ए उनके जो 6 मैचेस हैं वो आज के दिन पर कंप्लीट होने वाले हैं। पर इससे पहले कि अगला रोंडो शुरू किया जाए, चलते हैं एक छोटे से ब्रेक पर, वापस आते हैं रोंडो के साथ।
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन 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 रन। Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे
रोंडो सरकार
रोंडो क्या है ये रोंडो क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में आओ कभी रोंडो में रोंडो 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 आगे
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप गेट न्यू व्हीकल्स एक्सप्लोसिव वेपन्स एपिक हॉट ड्रॉप लोकेशंस एंड मोर डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो अबे गेमर हूं मैं एक्टर थोड़ी हूं भाई डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ
सर वाटरमेलन जूस
अबे छोड़ो
Well, welcome back after what seems to be a very big announcement being made by Maisie on that stage. And for any one of you that might have missed out on it, here's a repeat. Remember when the roadmap was rolled out last year and Krafton said there are going to be open for all tournaments? Well, this one was about that. The Upthrust Esports India Rising Series 2026, the first open for all tournament of 2026, is about to go live. Well, the registrations are about to go live from the 14th of March and the registrations will end on the 21st of March. And this is open for all. This is to uplift the grassroots scene of the community. So if you guys want to play this tournament, the Upthrust Esports India Rising Series, with your team, do make sure to register and do make sure to follow Krafton India Esports on their socials for all the relevant details. But we got to talk stats now, the numbers for what is happening. The BGIS 2026, that map of Rondo was very impressive. Ewoks having a big game as well. 6 eliminations for Karlan as he becomes the MVP of the game.
I know, right? Solid stuff from Evox, and this is the performance Evox was probably searching for too. And then if you move on towards Arthur, even they've got 5 finishes on the board. Even Spray God from Wildfangs. Wildfangs is making those baby steps in the overall standings now.
Yeah, at the same time as well, of course, when we talk about teams who did really well as well, obviously joining the MIF winning the winner chicken dinner, but Vasista Esports making one of the biggest bounce backs today itself and being very consistent somewhat as well has given them a shot to actually fight for the top 8. So with 16 points in this game, that was huge. Revenant X-Park with 12 points. Seoul, despite not having a lot of position points, but they were one of the strongest teams that watch out for because they had so much control inside the city itself. But it's a little bit unfortunate that 4 players can only mark so many teams here. But despite that, yes, they were taken out. They still were able to rack up 11 finishes through that game. And even damage report says so as well here coming from Seoul. But of course, Evox is going to be topping here. Nebula also doing a fantastic job, but could not convert those finishes because every single time they get knocks, it's always stolen away.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think Nebula Esports, they were one of the first to breach the Zhoutin City, but not really able to survive for long. Although we do have a look at the overall leaderboard, and as ICO pointed out, Vasista Esports, the comeback today has been very impressive. They make it all the way towards the top 5, and they're not the only ones. They're followed up very closely by Ewoks and Revenant X-Park. But I think a special highlight and shout out to Nonix Esports who have taken over Meta Ninjas.
I know, right? Consistently performing well, Nonix in all their 6 games, and that's one of the main reasons why they've got 63 points as well, which is really good. But if you move on towards the second page, you will see Godlike over here. Now, in the span of 3 games, Godlike was doing really good, but the latter 3 games that they played, the average has dropped down by a lot. And Godlike, that is definitely going to be concerned because it feels like now the momentum is rolling away from them.
Exactly. It seems like adaptations has been made for a lot of this team to kind of figure out what ticks and what works. And Hiroshima Godlike's 2 days rotation has been a little bit shaky here. It seems like Manya's calls has been a little bit more towards overthinking as well, not directly confronting teams head-to-head, rather than just dodging fights to try and get towards endgame zones, which may have actually resulted in them actually taking a loss here, especially in these 3 matches. And as the rankings goes as well, Weld Esports, Team Terminus, Phoenix Esports, 4 Wolves, they are all struggling in the bottom 3, which is a big concern because think about it this way. We've officially played 9 matches in total, 6 for each and every single team. This gives us a little bit of rough idea and who is going to be a top contender in this next upcoming few days.
Yeah, pretty much, and how much effort needs to be put in. You can just ask your friends to tune into the broadcast instead of restreaming for them. We just saw something interesting going on in the audience just now.
Johnny,
but
it's about the flex. That guy was flexing on his friends that, hey, look, man, I'm at the LAN. I'm watching my favorite esports athletes. And if you guys want to flex as well, make sure to drop into our Sandhya Convention Center. What are you doing, man?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And, I mean, if you need an extra bit of motivation, giveaway is happening. IC has given away 2 surprise packages Necro was about to give away, but I just think the person wasn't available, right?
Yeah, he wasn't available.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. My luck has been bad recently.
Yeah, but it's still kept for him as well if he actually comes and claim it in a Krafton move. But you know what's really interesting? It sucks to be you guys if you guys are not here. Because why? That lucky draw is some really good goodies as well.
Oh, yeah,
here.
it's really
not
good.
just shirts, there's also a potential headset inside as well. It was
He
pretty
just
heavy.
gave them the leak.
Based on what you just said, do you think he would have saved that package and not just like kept it on the side for himself?
I think he did.
I think he did that too.
I didn't do that, guys. Come on. There were so many people watching me. There was also a camera on me. You think I can do that?
Yeah.
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 Okay, well, buddy, you know what? We've got a new group now tuning inside of the latter 3 games, and that is even more exciting, which means teams like OG, K9, 4 Wolves, DOD, Phoenix Esports, Learn from Past, all the teams that played 6 games yesterday are now back once again.
I think 2 brackets for Group B as well. You had OG, Meta Ninja, Genesis doing well from Group B, and everyone else was struggling. K9 in particular, the biggest name from this group, along with the side of Phoenix Esports. We expected big things from them. Necro, K9 was a prediction on day 1, which was a surprise for everyone. But the performance, even though they had 6 matches, wasn't really there.
I mean, that's the whole expectation from K9, though. On the day ones, they just always drop the ball. And at the start of the day, when I had a conversation with Slug, that's what he said. Bro, come on, it's day 1. Day 1, the lobby tests us. Day 2, we test the lobby. So he's pretty confident over the fact that on day 2 is going to be doing good. On day 2, K9 Esports in general is going to be doing really good.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. But at the same time, so Nebula Esports, they have been a little bit consistent today as well here, especially in their adjustments coming from yesterday. Today, they look very solid. But now, this is going to be a test of endurance for them, because we even saw Learn from Past kind of struggle when the second group comes into play. Fatigue starts to kick in, things get a little bit out of hand. The overall playstyle of the lobby completely switches as well. So this is where things get a little bit different. Can they adjust according to the current lobby?
So I've got something to say about Nebula Esports, right? So we all understand that Kratos is one of those good players inside of the roster, but there have been scenarios where he has also been the weak link, and he has also been the reason why Nebula Esports has costed those games. Now, and the reason why I'm saying this is because if you look at the previous game as well, Kratos ended up nading himself, and that was one of the main reasons why Nebula Esports lost that fight against Wildfangs. And if you look at Showdown LAN as well, Adi just had one thing to say. He said Kratos choked, and that's why we could not perform well. Adi is the one saying that Kratos is always someone that sort of fiddles up with his own mentality.
Hey,
well,
man, I think
sometimes you gotta battle your inner demons, man.
Exactly. Exactly what I was about to say. I mean, and Kratos, his inner demon is to go out and get those frags, I guess. Which requires a little bit of risk-taking, but let's see how things turn out. Because it's not just them, it's not just Nebula right now that are going to be put through a meat grinder because of, as IC said, the endurance test, Reckoning Esports as well. A team that was fighting from the back foot, they had a big run to make today, and it seems like things are kind of shaky for Reckoning as well.
Yeah, obviously, but today itself, their performance is still pretty okay here, because now I want to talk about the teams that are going to be coming in as well. Phoenix Esports is one of those teams that needs to make a huge bounce back as well, because the chase is going to be on for them. And even for Meta Ninja, yesterday their performance here coming from both White Tiger and Apollo, snatching away the chicken dinner, was really impressive. But again, it might be luck, it might be skill, but they need the entire 4 players alive for this upcoming games, because things are going to get heated.
Things are going to get heated, and it is going to be an absolutely bombastic performance, because it is going to be Group A taking on Group B. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Rondo on our screens right about now.
It is the 4th game of the day, and we've also got a new group making the entrance inside of the plane. The plane's going to be in the skies for the 4th game of Rondo, and this one is going to be quite interesting. Rondo is supposed to be an opportunity for the teams on the latter half of the board to make that bounce back in the overall standings, and this time, this game of Rondo comes in with a surprise, with 2 plane flat paths, one starting all the way from Tuling towards the opposite side, and then one starting all the way from the top side, which is going to be Kunchia, all the way towards Tin Long Garden.
This is going to be a little bit of a tricky spot here, considering the fact that half the team is not going to be able to actually make it to this Neox factory, which obviously is going to be a hot spot for the first early engagements here. And the majority of teams has been trying to abuse the fact that the recall is available, means that early fights means take as many as possible, get as many finishes, take yourselves out, get recalled, stock up, and then make it towards the end game here. But it seems like that hot spot has kind of shifted between half the lobby itself. Half, maybe about 30% gets towards Neox factory, and 30% actually drops down to the south side. So this is where things get a little bit feisty as well. Meta Ninja, Troy Temnin Esports, Sinway, and learn from past is going to be down south, while New York's we've got Mad Kings, OG, Genesis all in the vicinity.
Don Ching is going to be that drop clash. So it's really interesting. That hotspots, Don Ching already the action kicking off as well. You've got Metaninja starting things off with a nice manner. 2 finish points already converted, and Metaninja is already going to be feeling pretty good. It's their first game of the day, and if you already get your hands warmed up with those 2 frags on the board, it's definitely going to get you in a good mood. Speaking of Wildfangs, though, they are making those baby steps happen in the overall standings, but now it's time to get those mammoth games in your hands. You need one of those nuclear performances to keep yourself in a real stable spot inside of the top 8. Wildfangs pressing the matters even more against Metaninja. They've set up a crossfire, but is that really going to work out? That's the question, and eventually Metaninja, they end up losing their lives.
Well, nicely done here, coming from Wildfangs to actually clean them all up as well. Metaninja wasn't expecting this push, but they are overwhelmed. Wildfangs, they are known for their gunfire. It seems like now the third parties are coming in. Troy7 and Esports tries to take a couple of jabs, but no! Here comes a shot from SprayGod and Kanha through the window. They were able to pick them apart, and now Troy7 and Esports may have just overcommitted and made a little bit of mistakes here.
Oh no.
Sparrows is stuck out in the open. Now Wildfangs is going to go in for the push, but SprayGod wasn't looking in the right direction. But nice trade once again from Kanha.
Yeah, their trades happening back and forth, and that's the most essential thing, the most important thing. Still somehow that man from the side of Wildfangs is looking to back away to safety. Hesperos peeking out to get that intel, making sure that the players of Wildfangs are not going to be overextending, and Wildfangs is not going to have the opportunity to overextend anyways. And somehow Wildfangs just ends up wiping out the entirety of Sidaway.
Okay, but at the same time, Goten on off angle was able to pick up the entire lobby down south as well, so that was just a little bit of an interesting spot to be in. But again, Wildfangs now is going to be a little bit of a split off here, considering the fact that half the players has been taken out early, half the players are still in that early engagement to begin with. Meanwhile, Mad King's now going to be taking a little bit of fire here towards New York's factory. Ebox was able to pick him up, and that is going to be clutch gone down.
Yeah, big man from the side of Mad Kings taken care of. And today, if you talk about Mad Kings, even their average has been dropping down. Godlike Mad Kings struggling a lot in these games. It's like whenever a team has 6 games to play, they somehow just get cooked under that pressure. That should never be a thing. But Wildfangs now, this game, it's off to a fantastic start. Look at them, starting things off on a fiery note. 7 frags already accumulated, and it's just the start, baby.
Yeah, they haven't actually used their recall as well. This is interesting as well. I'm not exactly sure how that actually happened, because Wildfangs are split off of the rest of the pack. Sensei is pretty much left alone here in the recall tower. But for the entire roster of Wildfangs, the 3 players just dominated and getting everybody in down to its south side. It was just really, really impressive. Now, they have to re-strategize the strategy on how to make it towards the end game zones. Meanwhile, the south side has pretty much been concluded. New York's factory is still at a stalemate. There's still a lot of teams still looking to fight their first encounter engagements here. Genesis, Orangutan, they have not wrapped up their fight to prepare for the end game.
Nebula is also going to be around the proximity, so let's not forget that. And Nebula is probably searching for a few loose stragglers. Searching for people who are trying to escape that New York's factory death trap. 4 Wolves, XDOD on the screen. Yesterday's performance was not that great. In the span of 6 games, just getting 22 points, that's really a massive concern. And right now, they've also lost out on the big man, Balu. Concerns just all across the board. Immortal is probably going to go for that revival, so it's all good in the hood. The recall tower is available.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky spot here, at least for 4 Wolves XDOD, because the place they are recalling, especially for Balu, looting up is going to be extremely difficult inside this zone. But here's going to be a little bit of warning sign for you guys as well. Real life survival, well, revival doesn't really happen in real life, so please play or drive responsibility, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, in real life, you cannot really respawn or get recalled. Revival, technically it's possible since that's why the doctors are there.
Yeah, defibrillators.
Yeah, the revival is still possible.
That's if you get a heart attack, which I hope none of you guys will ever experience it.
What?
Yeah, don't get a heart attack. It's not good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's anyone's control, but OG, as of now, from the top, doing a lot of damage to Genesis. Viper is already taken down pretty low. The man's chipped down. Looking at Evox, Shadow is on the run as well for Godlike. Once again, it's been a bit of a slow start. We did not really see Godlike head towards that early game action. And as of now, them starting things off with 0 finishes, it's sort of weird. Uncharacteristic of them. Lucifer is the only person towards this compound. Myth is now calling back up, which is a good thing.
Hero and Extreme Godlike, they were not part of the early engagement as well. They dropped to a stadium uncontested, but now Orangutan, they find out the members coming from Genesis here front towards New York's factory, and it's not really over as well. They're playing very patiently in this vicinity, and they do not have vehicles to rotate out, so they have to wrap this up before they play towards end games here. Meanwhile, inside the zone now, 4 Wolves. We do see Avnish getting isolated. Nebula looking to go in for the flush, and the nade comes through, takes them out. 4 Wolves, they are getting picked apart.
I'm not even surprised. 4 Wolves firepower, for some reason, it seems missing. What exactly happened to them? This is not the 4 Wolves that we saw in the past rounds. Concerns, and now look at them. They're on the verge of being just completely wrapped up. It's Wildfangs we're speaking of. They haven't even dropped a single ball. Keep this thing in mind. Wildfangs does have the recalls available, so they can go for a full risky play. And that's what Wildfangs is searching for as well. Spray God gets confirmed. Kana is still knocked out from the backlines. Wildfangs, you need to be a little bit careful. Maybe pull back. But Godin is still going to try to face his demons because he knows he's got that recall available. So Godin is anyways going to go for a risky move. But Nebula on the opposite side of the spectrum, they push up, claiming those elimination points.
Oh, they have to wrap this up really quickly as well here. Sensei is in position for those recall. They are taking fights to try and farm points, but Goten looks like he is looking to try and back up, knowing for a fact that looting up later on is going to be extremely difficult. Meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike, they get the recalls up for Admino as well. And it's Jonathan, as they are going to be regrouped back in stadium, but Goten now getting pushed.
Nebula's out, he's all the way towards the recall tower, so even Nebula is ready with a backup plan, but it's not even needed, because Wildfangs anyways gets wiped out. That's going to be Godin hitting the deck as well. For Wildfangs, yes, they finally lose out on those 3 players, which means the recall towers are not going to be triggered. If you move on towards Learn From Past and Metaninja, this is one of those scuffles that's been happening for a long time. Metaninja is one of those teams that likes to move on with a controlled pace, but this time Learn From Past is being a real pain.
It is going to be a tricky spot to be in here. You have to wrap things out with the EMP in play down towards Yulin. It is going to be a temporary ceasefire as well. You don't really want to take a risk to try and go out for an open push as well. Vehicles pretty much decommissioned. Even their red dot sites are pretty much out as well. So Learn From Past, seems like they are going to try and rotate out. A couple of players are stranded out in the open. White Tiger actually out in the open here from Meta Ninja. So that means they're not in their fullest strength as of yet. So this is going to hurt them a little bit in this situation.
Indeed. EMP zones are definitely something that can really give you a lot of trouble if it just forms out of nowhere on top of you. That's going to catch you off guard.
Oh,
but
my
the circle
goodness.
shifting towards stadium, and guess who is in the power spot? It's the boys of Godlike, and if they want, they can place themselves on top of the stadium so they can rack up a lot of elimination points. But Nebula, their hunt begins, and this time it's going to be Sinaway on the receiving side of the spectrum. Sinaway already took heavy beating from Wildfangs at the start, and now they also lose out on Milks. That's so unfortunate.
They're going to lose bodies for this as well. Has to be very, very careful. But Nebula Esports, they're not exactly out in the clear as well. There's a lot of teams circling around them, looking to try and punish them, and that's going to be one of them. Is going to be Meta Ninja. Shadow 7 gets a couple of fadeaway shots. Apollo's going to be chiming in as well to try and pin them out. Meta Ninja going to take advantage of this and try and rotate into the zone as they make a wave into its stadium themselves. Hero Extreme Godlike, they are forced to defend, and Myth was the first team to try and came knocking in, and they lose a player. That's going to be the second one that falls, and Hero Extreme Godlike finds 2 more.
I'm pretty sure Myth is going to be fine with this because they do have all the recalls available. They can anyways fall back, hit those recalls, and once again get everyone back on the board. So it's all good in the hood. That's what I believe. With all the recalls on the stock, yeah, it's not a problem. For Godlike, though, these elimination points are definitely going to be a bit of that mental booster, since today it's been a bit of a lackluster day from them.
Yeah, this is interesting here coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan is making sure that he is going to be marking the recall tower inside the stadium, trying to get a little bit of a potential flush on towards those sneaky little ratty players coming in. But I'm surprised nobody has decided to actually play on top of stadium yet coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. That might be a little bit of a good sign for other teams trying to push in now.
Oh no, Nebula. They're catching a lot of those strays. All the 3 players finally getting knocked out and finished off. Nebula, they were on a spree of eliminations. Straight up just ramming their vehicles towards the compound, taking those fights left, right, center. And now finally Adi gets a chance to recall his teammate once again back on the board. So making sure that everyone is pretty much going to be around the same page.
This is going to be a tricky spot to be in here. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're not looking outside. They're just checking for potential rats inside here. And the only player up top right now is going to be Admino. He's giving a lot of information for the team. Whereas all the other teams are looking for off angles to try and make a little bit of pounds, but nobody has pushed into the stadium yet. Meanwhile, on the finish feed, it seems like Kanaha may have taken a little bit of beating. But let's take a look at the replay here on this fight on the Neom's factory as well. OG holding the outskirts of the city, was able to find Genesis, who's trying to make a little bit of exit here from Wizgod, just completely demolishing Genesis, which was very, very impressive, considering the fact that nobody wants to get stuck too long in the early stages.
Without a doubt. And for Godlike, it's just a day with Destiny. A chance for them to recover all the lost points in the first 3 games. Reckoning Esports, what's going on with them? Somehow they're losing bodies, which is quite unfortunate. K9 Esports is in the close by proximity, so of course, it's already a big pain to deal with. Knight as well now closing in. He wants to devour those elimination points that are just lying in the outskirts, and eventually they do so as well. Reckoning Esports losing out on too many men. They've taken heavy beating. Are the recalls available? That's my question.
But at the same time, this is a small little bounce back here coming from K9 Esports, I would say. They got themselves 4 finishes, but with the zone in play, seems like it does shift directly on towards the stadium itself. North side of stadium is still in play, but a lot of teams are kind of stay away from the stadium itself, so we don't really want to see an urban warfare, they say. They are going to try and play out in open. K9 Esports right now is not exactly in zone. They need to find an entry point, so that is going to be a tricky spot for them. But as of yet, Evox, they are going to drive past stadium, and seems like no shots are being fired. They should be able to pull through, but as soon as I say this, I may have jinxed it. A lot of fadeaway shots are coming in. Almost drops a player from side of Evox. Evo does have the bandages. It seems like he will drive past stadium uncontested. Maybe, just maybe, they might be able to take a hit on fight with Hero Stream Godlike right now.
Yeah, but still, challenging Godlike is not going to be a good idea. The players are just scattered all over the place, and they're going to have better intel over you. So taking that fight is already filled with too many concerns. For Myth, they lose out on Daddy as well. So yeah, luckily enough, they do have the recall available on Daddy, so once again, that recall can be triggered, so it's all good in the hood for Myth. And that's what is going to be the pretty much try as well for Myth. And look at this from the side of Evox. What? Shadow was just out in the open inside a stadium, eventually gets shut down as well. He was just taking laps.
Wow, this is insane here coming from Evox. I think they tried to drive in to try and see if whether or not can they use the recall, but Hero Stream Godlike, they predicted teams that are going to be doing something like that. And because of this, they lose 1 player. And Evox now, they have to risk not using those recall towers early on, and they are going to try and play towards endgame with just 3 players, because now the recall tower is just done for. There's no way, no other place that is safe for them to actually pick up their last player. Hero Stream Godlike has got the only one inside the zone. Technically, the safest spot to actually recall, just completely locked down.
That's the whole point, though. Godlike, all they need to do is just play defense, because they know things are aligned pretty well for them. Genesis on the screen. Fury, Gravity Hunters next to each other. 4 finishes racked up. And with Genesis getting 4 finishes, one thing is clear. They've already got that Kickstarter that's needed. Now K9 Esports is definitely going to be a concerning point for Genesis, but how do you deal with them? It's up to them.
It's going to be a tricky spot to be in as well, because Genesis, they are not looking to try and take this fight. Fury and Viper is left to try and gatekeep them, but Gravity and also Hunters has repositioned. Shots being shot here from Viper with a little bit of fade away, but it does scare off K9 to rotate away, so that is going to be the safety net for Genesis as they figure out what's the next game plan. As K9 Esports going to be on the move to go in for the mad dash. Stage 4 is about to begin, and where will the circle shift here? Seems like it's not going to be in stadium. No, stadium is in play, so K9, they are going to lose bodies, but they have to push in towards Hero Extreme Godlike's crosshair now.
Kind of insane. Stadium still in contention. Reckoning Esports around that proximity as well, and for Reckoning Esports, it's just that one glimmer of hope. For Godlike, they can just keep on holding down Stadium, but for some reason, they are taking a rotation out of it. I'm not a big fan of that decision. K9 Esports from the sidelines, really creating a lot of problems for Genesis. They've managed to find that first knock, and Slug is just constantly spamming away. He's desperate to get that elimination, but he's going to be denied by the boys of Genesis. They fortify the man who was knocked out, and now maybe the day is going to be safe for him as well.
Well, it seems like K9 Esports, they're experiencing a lot of problems right now. They don't really have a way to actually push in the zone. They are completely locked down. Genesis got them pinned alongside, side by side. Return fires are coming in. K9 Esports, they need to find an opener. Viper out in the open, but no knocks yet coming from K9 Esports. They need to find a way to get out. The circle is forcing them but Slug, he's been left alone. Finally gets into the vehicle, but he cannot get out. Fadeaway shots are coming in. Slug's forced to be stuck there as a sacrificial play from K9 Esports so that the rest can survive. Slug now trying to find a way, but he is delaying the time here from Genesis. Finally gets into the vehicle, but he cannot do so. There's just so much happening.
Yeah, there's no tires on the vehicle, and that's why Slug was just stuck around that block. And now finally, he's understand one thing. If you're not going to be able to move out of that position, you're dead anyways. Ninja Boy's wall falls apart. It's OG knocking on the doors of K9 Esports too. K9 has found themselves in such a bad spot between a pinch of Orangutan and even the boys from Genesis. It is probably one of the worst possible scenarios that could pop up for K9, but now they need to find a way to deal with this entire scenario. Ninja Boy's taken away to his death, and OG wants to press upon the matters even more.
Oh my goodness, such a tricky spot here for K9 Esports. They're just crumbling. Meanwhile, let's talk about the teams who's outside the zone in the southwest corner. Nebula Esports seems to be in a little bit of stalemate here with Meta Ninja. Meta Ninja forced to take this fight, and they are going to try and take them out as well. Nice nade here coming from Fierce.
It's not looking too good for the side of Nebula Esports. Utilities from Nebula are not landing properly, but they still do fire back. But now look at this nade from Fierce. It's going to find another knock. Meta Ninja's utility utilization, it's been really precise. And Nebula just can't do anything about it. How do you deal with nades who are cooked perfectly and just exactly on the mark? There's no possible way you can deal with them. And Meta Ninja just being a kryptonite to Nebula. They have to back away, and Nebula is now going to try to execute that safe play, but even that's being denied as Adi falls apart.
Oh my goodness, Meta Ninja just completely kicked Nebula out of the place. But look at this, there is a spot that is even higher than Stadium, and Learn from Pass has got the tower available. He is going to be so crucial in closing out the game here from Learn from Pass, and that is going to be a tricky spot here. Wildfangs can't exactly push in, they're barely on the edge of the zone. They do have a small little pocket to kind of work around with, but even then, Meta Ninja has the line and sights on them, so they have to be very, very careful on how they should take the next approach. Sensei is going to try and provide a little bit of cover fire, but it seems like they realize that Termi up top on this tower is going to be the most important player to take out right now.
Oh my god, it's so funny. Termi's position, the man's literally got an eagle eye. He's got a third-person view all the way on top of the lobby.
Oh, wow.
Kind of crazy. The amount of intel Termi is able to rack up, none of them inside of the lobby has.
Oh my goodness, Termi, he's got the god spot, but at the same time, the most riskiest spot to play here from Learn from Pass. This entire composition and formation from Learn from Pass solely depends on Termi surviving towards the end game, providing intel and getting an insane off angle. And as of yet, he's able to set his line of sight onto his Meta Ninja, but decides not to shoot yet. This is not the right time to review himself, and every single team is still scrambling to figure out where to go into the zone. But as of yet, Termi cannot afford to draw attention at all. The only team that knows that he's up there right now is pretty much Wildfangs.
Oh, Mad Kings. They've got a bit of a camp set up as of now. All the players next to each other, deployable covers as well, invested towards that spot, utilizing the vehicles too as a bit of that cover. For Godlike, 5 finish points secured. Finally, a game that they can look forward to. But still, conversion is far away. Circle shifting away from Stadium. Godlike finding a bit of that piece of the pie with them. And Godlike now with this cover, they need to keep on moving up in the tally of the overall board even more, which also means that in the future lines, they also need to keep on fighting.
Seems like Termi, he is poking away onto his Meta Ninja. A little bit of a suppressant utilities has been fired off. He's hoping to get a little bit lucky knocks here. Doesn't want to overcommit his ammunition. He's only got 180. He needs to save as much as he can towards the end game. And that is going to be the situation for Learn from Pass. Meanwhile, OG looking to try and push in from the east side. Mad Kings has to defend, but they're both not inside the zone as of yet.
Oh my
what
god!
A nade from WizGod.
Yeah, that's going to find a quick two-piece. Pro is at the front line, still just proning. His position wasn't known, and Pro is going to have that surprise element. Surprising the boys of OG. OG completely caught off guard as well, but still, the fight can be converted. And without a doubt, it will be converted by Orangutan.
Oh my goodness. Orangutan, what a flush coming through, what a takedown. 12 finishes in the bag. They were able to pick off every single team from the east side, but this time they have to play on offense. They have to push inside the zone, and the zone is going to force them out in the open. Deploy covers is not exactly in play here, But look at this, Genesis, they heard those commotions. They are looking to try and slam in as well, and they
Oh
will
my
find
God.
Ardenki. They trade Hunters for it, but Wiz got on the side, also being picked off.
Yeah, the man was just pinned. He could not do anything, and even Trictable Esports wanting to take the advantage of this fact. For OG, they've still got 2 players standing. The fight is taken down to a 2v2. The trades did happen back and forth, but Genesis Esports, what a risky move that was, and somehow it's actually working out. But Genesis now need to be careful off the back lines, because Trictable Esports, even they're doing a lot of damage. The Blues on the move. OG's taking too much damage, and from the side, it's going to be Godlike hitting OG like a truck. OG was able to rack up a lot of elimination points, but the continuation, it's going to be impossible.
Oh, but at the same time, Hero Extreme Godlike, they may have overextended as well. Manya dropping down pretty low from the backs. He's getting shot here, but surprise, surprise, he survives, and he's going to be able to get out of safety. Meanwhile, OG also being eliminated as well because of the master play. Well, actually, OG's not dead. Aro was able to actually sneak past here, despite Troy Temnin actually pressuring. It was only one guy that actually pressured that, but it actually took out 3 players from OG and the entirety of Genesis.
Even Trictable now needs to move out in the open. A lot of these teams need to step outside of their comfort zone, including Godlike, Learn from Past, and even Myth. And that's when you will see a lot of the action happening. For Godlike, though, still there can be a bit of that comfort zone that they can capitalize on. Maybe move on towards those 2 houses still inside of the circle, and that is probably going to be the ideal strategy for Godlike. But for Learn from Past, they need to brute force their way in.
Exactly, but at the same time, Termi is pretty much done for as well. He's going to be played as the sacrificial queen play as of yet. He's got the power spot, he's got the god spot, and he is going to try and zone off Wildfangs as much as he can before his teammates actually push inside the zone. So he's probably going to be tanking the zone here to try and get an opener here for Learn from Past. It seems like Wildfangs also getting pressured here from Meta Ninja. Apollos is able to see them. And with the zone forcing them in play, Goten getting knocked. Termi was able to find a knock here. Wildfangs has to abandon him. Sensei forced to lick his way through, but even he will fall. Termi will take 2 in the back.
Yeah, they're taking too many beating upon themselves. Wildfangs losing out on too many men inside of the scuffle. Sinaway as well, losing out on the man number, and that's going to be Ninja down too. Ninja up close and personal, he will win that duel, and that was an essential duel, needed to be won. And Ninja now needs to continue his wrath as he's looking to push against that final man of Wildfang. What's happening? It's such an awkward commence, but he still ends up advancing. He still ends up eliminating that man from Wildfangs, but Meta Ninja now knows it's going to be an opportunity opened up. They want to capitalize, they want to take an advantage of it, and this is the third party, and it will be easily converted too.
Beautifully done here. Now with the nades coming from White Tiger, he does chip them away. Not enough to knock them all out, but he does have enough information to actually scare him off. And here comes the push. Sinway on the run. Rex Boy going to be calming down here. Going to be taking a little bit of a surprise element here. Smokes has been played, but the nades from Apollos finds Ninja. So now it is going to be a little bit of flush. Sinway goes down, and Meta Ninja cleans them all up. Molotov as well, but it is going to be fierce to actually well, burns Shadow 7, but okay, they will be able to reset here unless Learn from Past go for the clash, which in this case not going to be happening. But Hero Extreme Godlike now finally pushes into the zone. It seems like they will find Aru out in the open, and Mino gets knocked off, but nice little trade here from Manya.
Yeah, that is really impressive. I mean, Godlike as well, the way they are stepping inside of the picture was definitely nice, but now they've just lost out on too many players. It's just down to Manya and Jonathan, these 2 final players. For Godlike, at least they've got a decent performance in this game. It's something that they are matching up to the average, but still, the previous games, they have been a bit of a lackluster performance. So Godlike needs to capitalize and compromise. As of now, though, Manya knocked out. For Godlike, once again, concerns rising.
Yeah, this is very concerning as well. Jonathan needs to try and find a way to regroup with the Manya, but Troy Temnin Esports has got them completely locked down. But Meta Ninja, they were part of that small little scuffle. Learn from Past, finally makes their way in. And surprise, surprise, Termi wasn't sacrificed. He was able to actually push it uncontested as well. Very nicely done. But it is going to be a tricky spot to be in here because right now the zone is going to force them to be pushed out. And we are down towards the final 3 team here. Learn from Past and Meta Ninja in this gas station. While Troy Temnin and Esports, they know that this is the 2 last teams pretty much outside the zone.
It's been such an impressive game from Learn from Past. There's a chance they might just secure a massive one. But Meta Ninja, they know Learn from Past is walking into a mid grinder, and they just want to continue just hammering down the opponents. But eventually Learn from Past, they've just got too many numbers, and they withstand all of the damage put up against them. But now it's their chance to take a fight against Troy Timberland Esports. The fact that Troy Timberland Esports did not press up instantly is a problem, but they're just playing for the map control, which makes a lot of sense as well.
Exactly, but learn from past, they have the numbers, but the problem is, can they push out right now without getting punished? Troy Timberland Esports got a lot of off angle here. Hesperos is able to scout out Rush Boy. He was able to get a couple of shots in, but learn from past, they have no clue where Troy is. And it seems like they get 2 knocks, even the third one potentially here. Honey dropping down low. This is the opener for Troy Timberland Esports to push in and get those points. Do not let Learn from Past deny those points as of yet.
Learn from Past just trying to position themselves in a good spot, but they're being constantly denied. Honey patching himself up, and he knows he's the only glimmer of hope around this entire gas station. The moment he gets eliminated, Learn from Past, they're done for. The chance of survival, it's going to be next to none. And look at that man from the side of Learn from Past. He's managing to create that off angle. Eventually, Honey peeks out, takes down Oxen to barely any sort of HP, and now Oxen is stuck in a real bad spot. The blue is closing in even lower, and you already know, the moment the circle shrinks, Learn from Past, the death bell is going to be ringing on top of their heads, and that's what's happening. Troy Timberland Esports with the most amount of men standing. It's a 3-on-1 scenario for Troy Timberland Esports. They're getting pushed on by this one man from Learn from Past. It's going to be Rush Boy, who did his best, but still, his best was not enough, but they still secured a lot of points, and Troy Timberland Esports, a remarkable performance.
Yeah, I mean, finally, we are seeing Troy Timberland Esports strike back big blows on day number 2 of the semi-finals. 2 chicken dinners secured in the matches that they played so far, and again, hope is beginning to rise up even more for this team.
Exactly. Patience paid off tenfold as well. They were very, very precise on their assault here. And Troy Timberland Esports with this performance here does give them a shot to break past in towards the top 8 here. But great start here, especially in the map Rondo, because this was a very, very tricky spot to play here. And I really like that a lot of teams are just dodging Stadium completely. And because of this, everybody was kind of caught out in the open here. Troy Timberland Esports was just playing very patiently, forcing people to engage against other teams. And I think the big mastermind here has to be coming from Troy Timberland Esports, because they instigated a lot of fights, but they weren't the ones that committed. It forced reactions from other teams, and because of that, everybody was kind of stranded out in open. OG was one of them, K9 was one of them, even for Genesis also getting completely flushed out in the east side.
Yeah, and this was a similar situation, a similar build-up to how Troy Timberland Esports were able to secure the chicken dinner or wrangle earlier on in the day. But we have the recap of the final few moments of this particular match. And while, yes, Troy Timberland Esports have done quite well for themselves, I do have to say, Learn from Past. This is a good start from Learn from Past as well. And of course, Meta Ninja, a team that was leading from the top of the leaderboard, also shows up in great form in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Learn from Past, the fact that they're able to secure so many elimination points, make it to the top 2. Learn from Past is probably one of the most consistent teams right now inside of the lobby. Even yesterday, they were doing good. Even right now, they're doing pretty decent for themselves. Second finish with a lot of elimination points for Troy Timberland Esports. Today's day has been phenomenal. But even for Godlike, that previous game was okay. A team that I had a lot of expectations from is going to be Nebula Esports, but they unfortunately dropped the ball. We've got the stats of the winner chicken dinner team, which is going to be Troy Timberland Esports, and yeah, that's a lot of points secured from them.
Yeah, exactly. Troy Timberland Esports, they are in the right track as of yet here when it comes to qualifying towards the grand finals as well. If they are able to maintain this performance every single game, we should be shaking up the leaderboard a little bit here, especially when the grand finals actually happen as well, because a lot of fans are hoping that Troy Timberland Esports is going to be making into the grand finals as well.
Yeah, I think after this performance, the odds of that happening are quite significantly high. Because earlier on it was a 16-point chicken dinner, and now in this game as well, I believe about 22 points secured. So big performances coming through from this team, and they are not done yet. They still have 2 more matches left.
Exactly. Their first game, chicken dinner, I would say maybe, the circle kind of favored them with luck here. But this game, Rondo, it was all pure skills. Like, it was just masterclass of just decision-making and shot calling, which in terms of rotation, just outplayed everybody else. Because think about it this way, right? What I thought Hiroshima Godlike was going to do, Learn from Past did it on the west side. That stadium was just left completely unchecked, and I think they only sent up Admito on top, but they weren't exactly committing and just forcing everybody out in the open. And naturally, somehow, for some reason, everybody else just rotated away, knowing that there's going to be someone there, but even though there was actually no one there.
I mean, Godlike could have done better in this game. They could have had a big match for themselves, but again, I think over-aggression is what costed them a few crucial points in the previous round. They wanted to keep in check. Maybe this is the thought process for adaptation. But overall, I think Godlike is not having a great day today, considering they were in the top 5 at the start of the day with 3 matches played, and today with 6 matches back to back, we were expecting Godlike to take the first position. Well, first half of the day, they moved in the wrong direction. They were playing on the second page of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Thrown outside of the top 8, it was definitely not a good look for Godlike. But the previous game, it might just be a bit of that igniter, right? They had an okay amount of elimination points and an okay amount of placement points as well. It's still not going to be a lot of points, but you can say that is probably one of the best games they've had so far. So maybe you can say slow and steady steps towards the success. And since Godlike already had such a good day yesterday, that's still going to be compensating for today's loss. So maybe you can say in the upcoming games, if Godlike gets double digits once again on the board, they're still going to find themselves inside of the top 8 in an okay spot.
And that's what we hope for. We are going to hope to see the momentum from day number 1 carried forward, at least even if it's for the last 2 games, carried forward into those matches, and Godlike making a climb inside of the top 8 as well. But while we try to figure out, and in fact wait to see the matches to see if that is going to happen or not, we also have to see who's going to walk away with the next giveaway, who gets the exciting merchandise given away by Krafton India Esports. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head towards the stage to find out who's going to get it.
Hyderabad, are you ready? क्या बात है? देखिए 4 मुकाबले खत्म हो चुके और डे ऑफ कमबैक्स में हमारी बहुत सारी टीम्स ने कमबैक ऑलरेडी कर दिया है. ट्रॉय तमिलियन ई-स्पोर्ट्स से लेके वशिष्ठा ई-स्पोर्ट्स, पर जितना मेरे को लग रहा है हमारी ऑडियंस ना यहाँ पे कमबैक नहीं कर पा रही. कहाँ गया वो डे 1 की एनर्जी? कहाँ गया वो डे 1 का खौफ? There are a lot of people watching on air. Ladies and gentlemen, from Hyderabad, one big noise. Hyderabad, are you ready? I love the energy. देखिए, it is going to be very simple. एक और बार giveaway की घड़ी आ चुकी है. कंप्यूटर जी को हम बोलेंगे एक बार स्पिन करने के लिए, एंड अगर आप लकी साबित हुए तो आपको मिलेंगे बहुत सारे गुडीज जो आपको गेम्स खेलने में मदद करेंगी, बीजीएमआई में आगे जाने में मदद करेंगे. अगर आपकी इजाजत हो कंप्यूटर जी को स्पिन करवा जाए. चलिए जी कंप्यूटर जी, व्हाट इज गोना बी द लकी नंबर? 2 8 284 कौन है? आई कैन सी समबडी. लाल हुडी में आगे आ जाइए. देखिए गर्मी बहुत ज्यादा चल रही है, बट हमको लगा कि हम एक सैंटा क्लॉस को जल्दी जल्दी भेज देंगे. तो हमारे सैंटा क्लॉस, कैन यू प्लीज टेक द गुरी एंड गिव इट टू आवर लकी लैड. क्या बात है. कुछ खूबसूरत पल यहाँ पे, ऑफ कोर्स, एंड ही इज गोइंग टू बी रिसीविंग इट फ्रॉम इंजीनियर वाईटी. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. Ladies and gentlemen, there goes our winner of the giveaway, and of course I'm sure he is going to be extremely lucky. बहुत lucky अपने आप को figure out करेंगे जरूर, but आप लोग कहीं मत जाइएगा, आप लोग भी कहीं मत जाइएगा, बिकॉज हम लौटेंगे बहुत जल्द. एक छोटे से ब्रेक पे जाएंगे और उसके उस तरफ 2 मुकाबले और बचे. सो डोंट गो एनीवेयर, we'll see you right back.
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, now it's time for us to move on towards the upcoming game. But before that, we also need to get through a little bit of more talks, right? Since it's going to be the map of Miramar, we already know it's going to be a curveball, a bit of a change in the pace as well. Maybe those teams who wanted to play it a little bit of passive game, maybe now they can be rewarded, but I still want to see that aggression from a few known names like Nebula Esports maybe.
Hey man, all things considered, we've seen a lot of aggression for the past two Rondo as well. Just non-stop fights. It was a little bit of an awkward play. I think just now that Rondo was a little bit slow to my liking, but other than that, it was just absolute pandemonium here. So before we talk towards the next game here, let's talk about the MVP of the match right now here. Goten being 7 finishes here coming from Wild Fangs, which yes, they weren't able to make it towards the end game, but 7 finishes from Goten was pretty impressive.
Yeah, that is really nice. I mean, overall, if you look at Viscott as well coming through from OG, and yeah, OG as well is a team we should get to, because off the rip, OG was just starting things off with a massive bang, aiming for those elimination points, and even though OG were not even close to getting that chicken dinner, but they compensated for that when it comes to the elimination points, John.
And again, I think you see that clearly on the standings as well. 17 points secured by OG, just 3 placement points. It's been the case since yesterday, by the way, because even at the start of the day, we pointed this out, OG was there in the top 5 with just a single digit of placement point. The aggression is keeping them inside of the top 8, and I think they should be able to retain the position if they do manage to hit double-digit eliminations every single game. But looking at the damage report of this game, and as expected on Rondo, I mean, fights happening all over the map, even the teams that were taken out early also getting involved in the conflict. But a bad start to the day for Phoenix and 4-Wolf DOD, 181, 211 damage means they were wiped out pretty one-sided, in a pretty one-sided affair.
And I guess when it comes to Phoenix, it feels like the curse is continuing once again. What happened to them yesterday is happening to them right now as well. The overall standings are now on the screen. Learn from past with 70 points, toppling everyone over on the first spot. That is remarkable.
This is insane here coming from Learn from Past. No one expected this as well, but this is such a dominating performance coming from them. So they have been somewhat consistent in the first 6 games, but now today itself, day 2 is a mental reset for every single team. And guess who is the most consistent so far? It's Learn from Past, it's Meta Ninja, and out of nowhere, they bounce back. This is huge coming from these two teams because they are starting to build this small little lead, but again, it's not that far apart yet.
Yeah, but I feel bad for Genesis, man. The slip up, not the slip up, but the lack of performance that was there in a few games yesterday forces them on the 10th position. This is a climb up from what the fall was like, but Genesis Esports still a long way to cover. And Troy Tamil Esports, they're the perfect example of how bad a setback can put you inside of the overall leaderboard. 2 chicken dinners, still on the 9th position, but they still have the door open. They are not too far away from the top 8. 1 decent performance, they will have a safety net to work with as well.
Guys, what is this on the last page? K9 Esports, Sinaway. We're also seeing Phoenix, Team Tumulus. What is this? The teams that we wanted to perform, that we expected to perform, are also there on the last page, including Mad Kings. For Mad Kings, yesterday's day was so good, but now look at the transition towards today's day.
Yeah, it's just very, very awkward as well to see Mad Kings actually struggling as well. They were just getting picked off left, right, and center. Yesterday, we did see moments of brilliance of Clutch God's prime as well. And it seems like we thought for a second that maybe Clutch God is back in action, but today he was pretty much almost the first guy getting taken out every single game.
Without a doubt. I mean, Clutch God, I just feel like he needs to find that stability. In general, the entirety of Mad Kings, they're just getting caught off guard in some of the most weird ways. They're getting caught off guard in those rotations. They're getting caught off guard in some of the compounds. I just feel like they need to work a little bit more on their positioning. What do you think, John?
I think that's true. I think a lot needs to be done for Mad Kings to be successful. And again, I think one of those things has to be Shadow OG getting the form back that he was in during the league stages, getting those frags for his team. The IGL needs to step up now.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure the IGL will be stepping up. Phoenix Esports, they seem pumped up for this upcoming game. And without wasting any more time, let's head on towards the map of Miramar.
Ladies and gentlemen, here the 5th game on its way on your screen right now. It is going to be the map of Miramar for the 2nd day of the semi-finals here for BGIS 2026. And things are getting very, very spicy here. Teams fighting for a shot to make it into the grand finals on the line here as the day goes by. Can they set the foundation here for day 2 itself? It seems to me the flight path is going to be coming in from the southwest side of the map and then traversing through Las Leonas, ending towards El Azahar. Johnny, seems like we do see a little bit of a potential switch here.
Yeah.
Nebula Esports not heading towards El Pozo because Phoenix is in the game, and surprise, surprise, I think Phoenix should be able to make it safely.
Yeah, but Phoenix also are forced to take an early exit towards Valle del Mar. Oh, all right. We saw a few potential drop clashes, I believe marked by the players of Myth. So let's see if things are going to take a tumble for them, because even with Nebula taking the southern drop, problems can arise for Myth. They might not have taken this into account. Problems can arise for the players of Genesis Esports as well, and Wildfang's teams that are playing Los Leones right now. On the other front of things, looking out for drop clashes. As always, we do not see any yet. But Meta Ninja, along with them, the players of Troy Tamilian Esports gliding towards Power Grid and San Martin, should be able to spot each other out. But look at this. The one game where neither Phoenix Esports or Nebula get a control for El Pozo. We have a circle close to El Pozo, right now centered between Monte Nuevo and Crater Fields.
Yeah, but at the same time here, let's talk about Reckoning Esports' position right now. They do take Monte Nuevo as their home ground. They do have a little bit of dips as well. So this might be a little bit of a trouble for Phoenix to actually make it in towards El Pozo. And it seems like Phoenix, they are not deciding to push directly here, seeing that, you know, down south is pretty much in the clear. Let's just loot up there and then commit to the fight. So this means that El Pozo is pretty much open for the taking for anybody at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see, though, how things turn out. And I'm going to wait for stage 2. That is when we are going to see that wave of bodies move east to west towards the play zone. Right now, I think Reckoning, Meta Ninja, teams that have gotten control of the center or off center as well early inside of this match should be able to do quite decent. The usual tactics of Miramar and the position around Monte Nuevo as well, quite exposed, just ridges to work with. So if you do get spotted out by Meta Ninja or Reckoning, you better keep on moving. Unless you have a knock and you know you are going to have the upper hand in the fight as well.
Well, let's talk a little bit more on towards Mr. All-Timer here. Apollo's pretty much qualified for every single Grand Finals last year. No podium finishes, but this time seems like they are very close to it as well. Currently sitting on the top 2, and he was very confident that this time they should be one of the strongest teams, and he did mention as well that with White Tiger in play, he's pretty much in sync with him. And it's been a while since I've seen Apollo's not playing solo, and his chicken dinner yesterday gave him a huge morale booster. And coming to this game as well, yes, Meta Ninja wasn't able to secure the chicken dinner, but they were able to get a decent amount of points. So this might be the opportunity for Meta Ninja to maybe take it all the way, alongside Shadow 7's IGL.
I mean, could be. And Shadow 7 has been a brilliant IGL for the side of Meta Ninja this far into the journey that he has had with them in 2026. Hopefully it's going to be a successful one. It's a brilliant roster on paper, and they're doing wonderfully inside of BGIS 2026 as well. But we have Nebula Esports still in control of the southern highways. They have found a loot truck, Adi in Partona. Unfortunately, he is alone. He's going to have to tell his teammates there's amazing loot alongside with him, but they can't really make that rotation. Godlike, though, early on the move. Could be in a conflict with the players of K9 with where they are headed.
Well, seems like now, speaking of heading towards this place as well, Hero Ship Godlike, they have to go for the secondary drop. Usually a little bit far off from La Crobre area, but seems like the secondary drop does give them a decent amount of loot. And it seems like they are going to go push for the center control. Phoenix finally makes their way into El Pozo uncontested. I was expecting maybe Reckoning is going to stop them. Seems like they will have a free take onto the city themselves and then pick their poisons. But my question here is, where will this circle shape? Because circles like this is a little bit off as well, because this 4 intersection between the north, west, south, and east, because of this cross here from Monte Nuevo, is very, very different playing terrain itself here. It's long range, close quarters, or is it going to be a rotation battle, a game of snakes? So it is going to be very, very tricky. We will have a rough idea on how things are going to be looking like for stage 2, but K9, this is a team that I think has not found their footing here. A little bit of recovery for day 2, but we need a massive performance coming from them.
Yeah, for sure. Hope was there yesterday, and Hope was there at the start of the day as well, but that first rondo did not really work out too well for K9. Although we have seen them put up big performances on every single map every now and then, so even if on this Miramar, they are able to secure somewhere about 20 to 25 points, it will put them close to the top 8. Not necessarily inside it, but hey, there's going to be hope that maybe in the last year angle they are going to drop at least 15 points and find a spot in the top 8 where K9 rightfully deserves to be. But early conflict, and it is Meta Ninja going up against Mad Kings.
Well, a little bit of a ex-teammate scenario here for Apollos. But it seems like he is going to try and back out for his fight, knowing that his teammates are not exactly in position. Taking back the high ground here, Apollos is keeping Mad Kings in check, stopping them from pushing through. It seems like Mad Kings, they will actually concede and look for a different entry path here. So Meta Ninja actually blocking off their rotations, forcing Mad Kings to figure out a different plan. Pretty much stuck in the corners here onto his battle grid. Meta Ninja doesn't really want to give away for this spot. They want to hold this compound, and that high ground is pretty much a kryptonite to Meta Ninja, who is going to be camping their way through. Seems like Meta Ninja, they are going to try and farm some straggler finishes, which in this case hasn't happened yet. But from the south side, Myth is going to be pushing through, going to be running through where OG is going to be coming up very, very soon. It seems like they don't really want to engage in this fight just because of the fact that this circle is still unpredictable, right? Like El Pozo means boom, we are going to be seeing urban warfare. East side, power grid, power spot. Meta Ninja does have it. West side, well, Phoenix will pretty much calling dips here on towards the side here. Those church positions do have one of the strongest to work with, and we are going to be expecting long range. South means, well, Chumacera, where OG is going to completely dominate the circle itself. So this is still uncertain, I would say, Johnny.
Yeah, it's very uncertain. I mean, we haven't seen any conflict come to fruition so far inside of this match. 7 minutes in, and all 64 players are still present in this lobby. But yeah, a little bit of a helping hand being lent to Spraygard as the coup was flipped and his teammate shows up to, well, put it the right side down.
It's really weird considering the fact that usually, you know, first circle, especially now the trend here in the semifinals, the teams are looking to play center control, but a majority of them are pretty much hugging the X crossroads right now, just because they want to call dibs on swinging the fastest to the next location, just because they don't know where the zone is. I know I sound like a broken record, but all the teams are doing that, except, in this case, 4 Wolves, K9, and Hiroshi Godlike, who's looking to try and play edge zone to try and pick off teams at the sides. 4 Wolves trying to dodge center as much as they can, doesn't want to try and pick off, they want to go for third parties, and surprise, surprise, they might actually run into 3 teams up north.
Also, another name that's not doing what you said, I see, is Genesis Esports, who surprisingly are just exiting Porto Palacio as stage 1 comes to an end. We are going to have stage 2 of this map on our screens, but close to the center of the circle, in fact, towards the southeast, we have Wildfangs going up against Mad Kings, and in fact, the circle just takes a shift between Chumacera and Power Grid. Latriella, it is going to be the spot that everyone is eyeing towards.
Yeah.
Those hills are going to be of the highest priority in this game. And Ewoks, I think they are going to feel lucky that they have the high ground in their control right now.
Exactly, but Mad Kings has got to be scratching their heads as well. Why did they give away those hills that Meta Ninja was trying to stop them as well? And now they are thinking about pushing back up. Meta Ninja going to be having a little bit of control of the compounds, but they are going to be expecting company. Troy Diamond and Esports going to be pushing through, but everybody else, look at the splash of colors down towards the south side. This is going to be extremely chaotic as well because nobody's got any space here. Power Grid's surprisingly kind of empty here, but let's take a look at how things are happening from Reckoning Esports. This is a specialty coming from them. They were the team that caused a lot of problems in the previous Miramar earlier today. And it seems like they are going to try to stabilize into his warehouses as well. They are still somewhat in the middle of the zone, so they are going to be in safety net. But on the finish feed, look at this. Evox, Kalan pretty much caught out in the open, gets picked off.
They're moving to the low ground. Ewoks, quite surprising. And an impressive punish coming through from Wildfangs. The first point of the game secured by Wildfangs. Still a long way to go though. Although Ewoks, I think there's going to be more trouble brewing up for them because when we saw the map the last time, Myth was right behind them and also looking to move towards the high grounds of Ladriella. Let's see who is going to be the one making that first bounce, the one pulling the trigger first. On the other side of things, Nebula Esports, since they were flushed outside of the play zone, have decided to, well, go for an alternative game plan. They are going to find a different breaching point inside of the circle. And Wildfangs, while all of this happens towards the edges of the play zone, are going to stay at peace. They are off-center, but they have concrete cover to work with. So not a lot of incentive for them to make any moves.
Well, speaking of moves as of yet, Genesis now, like you said, right, they were a little bit late on towards the outskirt here. They just got in the zone. They have no idea what's happening inside the zone as of yet. So they are going to be playing on towards edges here to try and gather a little bit of intel before the next move as of yet. It seems like it's going to be tricky here, but let's talk about where Meta Ninja is. They will double down on those compounds. Wall Wolves coming to try and go in for a knock in here, but Fierce was able to find 2 players. They even find K9 on the sides as well. They're taking 2 teams on 2 fronts, but are those points converted is going to be the question. Fierce is able to find his point here, and that's going to be K9 losing a player as Meta Ninja still defends as much as they can. It seems like on the minimap as well, even Troy Temple Esports is taking a little bit of beating out in the open. So Meta Ninja are doing a fantastic job. But look at this, Apollo's challenging against K9. Gets taken down. Omega goes in for the knock, but he's getting suppressed here. Shadow 7 with the cover fire is able to take him out. They get the full reset, but K9, they're just so far away.
Yeah, it's going to take them a while to get here, and White Tiger might just be able to get a res onto Apollo. But here they are, Ninja Boy leading the charge, Shadow 7. The IGL needs to handle the pressure. We were talking about Meta Ninja and the IGL from Meta Ninja just before this match, and it seems like all that conversation has been heard. K9 under pressure. Nate from Ninja Boy finds the opener. The 2-point slam dunk. Meta Ninja starting to crumble. And Shadow 7 still trying his level best to be the saving grace. And again, off the flank, the shotgun is out of ammo. Goes for a reload. Jump shot fails to connect. Ninja Boy still has an opportunity, but Knight in the backlines has been knocked out. It's down to a 1v1. Ninja Boy, a phenomenal performance coming through as the star from K9 Esports is finally shining to shine bright, and it's gonna be a 1v4. Picks off all of them, and Meta Ninja are gonna go back to the lobby to figure out a new meta to take on Ninja Boy.
What a blunder coming in from Meta Ninja, but same can be said for K9 because now the compounds are up for grabs and it is going to be up for takings here. It seems like Reckoning Esports is going to be sending their sides here, but on screen, Hero Extreme got like from the north side. They run into his Nebula. They were trying to rotate outside the zone and they crash against each other. Hero Extreme got like losing 2 players. Manya is down, and now Nebula continues to apply the pressure. Nades are coming in. S-Power looking for the reset. Jonathan on the far flank here to try and provide a little bit of assistance, but what a knock from S-Power.
Yeah, you can't let this man get this close to you. Nomi finds out the answer why, but look at the radar. There's one more team in the nearby vicinity. Jonathan looking to find an opening. Drops RD. But Phoenix Esports in the back lines. They were looking to cause chaos. A shutdown has been handed to Phoenix at the hands of Kratos. Nebula somehow still managed to stay alive.
Oh my goodness, S-Power is still continuing with the pressure with the zone pushing in. The nades from Sim is going to back them up. Nebula is getting completely taken out. Kratos loses his 1v1 with S-Power, and Hero Extreme Godlike alongside Phoenix takes out Nebula Esports from this game. But it seems like the battle is not over because the zone is pushing. Phoenix has decided to make a run for it, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they are able to survive this, but they're still inside the zone. S-Power goes for a spray, but Somraj actually getting knocked from where? How did Somraj get knocked?
There was long distance spray coming through. Either it was Troy Tamilian or maybe it was just one of the players from the side of Godlike. Some damage dished out and no escape for Somraj. Simp as well, the mad dash for the center of the circle. Somehow barely squeezing through. Although he has been spotted out by a lot of teams, by the way. I don't think Sim stays alive for long.
Oh, seems like an OG who did not see that, but they are going to be forcing onto a Sinway as of now. Sinway a little bit sprayed off from the pack. Ninja was able to pick up Marsh on the sides, but their vehicles have pretty much been bombarded. OG looking to try and push out here to get those confirmations, to try and line up those nades. Tenki lobs the nade. Is it going to be perfect? And it is perfect! That is going to be the confirmation and the knock onto a Sinway. They are split off, and that is going to be 2 points in the bag for Tenki.
Yeah, impressive performance coming through from OG. A controlled start to this match. The only problem for them is if the circle takes up a shift towards the east side, then going around this hill is going to be a big challenge. But if that happens, I think OG, their move is going to be simple. Rack up as many eliminations as you can before you end up making that move towards east. But that is a hypothetical. If the circle moves west, OG prime position for this game.
What a block from OG as well to shut down Sinway. Was pretty much outside the zone. They sent out 2 players to scout on ahead, but Unfortunately, they were cut off at this track. It seems like the circle is going to shift back on towards the mountain terrains here. Four Wolves smack middle of it all. Mad Kings have the Southern compound to control, but Wildfang's already sneaking up from the east side, so that's going to be a little bit of a saving grace. Meanwhile, Troy Diamond Esports, the team that has gotten 2 chicken dinners today itself, is going to be having a little bit of company knock here, and that is going to be Hero Stream Godlike right in the vicinity. 2v3 situation. It seems like Troy Diamond Esports is still uncertain whether or not they want to overcommit. They want to try and reposition, but they are listening for audio cues. They don't really want to take a hit on fight here because third party has been the signature.
Look at this, a recap of how things went down between Meta Ninja and K9 Esports. And of course, Omega was able to find the initial openings, but Meta Ninja, they were able to get a reset, and Ninja Boy had to show up for the cleanup. Isolating every single fight to perfection, every single mistake made by the individuals of Meta Ninja punished to perfection by Ninja Boy. And now the only prayer that we can have for him is like make it to the top 3, man. This is going to be a decent game for K9 Esports if that happens. Otherwise, 4 points per game, I believe that has been the standard that they've set so far.
Exactly, but at the same time, so I think there was a little bit of miscom here coming from K9 because Ninja Boy and Knight was not in position to back them up when
true.
K9 actually went for the push. They lost 2 players to Meta Ninja, but again, miraculous play coming from Ninja Boy, one of the stars here. And this time, he's got to do a lot of heavy lifting by himself here. But speaking of which here now, Genesis, who's still uncertain where they should be rotating on the edges here, has to push in. But now here comes a slam from Evox. Wildfang's in a little bit of trouble. Sensei all by himself, and he gets taken down! Oh my goodness, what a slam! Evox actually takes him out!
What was that, Ewoks? Wildfangs! They're not gonna believe what just happened. Sensei had everything in his playbook to close that fight, and yet he failed. Ewoks, though, not a long time for them to celebrate. They instantly get third-partied and finished off, but man, oh man, Sensei is gonna have nightmares about that duel for ages.
Oh my goodness, like Wildfangs, how did they actually lose that trade? It's just so unfortunate. But again, both teams getting taken out because of this direct collision.
True.
It's just so unfortunate. And I believe it was LEFP that actually third party as well. What a disgusting timing as well.
Yeah, pretty much a lose-lose situation because Wildfangs get 3 points and Ewoks get 4 points from that fight. But considering Ewoks have had a decent win today, I think it's still a better situation to be Ewoks than to be Wildfangs, who are there with just 47 points on the overall leaderboard. But I see, look at the shift of the zone. It takes a shift towards the eastern side. And remember, as we were talking about OG a few moments earlier, now the game plan is simple. Clear out the edges, move down either south or towards the north. I think the northern side is going to be ideal because the slope of the hill favors duel towards the southern side. But while making that move, OG needs to get frags now.
Oh boy, speaking of frags here, Reckoning Esports, they have the high ground. And they see everything. Myth Official pretty much stuck out in the open here. We do say Simp on the far horizon still trying to get a little bit sneaky. But Myth Official is kind of trying to stop Levi from over-aggressing this as of yet. But as of yet, everybody is at the mercy of Reckoning Esports from the west side. And Roman on the other crossfire as well. They've set up a little bit of a valley trap for themselves. Tap fire from Sahil. Looking to try and get a little bit sneaky, but he does not have ammunition yet. 40 bullets remain for him. Seems like Reckoning Esports may have overextended the play, but let's take a look at the replay here for Reckoning Esports on just pinning down Myth. Sahil with the knock and the nades. Did they find those confirmations? Well, nothing really. Just another knock.
Well, let's see Detrox. He's stuck. Nowhere left to go. Also, if you look at the radar, there's it seems like there's an imposter in the mix of the players of Reckoning Esports. One man from the side of Freud the Million has joined the mix. And in fact, he repays the favor, the kindness with a knock. Roman gets taken out by Aiden. And no options to recover for Reckoning Esports. They are going to have to focus on the fights present towards the southern side. They are putting pressure on the players of Myth. Daddy gets finished off. Detrox has no escape. And Mad Kings could be the next target for the side of Reckoning Esports.
Well, it's a little bit of a tough spot to be in, at least for Mad Kings, but on screen now, Genesis Esports somehow squirmed their way inside the zone, on towards the edges, finding space little by little. And eventually Hunters was knocked, now get to actually pick himself up. OG is there to intercept them. A very, very slow approach here coming from Genesis Esports. But because of this slow approach here, with the competitions getting taken out bit by bit, Genesis is able to potentially sneak into top 8 right now. And they are hoping to try and make it past. OG now pretty much pinned in towards the low ground. Not looking to try and take this fight just because there may be teams on the other side that is looking through. In this case, that is going to be Hero Stream Godlike that may have a little bit of angle here onto his OG. But the zone's about to shift in 15 seconds there. OG not looking to try and commit to this. Hero Stream Godlike already in the center. Mad King's down to the south, and LEFP having full control on the southeast corner. So that means nobody is in southeast corner, and LEFP knows that they potentially are going to be making it to the end game zone now.
Yeah, especially with this shift of the circle, man. Honey already inside the circle. Pretty nice area scouted by him. And his teammates, they are going to have an easy follow-up to make. But on the western front is where things get interesting. OG taking on the players of Genesis, as OG did try to make a rotation from the northern side of the hills. But Genesis, 4-man unit, 3-1 split, distracted by the players of Reckoning Esports. This could be the time, or this could be the moment for the players of Orangutan to make the bounce. This high ground, it's important to scout out the remaining portion of the northern edge of the circle, and if OG aren't able to climb this hill, they're going to have to make a mad dash, move along the northern edges, and then maybe try and find a breaching point from the northeastern edge or the eastern edge.
Well, before that, let's include the replay here. What happened with Wildfangs as well? Because Evox, they were losing members, but for some reason, Spraycon and Sensei was not able to pick them up, and eventually Evox was the one that actually cleans them out, and eventually getting taken out from a third party was just very, very unfortunate. But it seems like Wildfangs just wasn't prepared for Evox at all.
Yeah, I don't think they were, or even if they were, they did not expect to be for the fight to be that close. And Evox, no time to celebrate, instantly wiped out. But Genesis, opening as bound by the players of Orangutan. It's not just one, another player hits the floor. Hunter's knocked out, and it's the star performer that Genesis has lost. Viper and Hunter both out of commission. It's down to Gravity and Fury to be the saviors for the side of Genesis, but Atanki finally gets punished for the over-aggression. Genesis do find some sort of retaliation in this fight.
It's going to be a tricky spot to be in here with the zone coming in. Genesis has no time to actually pick up Viper as the zone actually forces them out in the open. Gravity says, you know what, let's go for the tango here. Goes in for the push, almost gets the knock, and he actually loses his trade. Fury gets the re-knock, but from the far, Reckoning Esports, they chime in and take out Genesis. But OG, they're not exactly safe from harm's way as the circle closes in. They are going to try to go for the reset to pick themselves up, but Reckoning Esports, they put them down in the gutter. But what happened to Reckoning Esports? They had full control. It seems like 3 of the players got taken out and only Sayu's left remaining.
Yeah, so Krafton Esports was responsible for taking out Roman, and the other players were just put under pressure by the side of Genesis. So Reckoning Esports, that split formation that they were playing does not really work out too well for them. But I think today is a day. You remember how one of the most iconic lines from 2025 or maybe 24 was either you win or you learn. Well, learn from past. They have been learning a lot, and now it's time to put it into execution. 72 points at the top of the leaderboard, and I think we are going to witness them walk away with another chicken dinner.
Well, they've been playing very, very quiet and laying low for quite some time here. One finish in the back, but position points in play. Ninja Boy trying to pull a miracle for the team here. Already having position points, but he is surrounded. Here comes the push. Atenki versus Ninja Boy. SJK is there. He finds Atenki, but could not get the knock, and that's going to be OG cleaning out Ninja Boy as K9 gets eliminated on 7th place.
5 points on the board for K9 Esports. We were expecting a big performance, but that wasn't the case. But look at the shift of the circle. Could be a big game for Godlike as well. The fans have been praying to see them win, walk away with the chicken dinner. This could be the game. OG involved in a fight, an unnecessary fight, I have to say, against the players of Troy the Million for some reason. But now they're starting to feel the pressure from Learn From Past, who are also taking control of the northern edge of the circle. It's a 1-2-1 formation for Learn From Past. I do not know what they're trying to do.
See, that's the thing about Learn From Past. They just had so much information to work with, right? Like, they had control in the southeast corner for the longest of time.
Yeah.
And for some reason, nobody has challenged them. They saw all these rotations and realized that there's just nobody on the east side. Everybody is on the west side. And because they were so caught outside the conflict, they're missing out on finish points.
Yeah.
Position points, great stuff for them. But again, now they are the only team with the most amount of utilities as of yet, whereas everybody else is scrapping for some points. But for some reason, Aru has 45 bandages. I don't know why, but he does not have smokes. He does not have enough nades to work with.
Yeah, maybe he's just going to toss them to his teammates who are going to be the ones carrying utility. But yeah, Genesis, Reckoning, both the teams causing harm to each other, and Orangutan was the squad that actually capitalized in that conflict. But OG now having to deal with the players of Troy Million. Eventually, Mad Kings as well. Let's see how that turns out. Mad Kings, although, are going to be the ones kicking things off, finding a knock against the side of Learn From Past, and it's Max that's been knocked out.
Well, seems like Troy Million Esports is going to be able to chime in as well. Aiden gets a nice knock back to his Mad Kings. Stops the aggression here. And Learn From Past should be able to get the reset on the east side, but that does give them a little bit of breathing room. But Orangutan, they do see Mad Kings as well. Shadow OG getting pinned outside. As the smokes has been set up, seems like Mad Kings won't be able to survive this as every single team is looking at them. Attacking with a nice knock, looking for a second. But ammunition running down low here. OG has to be very precise. Shadow OG actually gets stolen away by Learn From Past, so OG not getting that point that they need.
Oh boy, every single point that OG misses out on forces them to play for the second fiddle in the overall leaderboard. And we all know the Ape Army, they like to rule from the top. They are hoping for the chicken. They are playing for the chicken as well. High ground advantage for OG. They know where Mad Kings are. They know where Learn From Past is. I think the one team that's hidden from them is going to be Godlike.
Well, speaking of Learn From Past, they finally make the pounds as well. Seems like Mad Kings going north is not, they meet OG. Going south is going to be Learn From Past. Cyrex pretty much dismantled down towards the last player here for Mad Kings. Cyrus has to pull a miracle. He's pretty much pinned. And eventually, seems like OG, they don't really like Learn From Past chiming in and snatching their points. They will take a couple jabs in with the high ground in favor of OG. But a playing zone still favoring Learn From Past into the next phase, which is going to close completely in about 50 seconds. Hero Stream Godline, they are also laying low, hoping that they will make it to the end game, which in this case, OG completely ignores them. This is a good sign here for Hero Stream Godlike.
But did you see the amount of nades on S-Power? We were talking about 45 bandages on Aru. S-Power right now has 11 grenades. And I think all of this investment into utility was made for the final few moments of the match. All right, we're going to say bye-bye to Troy Million. Aiden, he's not moving. The nade. How is he still alive?
Okay, that's going to be tricky here, but AKOP, they find Jonathan. It seems like Aru was also knocked in by Learn From Past. As Power, he's not going to be able to do too much, but like you said, he's got 11 nades. He is going to try and clean up Aiden as well. He knows exactly where he is, and it is going to be perfect. S-Power takes him out. Hero Stream Godlike survives towards the top 3, and it's S-Power against the world in this final end games here. 3 teams remaining, but it is going to be a Learn From Past with 4 players, while OG with 3. They are going to try and pick up Aru on the sides.
I have a very hypothetical scenario in my head. What if Learn From Past and OG end up taking on each other and knock each other out, but S-Power is the one who goes for the cleanup with the nades?
Well, it's going to be tough here, but S-Power may look for the opener here. The nades are coming in. AKOP a little bit down low. AKOP with the return fire, but it seems like OG, they're not prepared for this. Ateki may lose his life to the zone, and it seems like he will be picked apart. That might be the saving grace here. As Godlike now, their fate's in the hands of S-Power, trying to chime in as many points as they can, but Learn From Past, they're just focusing on OG, and they are trying to clean out this game.
Yeah, I think now we know it is going to be a chicken dinner for the side of Learn From Past. Very few options remaining for OG. Hope is in a dire strait. And of course, Termi is the man they have to face, the danger man from the side of Learn From Past. He finds an opening, wants to lob that second nade. S-Power on the flank is just trying to capitalize any finish points he can. But here is the cleanup. 7 eliminations on the board. They're looking for the 8th. S-Power in the smoke, goes down to the blue. So Learn From Past, they win the chicken dinner. But they are going to have to settle for just 7 finishes, 17 points secured. But you have nothing to complain about. This is a team that is already sitting at the top of the leaderboard.
I know, right? The previous game they had 10 finished points in the second place. Now this game they also got a decent performance. It's just insane. What exactly is going on with Learn from Past? They're like a different beast, just moving on away. And of course you can hear the crowd as well, just going insane, since they know even for it was a great game for Godlike, so the crowd's happy.
Exactly, and you know, S-Power making it to the top 2 was very phenomenal, and being able to outlast OG and also denying the point for Learn from Past gives them a very good shot of fighting for the top 8 as well. Because somebody's got to stop Learn from Past here, because as of yet, OG has opened up the Death Note, never made it happen yet. Think about it this way, they won the revenge, it has never happened yet. And on the contrary as well, let's talk about the performance coming from OG. Today itself, for some reason, yesterday was a complete flop for them. But in 3 games, they are, well, not really 3 games. In today's performance, they are able to push themselves into the top 8 as well. So that is very impressive from OG.
I mean, I'm just so impressed by Learn from Past, man. I understand you guys are talking about different teams, but how can a team make this happen? That too on a land. Learn from Past, back-to-back solid performances. Not even a single game where we have seen them lackluster. And yeah, in the final few moments, even OG was a part of it, so you can't say consistency's delivered from OG too. And a bit of that consistency coming through from Godlike as well. So now you're seeing a bit of that graph going up for Godlike.
Yeah, I mean, this game could have been better, though, I'll be honest about it, because I think they have like 9 points from this match. No, 10. 4 eliminations, they had 3 before the last man from Royal Tamilian Esports was picked up, and then they were able to finish inside of the second position, so that's 6 points for placement, 10 points, but Godlife could have done better. They had control of the center of the zone for the longest of times, and I was hoping to see them part of the action during the mid-game stages, but they lost players. But on the other side of things, I think it was stage 5 or stage 6 transition, I see, when we noticed that Learn from Past was just given free reins towards the entirety of the eastern half of the circle, and from there, I think, since no one was putting any pressure on them, they were able to save everything, as you mentioned, ammunition, armor, helmet, and utility for the end game.
Exactly. This was a very weird game, right? For some reason, everybody was trying to get center control.
Yeah.
But while we see a special cluster in the center, Learn from Past was cheating on the southeast corner. Genesis was so late in the zone, has no clue what was happening. And Hero Extreme Godlike, Nebula, and also, I think it was not... So
Mad Kings was there as well.
Mad Kings as well, all the way to the north side. They're pretty much stuck on the outside as well, wondering they don't want to push center. And because of this, everyone just ignored Learn from Past southeast corner, just because everyone kind of anticipated that the circle is going to shift to the west side.
Yeah.
But when he shift back to the east side, Learn from Past was just waiting for stage 5 zones. It was like, where is everybody for some reason?
Yeah, and I was expecting OG to make that wide rotation, but I think OG, as you also pointed it out, they are being aggressive. I think survival is not something that they are even thinking about. OG has been focusing on finishes this entire time. Could be the reason why they chose to pounce on Genesis, because the only reason or the only strategy that makes sense if you are making a play for that hill is if you want to pick up finishes from the bottom of the hill where Troy Tamilian Esports was stuck, where Mad Kings was stuck, where even Reckoning Esports kind of found themselves stuck for a few moments. That could have been the intention, but that also put them in the crosshairs of Reckoning, Genesis, and all of the teams that were controlling the other hills up front. But I think OG, nothing to complain about. I'm enjoying the action from their side. Atanki was phenomenal in that game, and it's glad to see this man back in his prime.
You know, I really like OG's game phase, especially for today compared to yesterday as well. Yesterday, they were a little bit relaxed, having a little bit of fun here. But today, they mean business, and they're looking pretty strong themselves.
They definitely are looking pretty strong, and I just hope the same run of form continues in the upcoming moments as well. But yes, you guys guessed it right. Now it's time for us to toss on towards the stage and see who's going to be that lucky man getting hands on that giveaway.
लग रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है कि हैदराबाद के हमारे इस वेन्यू के अंदर खुशी की लहर दौड़ रही है, बिकॉज जब मैच चल रहा है आपकी फेवरेट टीम परफॉर्म कर रही है ना? आपकी फेवरेट टीम परफॉर्म कर रही है ना? क्या बात है! लव दैट एनर्जी लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. इस बार एक बार फिर से गिव अवे का टाइम आ चुका है, तो मेक श्योर कि रिस्ट बैंड पे जो भी नंबर लिखा है एक बार चेक कर लीजिए, भगवान को एक बार बुला लीजिए ताकि यू आर रेडी. एंड ऑफ कोर्स हम कंप्यूटर जी की तरफ जाएंगे एंड देखेंगे कौन बनेगा वो लकी इंसान जो लेके जाएगा इस मैच का गिव अवे प्राइज. कंप्यूटर जी, क्या नंबर हम निकालने वाले आज? चलिए देखते हैं एक बार फिर से. 2-0 200 डबल सेंचुरी. कौन है ये लकी इंसान? दूर से मुझे एक जर्सी पहना हुआ इंसान दिख रहा है। क्या आप प्लीज आगे आ सकते हैं? हमारे रावण जी तैयार है आपके गिफ्ट के साथ। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि आप प्लीज आगे आ जाए, एक तस्वीर खिंचवाए हमारे साथ, ताकि इट इज solidified in history. Thank you so much for coming over as well. यार लकी तो ये लोग होते हैं जरूर। कभी कभी मेरा भी मन करता है कि मैं भी जनता की तरफ जाऊं और मैं भी इन गिवअवेज में पार्टिसिपेट करूं। कभी कभी ऐसा भी लगता है कि मैं भी BGIS में पार्टिसिपेट करूं, बट मेरा गेम प्ले थोड़ा सा हल्का है। बट ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं है। That is the moment right there, ladies and gentlemen. गिवअवे इस बार हो चुका है और हम जाएंगे सीधा एक छोटे से ब्रेक की तरफ। बट आप लोग कहीं मत जाइएगा, बिकॉज एक और मैच अभी भी बचा है। सी यू ऑन द अदर साइड।
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it is time for us to head into the last map of the day. It is going to be Erangel once again. And we just have to see the momentum being built by teams like Learn From Past, Orangutan, Godlike for that matter. Is anyone from the latter half of the leaderboard going to be able to crack that momentum? One of the biggest names that has been struggling right now, K9 Esports. Any thoughts on them or their performance?
We thought that maybe day 2 is going to be the day of comeback for K9 Esports, but I guess we just got to cross our fingers and hope that this last game, or maybe day 3, is going to be the day of comeback for K9 Esports. But heading on towards that conversation of Rango, it also means that Learn From Past and OG are now going to have a drop clash.
But anyways, we're going to talk about Erangel in a few moments again. Let's look at the stats for Miramar first. We have the MVP of the game going to Sahil from the side of Reckoning Esports. 6 eliminations. When did Reckoning get finishes, Icy?
Well, Reckoning Esports, they were having so much control of the Western Hill itself, right? They were just shutting out a lot of teams. A majority of teams actually came in from the west side, so it makes a lot of sense that he was able to get a frag out big time. But let's talk about the other top 5 as well. Atenki, fantastic stuff from OG, but Ninja Boy clutching things big time. There was a 1 versus 4 to try and save K9 for a little bit of situation that they may have a little bit of miscom, but also getting position points here to put K9 in the potential running for the comeback, but still 5 points, top 7. Not a big number, but it's still better than no points.
Yeah, it's better than no points, but it's K9 we're talking about, so we're not going to discount them for just getting 5 points. But again, Learn From Past, impressive run throughout the day. Priority fights taken, 17 points secured. OG on the other front, hyper aggressive in this game, and they also get a decent stack of points. But Godlike, this could have been, we spoke about this could have been a bigger game than they had. Just 4 finishes in this game, followed by Reckoning Esports. But impact is going to be seen on the overall leaderboard, where Learn From Past lead the charge and now have a decent lead to work with. About 18 points against Meta Ninja, who are sitting second on the leaderboard. And Godlike as well, I think they are going to end up in the second as well, or could go for first if they have a big win.
Yeah, Johnny, this is a massive point of concern because Learn From Past is now starting to create a massive lead in the overall standings, which also means for the teams that are going to be upcoming in the future, that's just going to be extra bit of pressure to deal with because they would want to take down Learn From Past as soon as possible.
Yeah, we can't really have this vacuum here coming from Learn From Past. Somebody has to stop them. So we saw them drop the ball 1 game yesterday, but every single game they have been consistent, and for some reason they are able to see the future, and their observing has been really, really spot on. But let's talk about teams in the bottom half here. Agree to disagree. K9 Esports, it feels like they're just winning fights, but not enough position points. Look at this, 5 position points, 32 finishes.
I mean,
I don't know if it's, the circle or what? Something is not right here.
Over commitment, I think for the last game of Miramar, as you sort of pointed it out, could have been a comms issue or maybe Meta Ninja just catching them off guard. But one thing is pretty clear, as we keep looking and talking about the players have learned from past, I'm happy with the vacuum, makes the competition very tight. And I mean, learn from past, they can take away all the points from here on out. It's going to make the qualification bracket, the fight for the top 8, very volatile, because right now as it sits, I mean, even the team sitting on the 17th position with a decent 20 bomber can take that leap inside the top 8. And with just one game remaining for the day, do you guys have any last words or any prediction for the last map?
Prediction, Mike. My prediction is going to be Nebula.
Nebula.
My prediction is OG versus LEFP showdown right now, round 2.
That's going to be a fun fight to witness. And talking about fun things, ladies and gentlemen, well, just like a rocket ship, the countdown is down to the last 10 seconds. 5 remain, and it is going to be the last map of the day, the map of Triangle. Here we go.
The plane's going to be in the skies once again, but it is going to be for the last time on the day 2. This map of Erangel is going to be the final glimmer of hope for the teams, which were playing all the 6 games today. And if they're not able to perform in this game itself, then you already know, making a comeback happen in the upcoming 2 days, it just gets even more dicey.
Now, speaking of potential comebacks here, this circle is going to be a little bit of a curveballing one as well. It is pretty much skewed towards the southeast corner. 70 not going to be in the living play. Zarki is a little bit far-fetched as well. So if teams are heading towards that direction, it is going to be a tough one here. Sorry, K9, this is going to be a long push for you guys, but OG, are we going to see that drop clash here? It seems like I do see a glimmer of LEFP, so maybe is it going to happen? No? Nope. Looks like no drop clash.
Look at Genesis heading towards Lipovka. Then you've also got Nebula around that shelter side. That's where they like to drop since the start. And yeah, you wanted to see a drop clash between LEFP and OG. Well, I guess this time it's going to be denied. But last time it was learned from past who came out on top in that drop clash. And for some reason this time, they divert their attention towards a different spot. I wanted to see it, man.
Well, so I was expecting that to happen, but nope, not happening. LEFP is going to dodge their way through, and so far, learn from past, they still hold the title, 2-0ing OG. One from yesterday in the first match of the day, and today, just now, in the chicken dinner, they snatched it away against OG.
Oh, but LEFP, there's a chance they might still hit the deck with one of the drop clashes. There is one of the players from the side of Triton Esports on the southern side, right next to Honey and Max. There's still a potential chance you might see the clash. And it is going to be for the vehicles, by the way.
Well, it seems like nothing super crazy. LEFP going to be heading towards Pure, but I'm a little bit concerned here because it seems like Pochinki is going to be having a little bit of a fight here. Hiroshima Godlike with Phoenix once again going to be having a little bit of drop clash, but it wasn't really settled yesterday. So seems like Phoenix, they will have a little bit of upper hand. Hiroshima Godlike is a little bit late to the party, but fortunately for them, a couple shots are there. Manya is dropped down low, but no commitment yet. Yesterday, both teams were in a stalemate, actually disengaged. It was Phoenix that backed out, but this time Phoenix is going to commit to this fight.
I really want Phoenix Esports to commit as well, because backing away from fights now, it's clearly not working out. Phoenix Esports, it's time to face your demons. It's time to go for those elimination points. You're already struggling too much in the overall standings. And at this point, it feels like the survival stage is closer to you than qualification. The only possible way you can turn the tide is by going for those elimination points and being consistent.
Oh, it seems like a Hiroshima Godlike. You have to be a little bit careful here, as Power has been on his hero arc all day, performing absolutely out of his minds. Can he pull another is going to be the question. Phoenix seems like they are a little bit spread out. A small smoker is going to be on across the road looking for an off angle. But as of yet, nobody has taken shots on towards the loot crate yet. This convoy completely ignored. But as soon as gunshots happen, Hiroshima Godlike is going to try and make a pounce for information. Smoker trying to get a little bit sneaky and find a little bit off angle, but nothing happened yet. But on the contrary, on screen right now, Genesis losing a player. Viper pretty much getting caught out in open.
Love to see that from Nebula. They've realized if they do want to get away from the fight, harm's free. It's better just take those fights off the rip in the stage 1, because there's not going to be any possibility of a third party. Nebula is capitalizing on that fact itself. But now Genesis Esports, they're here, and they want to just pretty much shut shut down the boys of Nebula as well. This is pretty much a chance for them to get the revenge on top of Nebula.
Oh.
But still, they're trying their best to fight back. But eventually, Nebula, they end up losing 2 of their own men. Nebula, can they really fight back? Do they want to go for the revenge play? That's my question.
This is the blunder Nebula has made. This is a strategy that they have done, but on the finish feed, you can hear the crowd cheering as well. Hiroshima Godlike getting a knock on Phoenix. While this is happening as well, Genesis Esports tries to wrap up. Kratos pretty much left stranded all by himself. Goes for the spray, but finds no connection.
No.
He is pinned, he is stuck. He needs backup. Nomi providing a little bit of assistance, but nothing has been made. Ardi pretty much knocked off. Nebula Esports, they want to equalize. They want to try and go in for the reset, but Genesis, they picked up Fury. They will clean out Kratos, and only Nomi remains, and Genesis is able to clean them all up.
They were just too much out in the open. And for Genesis Esports, the fact that they were able to just flip the odds and flip the table in their own favor, it's crazy. Nebula Esports somehow were not organized when they went for that fight. They should have been waiting for a revenge play from Genesis. They should have been ready for it with good positionings. But instead, Nebula was just caught off guard with bad positionings, and Genesis did a phenomenal job punishing them.
Well, Nebula Esports, they did this yesterday. It was good, but this time they made a blunder. It was the wrong team to clash in. Seems like a hunting K9 did not go well as planned. As the nades now from Genesis will clean him out. Fury, a phenomenal save here coming from him. Meanwhile, let's talk about the fights here between Hiroshima Godlike and Phoenix. They were able to find one confirmation on Phoenix, but the rest of Phoenix, they're not exactly committing yet as well. And it seems like Hiroshima Godlike, they actually want to bail out this fight. They don't really want to overcommit. They snatch away the vehicles. But I might be wrong. I might have spoken a little bit too soon here. The reposition for the church. They are looking to fight. Viper finds Manya now.
There we go. That's an important piece of the puzzle found. That's the ideal man himself taken down, but not dusted yet. Elimination point is not secured yet. Sim tosses out that nade. That should be the nail in the coffin, and that's what happens. Godlike messed up. They had the man advantage at the start, but now that's taken away from Phoenix Esports. Phoenix Esports, yes, they're struggling in the overall standings, but they still do have what it takes to shut down a team like Godlike, and that's going to be the individual mechanics and the skills. Samraj is trying to wrap up all the way from the sidelines. He wants to hold that off angle, but Godlike right now possesses a prime spot. They have a good spot.
No, I'm really surprised they actually decided to commit to this fight, but again, because Phoenix pushing onto the pressure, both sides are hurting, both losing a player, both have not moved out of the zone, and this is very concerning for both sides. You can see both pretty much hurt from the loots just because it was shared between two teams. Level 1 helmets on Amino, lacking in terms of ammunition, lacking in terms of utilities as well. Jonathan still level 1 helmets, not enough to work with. He does have nades, which is a good thing, but smokes, nada, nil for Hiroshima Godlike.
Yeah. This is going to be tough conversion for both these teams. It's not going to be easy for any one of them. And Jonathan recently, yes, he's been able to contribute for the elimination points decently, but his close-range fights, they've still been a big question mark. He hasn't been able to convert a lot of those fights up close and personal, so maybe that is something he needs to work on and also be careful about. And there we go. He was just standing in a corner, completely pinned down by Phoenix, and that's going to be another easy piece of the cake, just eaten alive. And now looking at Phoenix Esports, somehow they just come back to life, but also keep this thing in mind. There's a third party waiting. That's going to be Wallfangs looking to knock on the doors.
Oh my goodness. But at the same time, a little bit of a XX situation here. Phoenix, now Somrush versus S-Power. We saw Sim beating down Jonathan this time. S-Power versus Somrush. Could this happen? Molotov, oh, a little bit of a sidetrack here. S-Power. Seems like Somrush doesn't want to take this whole fight one-on-one. He's going to be calling a little bit of compadres here. Going for a little bit of clutch. Almost gets the knock. Actually does get the knock, but the trade-off was there as Sim shuts him down. And Phoenix, they will be able to get the reset, and they do get 3 off Hiroshima Godlike.
Admino is still standing in the back lines. He's the only person, the only glimmer of hope left alive for Godlike. 69 points on the table from Godlike. Today's day has been decent. Especially the recovery has came through in the past 2 games. But now this game, once again, it feels like they're going to be dropping the ball. They need to get things under control.
Hey,
in the overall standings, they're still decent.
For all things considered, ex relationships a little bit of a tricky spot to be in, but
Same circle.
moving on, let's talk about the circle. Yeah, same circle from earlier today as well. Seems like we are going to be shifting on to George Pool in play, but this time Everest is going to be in play as well. North George also going to be in play. I'm not exactly sure if he's going to be shifting to containers yet, but it seems like Mad Kings is opting to try and play towards the containers instead. Nobody's on George yet. Sinway next in contention, maybe look to try and go for it. But if the circle decides to shift out North George, well, that is going to be Mad Kings' territory alongside with Meta Ninja, who has one of the best performance from 2025 all the way to this year when the circle shifts in that favor.
Oh, teams now getting accumulated in the Smack Center. It's a splash of colors. Still a few teams now trying to rotate from the northern side, including K9 Esports and Meta Ninja around that same fray. Learn from past. Just somehow their brains are just incredible. They know what exactly needs to be done at what time. Their calculations have been perfect so far. Myth came through third-partying the third party itself, and for Wildfangs, they were caught in a massive pinch. Even Kanda was just eliminated from the game. That was brilliant stuff from Myth.
This is so weird to see Wildfangs getting completely bullied. Usually they are the ones that are bullying people, but for them to get slammed, it seems like we do have another loose straggler. That's going to be Spray God all by himself alongside with Admino from Hero Stream Godlike. Phoenix somehow was able to win that trade here. 3 for 1. Good stuff for them, but Learn from Past now has been laying low, and this time they have made their way into the zone. Everest still up for the taking if they decide to go for it. OG finally makes their way into the zone. Outside of the hospital though, still a little bit certain on whether or not they should commit. It seems like they are split off. AKOB forced to actually push into hospital now, calling for the rest of the pack to try and shove Sinway out of control. It's going to be a little bit of a shat situation, but OG seems like they are going to try and take this fight knowing that they are not going to be a third party as of yet in stage 2.
Yeah. Orangutan. Looking at the way they have been playing as well so far, it has definitely been really nice. The previous game as well, they had enough points to keep themselves consistent in the overall tally. 68 points is not a joke. And that game of Rondo, they just had a lot of elimination points to contribute to it. Let's have a look at the replay of what exactly happened inside of Pachinki. Things were quite back and forth, and that's how S-Power was able to find that first frag. Manya getting the confirmation, then later on Jonathan just sitting pinned in that corner. I don't even know what the man was doing there.
Yeah, there was nothing much he could have done as well, considering the fact the timing was in Sim's favor to try and take him out. But let's talk about K9 now fighting, having a little bit of a room to work with here. They managed to push through to 70 safely, rotating very closely as well, and they are going to be playing South George. But this next circle here, they're going to be on the rune, and it seems like it does shift on towards Everest in play, and Reckoning Esports now has the closest proximity to try and shut everybody out, while everybody else once again going to be stuck on the west side, similar to how Miramar happened.
Yeah, it's a golden opportunity for Reckoning Esports to just rack up a plethora of elimination points. Learn from past as well around that same fray. Then you've got Sinway too, just trying to keep themselves in the advantageous spot. Keep on fighting back. OG taking those shots from the hospital. OG's position is now soon going to be outdated. Even they need to pretty much move and recalibrate their spot. Reckoning Esports from the top is just going to be raining chaos and havoc. You already know Reckoning Esports is set up for success.
Tricky spot to be in. Ooh. Myth now going to try and rotate front towards the containers, hoping to try and sneak by inside the zone, but again, there's just too many nook and crannies. Well, finally makes the call to try and push out and open. Seems like there's nobody shooting. Maybe Myth official will find a small little breathing room to work with. D-Trock's going to be taking a little bit of pit stop. Spray got left all by himself here, pretty much stranded out in the open. No vehicles, nothing. AOG scouts him out. He makes it in the zone, but he is stuck. There's nothing much he can do.
Yeah.
Pretty much only thing he can do is just prone and hope that nobody sees him. Which, again, well, okay. AKOP sees it, takes him out. That's going to be a free elimination point. Wildfang's first team, or in this case, second team to be eliminated in this game.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Wildfangs, they could have actually had an advantageous start. The idea was great, but they forgot to check their own backs. Wildfangs that thought that they had to jump on Phoenix Esports, but then later on, from the back, they got hit like a truck by a completely different team. It was Myth, and Myth pretty much taking advantage of that fact. Mad Kings' spot is really great. They've got the high ground contention as of now, and Mad Kings can definitely rain down hellfire on all the teams underneath them. And there we go, Shadow. He already kicks things off. That's going to be Fury, who finds a knock onto it. That's going to be such a massive problem for Mad Kings. How do you end up losing a fight where you're in the advantage? Mad Kings, for some reason today, we are seeing a lot of questionable moves.
But what a counter shot from Gravity as well. Clutch God not able to find the knock here. Pretty much may have lost in the position. But let's talk about new rotation here. K9 looking to try and contest as Myth now brings in the hovercraft. Daddy goes in for the slam, and K9 now a little bit of afraid here. They are going to try and take it out of commission, and they do so. Daddy has got them pinned, and now they've got them completely wrapped around. K9 Esports, they crumble. They lose the hovercraft, but Myth is able to shut them out. But third party comes in. Troy Temple Esports looking to try and fight through, and it is a three-way showdown.
Troy Temple Esports, they do understand that Myth is hurt, and they just want to press upon the matters and hurt them even more. But K9 Esports is not out of the race yet, but eventually they will be eliminated from the game by Troy Temple Esports. This third party from Troy was insane, instantly capitalizing and taking the advantage in their hands. They realized now was the best time. But Troy Temple Esports, it's better to just keep on moving up even more. Go for those elimination points that lie in the front, but now they've applied the brakes.
Again, Troy Temple Esports, somehow, somewhere, when you least expect them, they come in for the perfect third party, and now Myth, they had one of the sickest strategies down towards Lucifer and Detrox to try and pull a miracle, and now they are going to try to make a run for it as well, because Troy Temple Esports, they are going to be on the hunt, but it seems like they are going to clean out the loose straggler, and that's going to be Detrox getting ran over through the smokes. And Troy Temple Esports, they will try and get a decent amount of points from this.
They did well. Troy Temple Esports, 4 finishes on the block so far. Feeling themselves, but the problem is the circle shifts away from them, and Reckoning Esports, now they find themselves in the best possible spot. Sinway wants to contest Reckoning Esports, potentially push up and maybe go for a fight, but this is still going to be such a risky move. Reckoning Esports is already at the top, and they've got the high ground advantage. If Sinway wants to press up, it's just going to be a tough fight to be converted. And Sinway realizes that exact fact. They just try to run away, but the vehicle, it tumbles.
Oh boy, tricky spot to be in. Circle still in play in Reverse. Reckoning Esports still conserving those ammunition here, but they do have enough nades. Fortunately for them, they've used a lot to scare them off, but Sinway, they have not made the pounds yet. And they understand that Reckoning Esports is the biggest threat, but they don't want to overcommit because there's just not a lot of information of the rest of the teams here. There's still a lot of teams still stuck outside the zone. But for now, Troy Temple Esports, they pretty much dodged the entirety of this fight. Learn from past has been scouted out. Troy Temple Esports going to be swinging their way out in the open, playing fields instead. And it seems like they are going to try to stick their way out in the open. Going to be a very tricky spot, but it seems like Myth is going to be scouted out. Lucifer on the hunt, and Troy Temple Esports takes him out. That is going to be the entirety of Myth official, clean out by Troy now.
That's going to be a big pick. And now Troy Temple Esports, they continue the wrath. Fight finishes on the board. It's not done yet. They just want to go for another fight, potentially fight for a good spot. Evox is there around that proximity, and what just happened? Evox losing out another man. How is Troy Temple Esports unstoppable? Evox, they lose out on Spy, and they just have to respect it. Shadow is right there as well, and he turns around and slaps them both down. Evox, the fight's not done yet. They're here to keep on fighting back, but Menaninja with a quick third party, they're going to make sure that Evox will be eliminated, but the fight's not done yet. Troy Temple Esports is still in the race, constantly trying to hit back, but now they've found themselves in a real bad spot. It's Hesperos who's taken down pretty low. Walks in, up close and personal against the entirety of Menaninja. That spray comes through. He shuts down a man from the side of Menaninja, maybe looking to fight back even better.
Oh my goodness, Oxin, you're a madman. You are the savior for the team. With this knock, Menaninja is actually backing out. Hesperos down low was able to pick up Aiden from the sides, but at the same time, no, he actually gets confirmed because that's going to be a third party. Phoenix from the far fray actually takes a jab. Hesperos needs to be safe. The smokes are coming in, but as soon as I say this, Shadow 7 now getting a knock onto its Oxen and then getting the confirmation. Troy Temple Esports, they may have made a blunder here. For a second, I thought they should be able to survive this, but Menaninja and Phoenix got them completely pinned out in the open.
Yeah, but still, they got away with 8 points just off of the eliminations, by the way. So for Troy Temple Esports, this is still a decent game. At least they've got the average. Looking at the elimination feed for Worlds TOD, once again in a disadvantageous spot, and OG taking the advantage off that. Utilities tossed to perfection for Worlds TOD, slowly and steadily, just choking to their own death. Another nade tossed out, that's just going to chip the last man down even more, and a spam with a shotgun inside of the smoke, that's going to seal the deal, and that will be the final nail in the coffin.
Well, seems like the fight for control down towards Everest has not been concluded or decided yet. We're down towards the final 8 teams. Reckoning Esports laying low for quite some time, but this time they have to descend down to mountains here. Sinway has been in a passive-aggressive situation with them, but seems like the third party coming through is going to be OG. Despite that, they are going to be pushing up. Mosh has been knocked, and that is a clear indicator for a push. And Rexboy now getting surrounded.
Oh my god, Sinway, look at this, and what a hit back! Rexboy from the top is just raining down hellfire on anyone, and OG, they're somehow just not able to fight back. Sinway, they're holding this position down in a remarkable way, but still OG, they're not out yet. There's also Reckoning Esports you need to worry about, and from the top, Reckoning Esports is third party. They're here with a mop, ready to wipe the floor and claim all the elimination points that lie on this side.
Thank you very much, OG. Reckoning Esports says they were waiting for someone to break the stalemate, and that is exactly what they've gotten. Orangutan now, only Artenki remains, has a tough decision to make, and that is going to be running for their dear lives and hoping and praying that he survives. But look at this, Phoenix, they push out Pachinki with 3 players. They were able to find 6, and LEFP now on the fire. Rushboy down low, Max also down low, Thermi needs to reset as well. Phoenix, they're looking for a lucky knock here, but no connection so far as they try to push through. Learn from past with the smokes coming in, and they are going to try to go in for the counterplay here. Phoenix not able to find anything. Viper with the random split finds you, but at the same time, LFP, they're trading bodies for bodies.
Exactly, they're doing a phenomenal job keeping up with this pace. Phoenix Esports, it's just that one last man. That's going to be the IGL himself. It's Somraj. What a nade! Gets the confirmation on Sam. Somraj taken down, barely any sort of HP. Another nade's going to be tossed around that same proximity. Somraj repositioned, and he does so. But now, as he patches himself up, he's ready for another fight. Learn from past is also getting shot at from the back lines. Elimination points being confirmed by Reckoning Esports. They're the one reaping the benefits of this entire scuffle. Phoenix Esports, they realize the elimination points are being stolen, but as of now, survival is off the essence.
Oh my goodness, what a mistake. Reckoning Esports was able to wrap out the Everest, and they descend from the mountains. Found an opener, LEFP. A very, very nice counterplay, but mistakes were made. And again, points stolen away from Phoenix once more. Reckoning Esports, perfect timing coming from them. And we're down towards the final 5 team, and only Reckoning Esports has 4 players alive, and Meta Ninja with 3, which in this case, right now, Reckoning Esports has scouted out the entirety of this inner circle, and they have so much information to work with. Look at all the utils they have. They have conserved it for this exact moment, which is taking the winner chicken dinner.
The stars are aligned for Reckoning Esports. You already know it's going to be their game. Evox is Colin. Even he's taken down barely any sort of HP. Surviving on just 1. Now popping that first nade as well. Maybe another nade. It's going to be tossed on top of Kalan. So highly doubt he can survive for too long. Nade was tossed, but not exactly on the mark. He walks his Colin. He's still standing. And he's pretty much just trying to play that survival game, trying to evade all the tracks. He walks his Colin unchecked, still in that same area. Reckoning Esports, you always got to be careful, especially when you're in the advantage spot. You got to be careful off those individual players because they can really be the major spoiler.
Well, we have 3 solo warriors as of yet. And right now, side by side, it's going to be Max versus Somraj. There can only be one in this house, but Somraj, he has to push through. He seems like the spot where Max is pretty much safe for the next phase of zone, hoping to play a little bit of placement here, but Somraj needs to win this fight. DBS comes in, he crawls in, but Max, he misses the timing, so Somraj is able to sneak in.
Yeah, Somraj might just have this one in the bag. It's definitely a big chance. S12K versus DBS. Somraj versus the man from the side of Learn from Past. And he peeks out at the perfect time, shutting down Max. Sending him back to the lobby. Learn from Past. Yes, they were consistent, but maybe not in this game. That's what Somraj says. But now it's time for Meta Ninja to pretty much make sure that the points will be claimed by them as well. Somraj is a loose straggler from Phoenix Esports, the only glimmer of hope left standing, and Somraj just wants to secure a second spot. This game has been the best game for Phoenix Esports so far.
Well, but at the same time, hearing all these nades here, guess what? Reckoning Esports comes in for the slam. They are looking to try and rack up some serious points here. 9 finishes here for Reckoning Esports is not going to be enough. However, they have a Kryptonite, and that's going to be Kalan. They have no idea. They're just right side by side. But well, as soon as I say this, Levi actually pushed through, sees him. Wait a minute, what are you doing there? Goes down. Somraj also falling as well. So that is going to be Phoenix on top 3, while Kalan on top 4. Final showdown, 4v3, Reckoning Esports versus Meta Ninja. Circle in favor of Reckoning Esports right now.
It is Reckoning's world and Meta Ninja are breathing in it. And Meta Ninja just cannot do a lot about it. Unless they somehow find some lucky knocks. A little bit of those heroics coming through. Maybe that's the only possible way where Meta Ninja can actually flip the odds. But if you look at the overall structure, you already know Reckoning Esports is in the advantageous spot. But what just happened? Reckoning Esports might just drop the ball. This was the opener they were searching for. But Meta Ninja, they move out in the open. Utilities tossed against Reckoning Esports. Still the man advantage with them. Reckoning knows they've got the advantage. They don't even need a panic. Yes, understandable. There's a man on the flank. That is the only potential thing that can shut down Reckoning. Shadow needs to go huge. He's the saving grace for Meta Ninja. And there we go. He finds another knock by taking down to a 2v2. And there we go. It is Reckoning Esports to seal the deal and close out with a massive chicken dinner. Reckoning at the end of the day, getting what they deserve. 23 points in this one.
You could see the expressions coming from Reckoning Esports here. That was a very, very close battle. They almost dropped the ball, but still a winner chicken dinner in the hands of Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, and they really needed this one as well to be a part of the conversation of the top 8. Because at the start of the day, things weren't looking that great for Reckoning Esports. But after this win, after this big win, in fact, I think they are going to be inching closer to the top 8, although a little bit of distance still needs to be covered. And we have tomorrow and the day after for that.
Well, the race is getting a little bit close as well because it seems like the space for top 8 is getting smaller and smaller here. It's going to be very, very tight because now day 2 done and dusted. Obviously, we have 2 groups that has played pretty much 3 groups pretty much played 9 matches. There is still one more group that, 2 groups pretty much played 9 matches.
Yes.
There's still one group hasn't exactly begin from the halfway point here. So again, it is going to be close.
And another exciting thing is, it's not just Reckoning. Learn from Past also had a decent outing in this game. That just makes the situation, the vacuum, a whole lot worse for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it was not as good of a game, you can't say. Learn from Past had a few placement points and maybe just 1 elimination point. So I would still say for Learn from Past, this was not that great of a game. But it's fine, man. If you've had 5 great games and you dropped the ball in just 1 game, that's still okay. You're anyways one of the greatest right now.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they're sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Before this match, the safety net was about 17 or 18 points, I believe. And it is going to be cut down by a smidge after this performance coming in from Meta Ninja, because this was the team that was primarily chasing down Learn from Past for the top of the leaderboard. But I think, again, talk of the moment, Reckoning Esports. It could have been a cleaner win, but doesn't matter. A chicken dinner is a chicken dinner, and this one was way beyond double digits, more than 20 points secured.
Exactly, but you can see Reckoning Esports, the sigh of relief. They were happy that they actually won the winner with a chicken dinner, but even for Meta Ninja, it could have been a close call because Shadow 7 almost found the opener to actually break into the defense on towards Reckoning Esports here. Yes, they had 3 players, but it was still a close battle. Reckoning Esports, great stuff coming from them, and I'm looking forward to see more consistent stuff coming from them in this next upcoming days, because again, we are looking only for 8 teams, which is the top 8 to qualify, whereas the rest, well, they have to fight for survival.
And we were speaking of Reckoning Esports and the reliance on Levi. Well, this time it was Sahil who was doing the heavy lifting, getting a lot of those elimination points for Reckoning Esports. It's a great thing, right? Finally, we're seeing the dynamics being shifted now. Finally, we're seeing the power being shifted towards Sahil, and he's doing a phenomenal job handling it as well. But let's be honest, for Reckoning Esports, the stars were aligned the moment the circle was forming on top of that big boy mountain. Because for Reckoning Esports, they had the high ground to play with. They were uncontested for a long time. The teams that tried to make the climb for Reckoning Esports, eliminating them was much more easier.
But I think today, overall, it's been a good day for Reckoning Esports, especially with the big swap in players coming in. Godex was not playing yesterday, has been subbed in today in particular. And, well, the performance has gone up. They're getting a few extra frags. And Roman, I have to say, an impressive turnout, being the IGL for the team. And it seems like we're seeing the same Roman that we used to see back when he was playing for Glitch Reborn in 2023?
Well, that's a little bit too far. For me, this is the roster like, oh, okay, this is the non-X from last year. Okay,
Really?
this is the reason why they were so good. Obviously, Levi making a name himself as well. We finally saw the glimpse of that prime from BMPS last year itself. But I want to talk about 3 particular players as of yet here, which kind of surprised me as well, because I talked about them last year all year. They've made moments of brilliance, but they never shine brightest. Honey, Sahil, and Lens.
Yeah.
Lens during Raven days was popping off. He was hard carrying, but just could not make it in Lens. But here in the semifinals, these 3 players for day 2 itself stood out the most for me because they made a lot of surprising plays, which wasn't expecting them to do so, but finally, this might be the opportunity for them to push into the grand finals.
It actually could be. And Sahil, I guess, taking that OP out of his name has actually improved his performance by quite a lot, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing a phenomenal job. And let's be honest, right? Sahil has always been one of the persons that have been a great player.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a different thing that the man does not really have the recognition, but he's always been there in the forefront. He's always been there delivering for no matter what team he's playing. And moving the conversation on towards Troy Esports, and speaking of Let's, yeah, that is another one of those consistent fraggers from their side. For Troy Esports, as a team, they're doing a great job, though.
Yeah.
It's not just that one man contributing. As a team, they're able to convert those proper fights, and even the timings inside of the fight has been phenomenal, especially that third party towards K9 Esports. It was just brilliant.
Yeah, today Troy Esports, I don't know what's happening. Their timings has been so perfect for every single game, and it's just made life miserable for so many teams. OG fell in the hands of the Mad Kings as well. K9 also taking a huge beating, and Mad Kings in particular today was not a great day for them.
Oh yeah, Mad Kings were having a horrible time every single game. Even when they were able to survive on the map of Miramar, they still got taken out. Not a lot of eliminations for that match. But again, Mad Kings, I think the effort that was put in, or the decent start that they had on day 1, keeps the balance still there. Day of comebacks has caused a lot of chaos. We keep talking about the teams from the 3rd page of the leaderboard making that bounce, but one name still hasn't succeeded. Well, you said it.
Oh.
Yeah, well, Welt and Phoenix Esports.
Oh, yes.
The problem is still going to be there on top of their heads, just looming constantly. And I don't understand. Welt, understandable. Maybe the jitters coming through. It's their first official LAN over here.
Fair
maybe
enough.
you can't say they can make a bounce back in the future days, or maybe from the survival stage. But Phoenix Esports, experience, come on.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well here. But at the same time, let's talk about the MVP of the match for this game here. And surprise, surprise, Sahil actually makes an appearance again here today itself. 6 finishes in total from the side of Reckoning Esports. And he has been just completely out of his mind this entirety of the day. He's been punishing every single team, left, right, and front and center. But I think just today itself, his performance might have just made him a running contender for MVP of the tournament.
Oh, wow, really?
Well,
hey, if that happens, I mean, it's going to be impressive.
We'll find out in the future, though. I mean, right now, my match isn't really that great, and neither my memory is that sharp. So, moving towards the point standings, Reckoning Esports, a 23-pointer, definitely good stuff. Phoenix Esports, the best game they've had so far in this entire semifinal.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, they're definitely going to be happy about it. Meta Ninja, they have been consistent. OG consistency as well delivered. Krafton Esports, another consistent team. And Genesis Esports as well. They have been middle pack.
Yeah, Genesis have been doing quite decent today, and I think even yesterday we did not see those big fragging performances that we were witnessing from Genesis in the grind. They've been missing that form since then, but at least they found some sort of stability. Although same can't be said for Wildfangs, K9, 4Wolf, DOD, and even Nebula for that matter. Nebula today were also, well, we saw one moment of brilliance at the start of the day from Adi, and then it just felt like the team kind of got gassed out and weren't really able to keep up.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well, but based on the finish damage report as well, obviously Nebula Esports, they try to go for a hit and run strategy because that's what they debuted in day number 1. They shut down K9, they shut down almost every single team, and they tried to pull the same exact shenanigans today, and they got completely punished because it seems like they were trying to cut off teams from hitting north side, but instead of finding K9, they found Genesis, and, well, they just got completely demolished.
But look at the overall leaderboard, a big leap coming through from the players of Reckoning Esports as they finally make it all the way towards the podium. And even for Troy Esports, today turns out to be a successful day. These two names were there on the last page of the leaderboard, but now are part of the conversation of the top 8.
Meta Ninja learned from past. Reckoning Esports, what a day it's been from their side. And what a leap and a catapult from Reckoning Esports. A massive props to them. But as we move on towards the latter half of the board, okay, you guys brought up Nebula Esports. I will still say they're not doing that terrible. There's still a chance. If Nebula gets a double digit in the upcoming days, they can anyways make a bounce back in the top 8.
Now, this is going to be concerning here because we were talking about teams that has not played their 3 matches matches today itself here. They are going to be playing tomorrow. There's going to be Vasista Esports, Revenant Exports, Seoul, Victoria Summers. Very close towards the top 8 as well. And 20 points in the next 3 games. Well, either of this team gets a chicken dinner. They should be able to kick one out as of yet.
I mean, you took all the big names, I see. You forgot about Nonix. They have also just played 6 matches. They're there on the 9th position, and Nonix is going to be upset. But the only thing is, Nonix also panics when they're not doing well on the overall leaderboard. We have seen them just fall slowly at the start, and then they just fall like a shooting star.
Hey, but this time, from the side of Nonix, it's been the opposite side of the way. Usually Nonix starts off slow, but this time Nonix has started off with a bang. But I really hope that everything is not going to be opposite.
Exactly.
I really hope that they will be consistently just delivering good performance. The last page as well is on the screen. Mad King, K9 Esports, Phoenix, Sinaway. It's been a terrible day. I really hope they wake up.
Yeah, me too. And as you were talking about Nonix, I hope what's happening to K9 doesn't happen to them, because K9 started at the top 5. But I see you were right. Sahil makes it to the list of tournament MVPs. He's there on the 3rd. Before him, we have Hunters and Goten, and behind him, we have Fierce and Wizgod.
This is an amazing performance coming from Savio OP as well. We've seen him last year, all year, jumping between teams here, sticking with learn from past as well. He was doing okay, but just could not make it towards the grand finals. But this time under Reckoning, they are so close towards that end game here. 2 more days will decide their fates. But today itself, Reckoning Esports has had one of the best performance so far. And maybe, just maybe, they should be able to qualify. But let's talk about the best IGL here. Evox Shadow has been part of the equation for quite some time. He may not have shined a lot here, but even yesterday, Evox, they were able to place consistently in the top 8, but this time they have been kicked down, so this is kind of concerning.
I think one of the most impressive players in this list for me personally has to be Aiden, because again, Troy Tamil Esports do not have the same kind of exposure as maybe someone like Shadow or Manya, or even Shadow from Evox for that matter. And yet, from leading a team that's struggling on day 1, that did not have a great start, to finding the groove, to getting them inside of the top 8, it was an impressive performance. And Aiden as an individual also had a decent run today.
I'm really liking the fact that we're seeing a lot of new faces inside the West IGL. I mean, look at that. Honey's also a part of it. Then you brought up Aiden as well. And the fact that they're also able to contribute a lot more to the elimination points, we're stepping at the right direction, and I'm loving it.
Pretty much. I mean, this is what the core essence of BGS has always been, to get the new faces that have been performing in the shadows out there, give them the spotlight, and give them a stage like this. Well, this is just the semi-finals. We still are headed towards the finals. We still have to find out who first are going to be the top 8 from the semi-finals that directly take a spot in the grand finals. And of course, what are the survival stages going to look like?
Oh boy. As of yet, I think their game plan has to be preparing for survival stage here. It pretty much, the foundation is done for as well. They can ruin games for some of these teams. Phoenix Esports, small little bounce back just now, but in order for them to qualify, they need to be having massive games every single game. They need to pull a reckoning for these next 2 days.
Along with Welt, Necro, 4-Wolf DOD is in the same boat with them. They are sinking at the same pace.
I know, right? For 4-Wolves DOD, there's just so many questionable moves. And once again, it's like you were playing like the alphas in the past stage, and now for some reason you're forcing yourself to be the beta. It does not make any sense. If you want to assert dominance in the previous round and then stop asserting that dominance over here, it's a big question. Maybe just completely copy-paste that same playstyle here. Just try and fight for your own spot. Fight for yourself, man.
Okay, there's nothing wrong being a beta too, because why? Regardless of whatever happens, survival stage is where your your life is going to be on the line as well. Because again, sometimes 2 days, not too shabby. Phoenix Esports, well, they can bounce back from survival stage, I would say.
That's what True Rippers was thinking, and now look at them.
Hey, Phoenix still qualified though. Phoenix was the one that actually kicked them out. They rise from the ashes.
Yeah, but
they
the question is, are Phoenix going to qualify from this stage?
Maybe not from semifinals. Well,
it's becoming difficult to decide what's going to happen or what to expect from these teams listening to you guys. I wasn't this confused by in any of my relationship like I'm in this discussion about teams pushing through.
Johnny, this is just classic BGMI, man. Things are so just unpredictable, and that's why a lot of these teams are also just not able to understand the lobby.
Think about it this way. Were we expecting Learn from Past to perform this
No.
well?
Exactly.
Were we expecting non-X to perform in semifinals?
Yeah, kind
sort
of,
of,
to be honest.
But were we expecting Troy Tamil Esports to perform this well?
Another nope. I mean,
English fans, very happy. Now another question. Were we expecting Myth to perform as well?
No.
Oh, yeah, Myth is a surprise as well.
Yeah, I mean, Myth is doing a really good job as well. Slowly and steadily slipping under the radar, getting those points. But honestly, I'm also a little bit concerned for Team Tumulus.
I mean, Team Tamilas, yeah, concern is going to be there because all of the aggression that we liked from the league stages has gone away, and now we're just praying that this team recovers. But as we were talking about impressive IGLs, and you mentioned it, Honey has been very impressive today, learned from past, sitting at the top of the leaderboard. It has been an impressive journey, something we did not expect. So it's time to hear from Honey himself. How did they make it happen? And for that, we're going to head to the stage.
क्या कमाल का हमें आज का दिन पूरा ये सफर जाता हुआ देखने को मिला, जहाँ पे अब बिल्कुल शांति छा गई इस पूरे अरीना में। एक के बाद एक डोमिनेशन, एक के बाद एक कमबैक, लेकिन अब बारी आ चुकी है उस खिलाड़ी को बुलाने के लिए जो यार मतलब बाकी सारी टीम जहां स्ट्रगल कर रही है, ये जनाब मानो कम मैचेस में ज्यादा इंपैक्ट क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, 10 का एवरेज मेंटेन करके चल रहे हैं। तो बिना किसी देरी के बुलाते हैं LEFP के हनी को। आइजल साहब आ जाइए, आपसे थोड़ी बातचीत करते हैं कि आप ऐसा क्या अलग कर रहे हैं जो बाकी सारी टीम नहीं करके जा पा रहे। स्वागत है आपका हनी। और सवाल ये रहेगा यार कि बाकी सारी टीम जितनी भी यहाँ पे एक्सपीरियंस की भी बात कर ले, वो उतना ज्यादा इंपैक्ट नहीं क्रिएट कर पाए, लेकिन कम मैचेस में जब 10 से ऊपर का एवरेज मेंटेन करने की बारी आई, आप इकलौती टीम है, क्या ऐसा अलग कर रहे हैं आप?
बस मैं यही बोलूँगा कि जो बेटर प्रिपेयर और प्लानिंग के साथ आएगा वही अच्छा करेगा। बाकी जो टीम बंदा खेले आप खुद ही समझ जाओ कि वो एकदम अपना गेम वैसा प्रिपेयर करके नहीं आ रही है घर से, बस वही था।
मतलब प्रिपरेशन में इनके अनुसार कुछ कमी है जो बॉटम में चल रहे हैं। बट यार सफर देखिए आपका भी आसान रहा नहीं है। पिछले BGIS में आप लैंड में जाने से चूक गए थे, लेकिन इस बार लग तो रहा है कि आप लैंड में जाने वाले, तो कितने ज्यादा एक्साइटेड है? थोड़ी बताइए पिछले साल से इस साल तक का सफर कैसा रहा आपका?
ऐसा कुछ मतलब एक्साइटिंग नहीं है, बस नॉर्मली चल रहा है। बस ये है कि घड़े में पानी भरते रहता है, एक दिन उसको छलकना ही है, बस वही है।
और अब यहाँ से देखिए जो आने वाले मैचेस है, अब कल के दिन के बाद सबके मैचेस इक्वल हो जाने वाले, क्योंकि कल ग्रुप C के 6 मैचेस रहेंगे। LEFP लग तो रहा है कि काफी आसानी से क्वालिफाई कर चुके हैं इस लैंड फाइनल के लिए। तो आगे का प्लान क्या है? मतलब थोड़े टारगेट करने का प्लान है या अपना प्ले स्टाइल ही मेंटेन करेंगे? कुछ है हम दिमाग में?
जैसा कि हमारा नाम ही लर्न फ्रॉम पास्ट है, हम अपनी गलतियां दोबारा देखेंगे, घर जाके मैच टीम से एनालाइज करेंगे और कल फुल बूम बाम दे देंगे।
जरूरत भी है। बट बेस्ट IGL की बात करें, दूसरे बेहतर IGL आप बन चुके हैं उस लिस्ट में, तो दिमाग में अब वो भी चलने वाला है क्या कि सर्वाइवल थोड़ा देख लेते हैं, उस नंबर को और बढ़ा लेते हैं, क्योंकि सेमीफाइनल के सारे मैचेस काउंट हो रहे हैं उस पूरे कैलकुलेशन में?
सर्वाइवल का उतना हम देखेंगे नहीं, हमें जहाँ फाइट दिखेंगे हम इनिशिएट करेंगे। जैसे कि एक फाइट निकलेगी तो फिर निकलते जाती है, वही रहता है, मोमेंटम गेन करेंगे अपन।
100% वही मोमेंटम की जरूरत पड़ने वाली है। हनी थैंक यू सो मच और ऑल द बेस्ट आने वाले मैचेस के लिए। आप अपनी टीम के पास वापस जा सकते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच। और ये थे हनी, जिनका बस यही है कि जैसा चल रहा है चलते रहेगा, कुछ ज़्यादा यहाँ पे नहीं करने वाले। और अब जब आने वाले मैच की जब बारी आएगी तो देखते हैं वहाँ पे कहानी लिख के जाएंगे। बट ग्रुप A 6 मैचेस एक दिन में, ग्रुप B 6 मैचेस एक दिन में। अब कल बारी आने वाली ग्रुप C की, जो अपने 6 मैचेस बैक टू बैक खेलेंगे। बट आज के दिन के लिए इतना ही। आपसे बहुत जल्दी मुलाकात होगी। टाटा बाय बाय एंड पीस आउट।
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।